as Bame departed from the southern capital and made her way to Sky Blossom City. In one of the space vestiges, a majestic feminine voice spoke. "You're quick, aren't you? Follow it. But don't get spotted, and don't engage. It is a lot more powerful than you. Just report back where it goes and what it is up to." "Yes, Your Majesty." A demigod respectfully agreed with the commanding woman's voice, and then disappeared from the space vestige, following Bame's tracks. Agony didn't respond to Bame's departure, but the red light in her eyes became more intense. Wyatt observed that the stronger the red glow, the more cold and indifferent Agony appeared. He wondered if Belphegor was suppressing the memories and feelings of her consciousness to turn her into a stone-cold killing machine using some means that he had previously placed on her. With the bothersome snake gone, Belphegor commanded Agony, pointing at the 75 demigods in a battle formation. "Go, deal with those nuisances." Following his order, the red glow in Agony's eyes flickered twice before she moved toward the battle array formation set up by the 75 demigods. Her actions were mechanical. She looked like a corpse puppet obeying her master's commands. It was as if Belphegor held her fate in his hands. No wonder Bame was so helpless despite her prowess. "Ready," the leader of the first team announced to all the groups as they saw the corpse devil approaching. He was warning the demigods to brace themselves for another difficult fight. This battle was going to be much more intense and demanding than their previous encounters with devils, since a portal to the Dark Realm had been opened right above the city. This meant that the corpse devil's power wasn't held back by the world's will, and it would be the first time they would be fighting a devil at its full strength. Summon, unranked hell, undead Agony. Watching the 75-point star battle formation lit up, the emotionless Agony immediately began her attack. The clouds in the sky transformed into a fiery golden-red hue as they began to erupt with fire, casting a radiant golden glow over the city. The vivid blend of hot red and orange flames started to rain down, showering the city in a blazing inferno. When the fires came into contact with the wind, they let out piercing screams that were filled with agony. These weren't ordinary sounds, but haunting, almost human cries that resonated with torment and suffering. The stronger the wind blew, the louder and more desperate the screams became, rising and falling in a tortured symphony. It was as if the very elements were in pain, their voices merging into a chilling chorus that echoed through the air, adding an eerie, unsettling layer to the chaotic scene. The 75 demigods, faced with the alarming onslaught of wailing flames summoned forth by the female corpse devil, acted with seamless unity using the Big Bang battle array formation. They employed their synchronized divine sense to create a radiant divine protection barrier covering each of them against the flames, filled with an agonizing scream that drew near. Soon the flames crashed against the divine protection covering the demigods like waves against a cliff. Each impact sent a shockwave of heat and light, but the barrier held firm, glowing with a serene, otherworldly luminescence. The demigods' faces were etched with concentration, their eyes focused and their bodies poised, aware that any lapse in their collective resolve could spell disaster. In that perilous moment, thanks to the Big Bang battle array formation, they were not just individuals but parts of a greater whole. Unable to harm the demigods, the fire touched down. It licked and danced across the scorched land, covering it in violent, writhing flames that seemed almost alive, wailing in pain. The once familiar landscape was now an intense spectacle of light and heat, a wild and uncontrolled display of Fire Rule's fury. With the demigods destroying the rule domain trinity conjured by the Mohawk Devil, the relentless flow of magma that had once engulfed the city's grounds began to cool. The fiery river, once a wild and untamed force, gradually lost its ferocity, turning solid and still as it transformed into a dark, scorched landscape. But now a new menace plagued the scorched city grounds, writhing flames that seemed to twist and scream in unknown agony whenever the wind passed through them. One look, and anyone could tell that these weren't normal flames. They appeared to the manifestations of pain and torment that had taken the form of fire. The flames danced across the cooled magma, their movements sinuous and serpentine, leaving trails of thick, dark smoke that billowed into the sky. The smoke hung heavy, a dark shroud that seemed to breathe and expand, casting an oppressive shadow over the city. It choked the air, filling it with a stifling, acrid scent that clawed at the throat and stung the eyes. Faced with the unusual smoke, and aware that normal fire rule doesn't emit smoke, the demigods became cautious and chose not to lower the divine protection barrier that was shielding them. Watching the smoke-filled fiery hell summoned by the corpse devil, Wyatt, who was facing off against Belphegor, was reminded of his match against Corey in the semifinals of the city's high school card fight tournament. Corey had also summoned something similar, but the hell she had called forth was like a much smaller version, only 1/100th the scale of what the corpse devil had summoned. The area of effect of Corey's hell was limited to the arena following the tournament rules, so it was not a fair comparison not to forget the difference in the realm. Damned denied death, arise, Agony yelled, calling forth her army of damned souls. These were individuals she had sent to her unranked hell undead Agone, a tormenting place where the imprisoned were denied the release of death. At Agony's command, the smoke began a mesmerizing yet horrifying transformation. It started to converge, swirling and coalescing into humanoid and monstrous skeletal frames of various shapes and sizes. The sight was both fascinating and macabre, as the smoke formed a spectral dance, giving birth to these skeletal constructs. But the creation was not yet complete. The smoke continued to evolve, wrapping around the skeletal frames to form veins, muscles, and other tissues. It moved with a deliberate, sculpting touch, molding a durable and sturdy flesh that adhered to the bones. The detail was astonishing, retaining every minor feature of their original form. Then, as if guided by an invisible hand, the smoke further solidified, covering the skeletal frames with skin so intricate that it replicated the texture, pores, scars, and wrinkles that might have adorned their living forms. But the transformation didn't stop there. The smoke then morphed into various armors and weapons, equipping these newly formed smoke beings from head to toe. Helmets, breastplates, swords, and shields all materialized, each uniquely crafted and fitting perfectly to the hideous beings they adorned. The entire scene was a surreal spectacle, a blend of horror and artistry that left the onlookers caught between awe and revulsion. The smoke beings now stood ready, a grotesque army summoned from the very essence of torment and despair, awaiting their mistress's command. While Agony's army took shape, a twisted masterpiece of dark creation, the demigods were far from passive spectators. They didn't merely wait patiently in their battle array formation, frozen by the unfolding nightmare before them. Instead, they acted with insight and resolve that spoke of their experience and determination. They began to gather their soul energy and from their surroundings in preparation for another Big Bang blast. It was as if the very air around them became charged, vibrating with the intensity of their intent. From the surroundings, energy swirled and converged, drawn by the Big Bang battle formation array. The demigods' faces were etched with concentration, their eyes glowing, their bodies taut with the effort of summoning the maximum of their synchronized might. Gathering all the collected soul energy at the very heart of where Agony's smoke army was forming, the demigods prepared their counterattack. It wasn't just an ordinary Big Bang blast they were planning, but a colossal and cataclysmic Big Bang blast that would obliterate Agony's forces before they even had a chance to join the battle. Agony's eyes, cold and unfeeling, fell upon the 75-pointed star battle array formation, now pulsating with an abundant and violent surge of soul energy. It was a raging storm contained within geometric precision, a spectacle of raw power that could not go unnoticed. But Agony's face remained impassive, her expression betraying no concern or doubt. She knew that the demigods were up to something, plotting a counterattack to unravel her designs, yet she seemed to regard it with a chilling indifference. With a voice that was both a whisper and a command, resonant with authority and menace, she spoke to her smoke army. Damned commenced death march. The words were simple, yet they carried the weight of her will, an unbreakable order that set the wheels of destruction in motion. Her command, death march, was laden with dark and unsettling irony. The damned, her nightmarish soldiers, were souls that had been denied the release of death, forever trapped in a cycle of agony. Yet now, they were to parade a death march. At Agony's command, her newly minted nightmarish monstrosities stirred. They were not mere shapes of smoke, but tangible horrors, each a testament to dark artistry and malice. They were not mere soldiers, but instruments of massacre, driven by a single, unrelenting directive to annihilate their liege's enemies. Before any of the horrifying creatures born of agony could even take a step, the demigods acted in an instant. With voices melding together, they roared the words, "Big Bang Blast." In the blink of an eye, the epicenter where agony and the smoke monsters were situated was consumed by a cataclysmic and uncontrolled explosion. The force of the blast was so immense that it nearly tore a hole in the very fabric of space itself. Agony and the smoke monsters were instantly obliterated, reduced to nothing but mere ashes. The earth-shaking thunder of the explosion resonated far and wide, momentarily catching the attention of Belphegor and Wyatt. Their eyes flickered toward the source of the noise, but the intensity of their own heated exchange soon pulled them back, allowing only a fleeting acknowledgement of the devastation that had just occurred. Unlike the demigods who celebrated too quickly, both of them knew that the battle was far from over. To the astonishment of the demigods, the aftermath of destruction did not go as anticipated. The ashes, instead of drifting away and blending with the wind, began to swirl in a mysterious and unnerving dance. Like a painter's brush guided by an unseen hand, the ashes and smoke from the sea of flames underneath slowly started reconstructing the bodies of the smoke monsters and agony. Within mere seconds that seemed to stretch into an eternity, Agony and her army of the damned were assembled once again, resuming their relentless death march with an air of eerie invincibility. Agony, a corpse devil created from a corpse puppet imbued with the formidable SSS-rank corpse preservation curse, was undeterred by an explosion of such magnitude. Her existence had long overcome mortality, rendering her immune to what would be a lethal force for most beings. Her damned army, their souls trapped and tortured in the uncharted depths of her unranked hell, undead Agony, had no death. Denied the release of death, they were bound to an existence of torment and servitude, a dark testament to Agony's fearsome and sadistic power. Confused, the demigods did not know what to do against the corpse devil and her seemingly immortal army that was marching toward them, until the captain of Team 1 received a text message from Wyatt. Use divine energy to extinguish or light rule to purify the sea of flames that is generating loads of smoke. The cursed smoke monsters of Agony charged forward like an unstoppable tidal wave of malevolence, their eyes fixed on the demigods. Wyatt's timely message, ringing with clarity, reached them just in their desperation. Responding to the call, the captain of Team 1 commanded all the demigods to focus their divine energy on the soul pathways of the land right below them. They formed a daring plan, one that teetered on the edge of madness, turning the city's grounds already engulfed in Agony's hellish fire into a massive bomb using the Big Bang Battle Array formation. The streets, buildings, and any important infrastructure in the city were already swallowed by the lava sea summoned Belphegor. If anyone managed to survive, then Agony's fire erased the last sign of their existence. The once majestic skyline of the city was no more replaced by raging and towering flames of the unranked hell undead Agony. The ground underneath these flames began to tremble, brimming with divine aura, resonating with the divine energy gathered in them. As the fire danced with destruction on the top of the land, demigods continued to pour their divine might into the scorched and hot land underneath them. The city ground's very essence groaned and writhed, as the amount of divine energy gathered into them increased more than their soul pathways could handle, bringing forth an unstable transformation in them. Facing Agony and her damned army's relentless advance, the demigods took an unimaginable risk by focusing all of their divine energy in one shot. Uncertain of the outcome, still willing to give it a try as they were out of ideas facing the damned denied of death that plagued even the transcendent. Divine Big Bang Blast. No sooner had the demigods detonated the land than the city grounds began to tremble, resonating with an unearthly force. The once solid earth, consumed by molten magma, cracked open like the shell of a colossal egg, sending deep fissures sprawling in every direction. From the jagged mouths of these cracks, brilliant white light escaped, clashing and wrestling with the sinister fire that danced and roared on the surface. The very air seemed to hold its breath, charged with anticipation, as the two opposing forces met in a cataclysmic duel. The land itself groaned in agony and exultation as it exploded with divine might, the explosion ripping through the world like the wrath of the gods. A shock wave of divine power, tangible and wild, rolled across the landscape, shaking the very foundations of the city. The wailing flames, which had seemed so inextinguishable, so untamable, met their match in this fierce onslaught of divine force. In a fraction of a second that stretched into an eternity, they were snuffed out, extinguished without even a chance to struggle. Their once menacing howl was silenced, replaced by the victorious roar of the divine Big Bang blast that had conquered them, leaving behind a scene of both devastation and awe-inspiring divine apparition. The brilliant divine light that erupted from the explosion cascaded forth like a celestial tidal wave, illuminating the once darkened city with a radiance that seemed to come from another realm. The light didn't merely shine, it purged, acting with a force and purpose that transcended mere physics. The black smoke clouds, spawned by the hell flame and choking the city's skies, were consumed by this cleansing luminescence, erased in a single awe-inspiring move. As for Agony's smoke army, they met various fates in the face of this divine onslaught. Some were purged outright, obliterated by the residual glow of divine light that lingered in the air like an afterthought of creation. Others dispersed like shadows at dawn, their connection to the damned souls in the real unranked hell undead agony, severed with the death of the hellfire that had bound them in the card world. These smoke monsters were not actual beings. They were puppet shells made of smoke from the hellfire, the twisted manifestations of the agony suffered by the damned souls imprisoned in the undead agony. Connected through the hellfire, they were echoes of torment and despair given form and purpose in the form of smoke. Now, in the wake of the explosion, smoke monsters were gone, reduced to nothing, their existence snuffed all with the very hellfire that had birthed them. The demigods, once under siege by these hellish dolls of agony, stood silent, bearing witness to the aftermath of their divine might. Even with her damned smoke army wiped out, Agony's might stood unrestrained, inexhaustible, under the dark realm portal. Her power seemed to draw from a well that knew no bottom, a stark contrast to the demigods who had gambled all their divine energy in one desperate attack. So what if the demigods had managed to snuff out her hell? Her indifferent eyes, glowing embers of her absolute orders, revealed a sinister truth. She could summon it forth again. Across the battlefield, the demigods, once vibrant and unyielding, now wore exhausted looks on their faces, their expressions etched with fatigue, determination, and a haunting realization. Their bodies, though still standing, were drained, their divine energy spent. The large-scale attack they had pulled off was a triumph, but it had cost them dearly. They were running on the fumes of their once mighty power, unable to muster another assault of such magnitude. Soul energy was found easily and plentifully all around the world, but divine energy, which is special to divine beings, wasn't so simple to obtain. It must be carefully developed and nurtured over time, making the process of recovering it a slow and difficult task. That's why the demigods were very careful with their divine energy, only using it when absolutely necessary. But in this critical moment, they chose to trust Wyatt's advice. Even though it was a big risk, and since not all of them were experts in controlling the light, they decided to use all their divine energy in one powerful attack. The situation was desperate, and they felt they had to do something drastic. They had no regrets. Destruction Ray. Belphegor roared and launched a beam made from his annihilation rule power, aimed directly at Wyatt. Wyatt effortlessly dodged the ray, and Belphegor watched in frustration as his powerful annihilation ray tore open space, having missed its target and vanished into the boundless void. Infuriated by Wyatt's nimble movements and apparent ease in dodging his attacks, Belphegor taunted him, asking, "How long do you think you will be able to keep avoiding my strikes?" His words hinted that he believed Wyatt would eventually grow tired or careless. "How long do you plan to keep missing?" Wyatt shot back, jokingly suggesting that with Belphegor's poor aim, he didn't have to worry about dodging the attacks since they would never hit him. In the presence of the portal to the dark realm, Belphegor, at the peak of his power, was astonished to find that Wyatt was not only able to hold his own against him, but also seemed to be thriving. The realization dawned on the devil that Wyatt's strength was not lying dormant previously. Rather, he had honed his mastery of the celestial attraction and repulsion force. This particular force was a fundamental energy that guided the movements and interactions of heavenly bodies, and Wyatt had become so adept at manipulating it that he was able to bridge the gap in their power. His efficiency and finesse with this celestial force allowed him to maneuver and respond to Belphegor's attacks with grace and ease that seemed almost otherworldly. It was as if Wyatt was dancing with the card world itself, using its forces to his advantage, and Belphegor could not help but be both impressed and frustrated by this unexpected display of skill. "Come on, Belphegor. Don't tell me this is the best you can do at the peak of your power. If yes, then I am disappointed," Wyatt taunted, his voice dripping with both amusement and challenge. As he spoke, his body moved with a fluid grace, each motion rippling with a force that seemed to echo the very might of the world itself. His movements were mesmerizing, but eventually, it became unclear whether Wyatt was moving within the world or if the world was bending and shifting to his will. His every move, every step, was imbued with a devastating power, resonating in perfect harmony with the world around him. Wyatt's physical and spiritual synchronization with the world had deepened to a level that transcended mere understanding. It was as if he had become one with the world, all elements converging and flowing through him, amplifying his strength, his mind, his very essence. The power coursing through him was intoxicating, and he reveled in it, his eyes alight with the thrill of the battle and the undeniable connection he had forged with the world itself. "Ha ha, annihilation explosion." Belphegor's response to Wyatt's taunt was a laugh filled with eerie madness, a sound that seemed to reverberate with chaos and malice. As he neared Wyatt, his body began to exude a palpable, sinister energy, a force resonating with the very essence of annihilation rule power itself. Wyatt, sensing the dark and terrifying annihilation rule power emanating from Belphegor, immediately enveloped his body in the repulsive force of the world, a protective barrier designed to repel anything the devil might hurl at him. His eyes narrowed, his senses heightened, and Wyatt braced for the onslaught. Soon, Belphegor's body erupted in a small but potent explosion of annihilation rule power, a burst of energy so intense and destructive that it threatened to consume everything within its wide area of effect. It was as if a dark void had opened, its maw gaping, ready to swallow all that dared to stand in its way. Wyatt's celestial repulsion barrier quivered and strained against the might of the explosion, a thin line of defense in the face of a force that sought to obliterate everything it touched. The barrier struggled, flickering like a candle in a storm, its very existence seeming to waver under the relentless pressure of the annihilation rule power. But in the face of annihilation, its struggle was meaningless, a futile attempt to hold back the inevitable. There was a profound and ominous reason why Belphegor had refrained from using the annihilation rule power previously. This power was not merely destructive, it was the embodiment of obliteration, an absolute force that eradicated anything and everything that dared to come into contact with it. It did not discriminate, it did not distinguish, it simply sent all that it touched into the abyss of nothingness. To wield such a cataclysmic force required Belphegor to be at his absolute peak, to summon the very pure essence of annihilation rule power. Even now, Belphegor would not have dared to call upon the annihilation explosion were it not for Wyatt's taunt. As the explosion rippled through the air, its destructive force radiating outward, Belphegor's eyes reflected with wild and untamed pain coursing across his body. Even if the annihilation rule power was his to wield, in front of it his essence, his very soul laid bare and vulnerable. In a moment of rage, Belphegor used his body as an annihilation conduit to catch Wyatt in an annihilation explosion. But at what cost? As long as Wyatt's physical body was dead or was rendered unable to fight, it was all worth it. The celestial repulsive force enveloping Wyatt in a protective shell was easily breached by the annihilation force and reached his body. At that moment, the 11 pairs of arms and head floating behind Wyatt vanished as his main body was obliterated. Agony, who was about to summon her unranked hell undead Agony upon the card world once again, felt a strong presence suddenly appear behind her without any sound or warning. Before she could react, 10 pairs of hands restrained her. From the corner of her eyes, she saw that presence behind her was a 7-foot-tall Wyatt with 10 identical heads floating behind him. Wyatt sacrificed one of his 12 bodies to create an illusion depicting that he had died to deceive Belphegor while he left for a second to seal Agony. Then he used the additional effect of his Gigamite physique to appear behind Agony. Soon one of his 11 bodies became the main body, while his remaining 10 floating arms restrained Agony. SSS rank, Cursed Blood Seal. The 10 pairs of arms of Wyatt restraining Agony suddenly morphed into cursed blood and entered her body through the pores. Dark red tattoos formed on Agony's body as the SSS rank Cursed Blood Seal sealed her physically and spiritually for good. Storing the sealed Agony in one of his storage cards, Wyatt yelled at the demigods, "Retreat to the royal palace grounds." "Now, what about the devil?" A voice filled with concern emerged from the gathering of demigods. The words were directed at Wyatt, the mysterious young lad, who had just commanded them to fall back to the safety of the royal palace grounds. "I will handle him. You all need to leave now." Wyatt's voice rang out, strong and determined, as his eyes fixed on the devil. The wicked creature was gradually recovering from its daze, a direct result of its own failed attack, annihilation explosion. "Team retreat," came the authoritative order from the captain of Team 1. He looked at Wyatt, his eyes full of reluctant trust, before motioning for all the teams to follow his lead. It was a decision heavy with shame and disappointment for him and his fellow demigods. Their current condition left them weak and vulnerable. They were no longer worth reinforcement, but potential obstacles in Wyatt's battle against the devil. The devil's vampiric powers could turn them into mere nourishment, and the realization stung deep in their souls. Their pride and honor as the demigods of the southern region were momentarily set aside. With heavy hearts and heads held low, they obeyed Wyatt's advice and decided to retreat to the royal palace grounds, leaving him to face the devil alone. Space Fold, Lightning Stride, Wind Tunnel. The voices of the demigods resonated through the chaotic battlefield as they one by one activated their SSS rank escape cards to speed their retreat to the safety of the timeless array formation that shielded the royal palace ground. They were demigods, the might and pride of the southern region, yet in the face of a single, fearsome devil, they felt reduced to helplessness. The shame of this realization weighed on their hearts as they left the battlefield. They not only left behind the person they were originally supposed to protect, but also their pride and honor. Even though today they get to keep their lives, they were retreating to the royal palace grounds with heads bowed and hearts heavy with unspoken emotions. Sigh. A tangible sigh of relief escaped Wyatt's lips as he watched the demigods retreat, their powerful cards whisking them to safety without incident. The moment was brief, a small pause in the battle's relentless rhythm, but it was enough for Wyatt to feel a weight lift from his chest. The dumb teammate had left. Turning his attention back to the battlefield, Wyatt's gaze found Belphegor, the devil who had been a relentless pain in his ass. Their eyes locked, revealing their hatred and enmity to the other. Belphegor's eyes were dark and calculating, filled with a mixture of intrigue and frustration. "This is the 4th time you have escaped death," Belphegor spoke, his voice dripping with contempt but a hint of fear. Each one of those attacks was capable of killing a devil, let alone these weak demigods. Yet, somehow you managed to survive all of these certain death moments without a single scratch to show for it. Belphegor's words lingered in the air, heavy with meaning and accusation. They were more than a simple statement. They were a testament to an inconceivable reality that he could not dismiss. Wyatt's survival had transcended luck. It was an audacious defiance of logic and expectation that seemed to hint at immortality. But with his experience, having lived for a few millenniums, Belphegor knew better than to be entrapped by such illusions. The very notion of immortality was a mirage in the myriad realms where even the mightiest beings, like those of the world wills, could crumble and fall at any moment. Yet here was a man who stood unscathed where others would have perished. Belphegor's mind churned with questions and possibilities, probing the enigma that was behind Wyatt's numerous escapes from certain death. Was some hidden power protecting him? Whatever it was, it did not alter the fact that everything had a breaking point, everything had an end. Even the illusion of immortality could be shattered, and Belphegor's gaze promised that he would be the one to do it. Since I cannot kill you regardless of physical and rule attacks. Belphegor's voice dripped with arrogance and dark intrigue, but his words were cut short. Behind Wyatt, the 11th floating head and pair of arms shimmered into existence, marking the complete manifestation of his gigamite physique. In a heartbeat, he transformed, his body swelling and contorting until he stood as a 150-meter-tall Elder Viltronian Titan. The transformation was breathtaking as his flesh and energy meld to culminate in a colossal figure with the Elder Giant's might. Without hesitation, Wyatt's Elder Viltronian Titan form lunged forward, fist clenched and muscles rippling, to deliver a punch aimed straight at Belphegor's face. The attack was swift and decisive, a reflection of Wyatt's urgency to act. His soul pupils had detected something ominous. A dark and creepy type of soul energy had begun to gather in the body of the 150-meter-tall world hog, an energy imbued with an attribute that closely resembled death itself. This new sensation was alarming and unnatural, surpassing even the chilling aura of the devil's most devastating power, the annihilation rule power. A cold shiver ran down Wyatt's spine, just sensing the soul energy that was rapidly gathering in the devil's body. Though the exact nature of Belphegor's scheme remained unclear, the imminent danger was palpable to Wyatt. Time was of the essence, and every moment's delay could spell disaster. With his punch, Wyatt was not merely attacking. He was attempting to halt the sinister plot that the devil was brewing. Wyatt acted, driven by a desperate hope to stop Belphegor before it was too late. Wyatt landed a quick punch to Belphegor's face, but the devil barely staggered back a few steps before sneering. Weak. You remind me of cockroaches. They're weak creatures, but hard to kill. Once Belphegor had regained his peak strength, Wyatt's physical attacks seemed to lose their power, no longer posing a threat to him even under the reinforcement of the SSS rank Cursed Blood Rejuvenation. Witnessing that his punch, delivered with all the strength and fury he could muster, failed to even leave a mark on Belphegor, Wyatt felt a cold, rational acknowledgement rather than surprise. Facing a Devil Realm World Hog was not an easy task. This particular opponent was armored in dense fur. Not to mention, thanks to Belphegor's Fire Rule mastery, each strand of its dense fur was imbued with an extra layer of Fire Rule power, creating a nearly impenetrable shield. If not for the cover of celestial repulsive force on his fist, his hands would be incinerated by the fiery fur. But beyond the physical challenge, a more insidious sensation was alerting within Wyatt's awareness. A dark and creepy feeling emanated from within Belphegor's body, intensifying with every passing second. This sensation felt like an announcement that death was arriving. From this, Wyatt concluded that the devil was willing to sacrifice his precious world hog incarnation, a vital aspect of his very might that allowed him to conquer and reign countless realms, just to kill Wyatt. This realization was both chilling, but considering the deep grudge between them, it seemed natural. Just as Wyatt's determination was mounting, and he was on the verge of activating the abilities of the other SSS rank curses, a sudden and unexpected interruption stopped him in his tracks as his grimoire sounded with an unusual notification. It was not merely a beep or chime, but a resonant call that hinted at something important and urgent. He did not know that a grimoire could do that. With a sense of foreboding, Wyatt accessed the message and found it to be a text from Colleen Heatsend. This very name sent a shockwave through him, Forger, condensing his doubts that the royal families and central government have special privileges to grimoire which were not known to regular card apprentices. Speaking of Colleen, the unreasonable figure who had kidnapped him and forcefully detained him in the southern capital city under the guise of his safety, was now inexplicably absent. Wasn't that convenient? Pushing the chaos of the battle to the recesses of his mind, Wyatt's eyes locked onto the text from Colleen, his heart pounding with a sense of urgency. The very nature of the communication, sent in such a frantic manner amid a life-or-death struggle, indicated its critical importance. The message glowed on the surface of his grimoire. Each word revealed a shocking revelation. Wyatt, kill the devil immediately. It is using its body as an incubator to grow a plague specifically designed for this world. Once that plague is released, it will not only kill all living beings on this world, but will also target the world's will. So kill the devil before it successfully creates the plague and releases it in our world. The word struck Wyatt like a lightning bolt, illuminating the darkness of an uncertainty that had clouded him ever since his soul pupils had noticed the creepy soul energy gathering and growing in the World Hog's body. Wyatt finally had a name for the sinister soul energy that he felt in the devil's body, a plague, a monstrous creation that threatened not only the lives of every creature in the world, but also the very will of the world itself. Wyatt's mind reeled from the implications. His hands trembled as he grasped the gravity of the creepy sensation he had sensed growing in Belphegor's body. It was the harbinger of doom for not just him, but this world itself. Wyatt could relate to what the devil was planning, perhaps due to his past experience of defeating the Viltronane that had attacked Earth. Every time Wyatt thought he had killed it, the Viltronian would come back even stronger. In the same way, the devil's attacks, which could kill any demigod or devil, never seemed to finish Wyatt off. He would always return, even more powerful than before. The devil couldn't figure out how Wyatt was doing this, so he decided to destroy the world that seemed to have given birth to Wyatt's existence. He thought that without his world, Wyatt wouldn't be able to survive in space. Wyatt, of all people, could understand the devil's actions. He had once created something like a plague that only targeted those with the Viltronian gene. However, a significant difference separated Wyatt's method from the devil's. Wyatt understood that his opponent could endure the infinite emptiness of space. Rather than attempting to obliterate an entire world to defeat just one individual, he crafted a bioweapon capable of wiping out an entire race. This strategic move highlighted a contrast in their approaches, and Wyatt found a strange irony in the fact that he could draw parallels between his past experiences and those of a devil. Wyatt hurriedly replied to Colleen, "How about you stop spectating the battle and come help me?" Wyatt knew about the two space vestiges in the space around the southern capital, thanks to his enhanced soul pupils. But he had ignored them, wanting to prove to those watching that he wasn't a pushover and could hold his own. Now, though, things were different. Belphegor was creating a realm-ending plague inside his body, and Wyatt couldn't afford to fight a prolonged battle. He had to stop him now. However, Wyatt wasn't strong enough to face Belphegor head-on. The extra strength he'd gained from the SSS rank Cursed Blood Rejuvenation Curse and the Celestial Force was no longer enough for him to battle Belphegor on equal footing ever since the portal to the Dark Realm opened in the sky of the city. With his power, he had no problem evading Belphegor's powerful attacks, but he could not confront him. Therefore did not hesitate to ask for assistance from Colleen considering what was at stake. He could not afford to be prideful now. "No, I have bigger fish to catch. The devil is all yours. You can stop it, I trust you." Colleen's reply arrived instantly, refusing to provide Wyatt any assistance to defeat the devil, saying that she was stalking a bigger enemy. Wyatt wondered if she was just making up excuses since his enhanced soul pupils did not find the enemy she spoke of. Wyatt used his enhanced soul pupils to scan the surroundings again. Except for the two space vestiges and the Dark Realm portal in the sky, he did not find anything that could be considered a bigger threat than a world-ending plague. Unless only one of the two space vestiges belongs to the Southern royal family and the other one belongs to someone else. Thinking of this, Wyatt wondered who the FCK would be daring enough to open a space vestige in the space of the southern capital city. With the central government and the Morningstar University forces killed by the Belphegor, there was only one other strong conspirator that had yet to show themselves, the Freedom Fighters. Or was there some other entity across the Dark Realm portal waiting to invade the card world? Thinking of this, Wyatt looked up in the sky into the portal, but even his enhanced soul pupils could not find any anomalies across the portal. Except for occasional demonic creatures crossing over to this world, only to be killed by the turrets. He could not find the threat Colleen spoke of, so he decided to ask her, "Your Majesty, the bigger fish you speak of, is it the leader of the Freedom Fighters, by any chance?" As Wyatt sent this text, he saw that World Hog was in no hurry to attack him. Rather, he felt the energy signature from it decrease slowly. Previously, its presence was fierce and strong enough to kill mortals and make low-level card apprentices lose consciousness. Now it was still as fierce, but you could feel it eroding, like one can see the rust forming on an iron. Was it because of the plague he was incubating in his body? Yes, how did you know? Did those beautiful eyes of yours find him? It doesn't matter. With his origin card, it will be hard to capture him unless he shows himself. Stay put. Do not let him know that we are on to him. You gotta be ting me. Wyatt yelled, running his glacé over the two space vestiges, as he did not know which one belonged to the Southern royal family and which one belonged to the freedom fighters. From Colleen's words, it appeared she was not aware of the second space vestige in the space of the city. What's the matter? You seem frustrated. Belphegor asked Wyatt, finding Wyatt's actions hilarious. From Wyatt taking the initiative to attack him to looking at their surroundings and yelling like a madman. All of it, Belphegor found it entertaining, as he knew that Wyatt knew what he was up to. But his cockroach-like abilities were far from enough to do anything about it. But to the devil's astonishment, Wyatt did not even spare Belphegor a glance as he was busy reading the second text he got from Colleen. Wyatt, nobody steals from the heat sense. I mean nobody. Henrik stole from my husband and made him into a laughing stock in the world's eyes. Last time I let him get away, but this time I will not. Besides, plague is no big deal. It is not like this is the first time a devil has used it to retaliate against us card apprentices. There are many cowardly devils out there. This is not our first, and will definitely not be the last to see such an incident. However, prevention is better than cure. So, pull yourself together and stop the devil before it releases plague in our world. Reading Colleen's text, Wyatt slapped his forehead in frustration, learning that she was willing to let the world suffer a round of plague, just so she could get a shot to redeem her and her husband's honor that she lost by letting Henrik's escape with Luna, who held the Silver Beach dungeon card. Does she not get that the first ones to face the wrath of the plague would be the people of the southern region? What irritated Wyatt even more was that not only was she willing to let her people suffer, but Colleen was using Wyatt as bait. This whole time, the numerous times he was in danger, she chose not to act because she knew the leader of the freedom fighters would take action to save him as they were after his VR Universe cards. Using this as an opportunity, Colleen planned to capture Henrik's FCK. She has all her priorities messed up. Shaking his head in dismay, Wyatt replied to Colleen instantly. I blame the idiot who was stupid enough to make a musclehead soldier the queen. You dumb old hag. Your duty is towards your people. Your honor is in serving your people. And lastly, your pride is in the happiness of your people. Take it from one person who once had his priorities messed up. If you really want to redeem that idiot's honor, then fulfill your duty, dumbass. His pride is in you doing your job, not you seeking a vendetta. Forget about the freedom fighters for now. I promise you I will teach those bastards a lesson. Trust me, as nobody is more pissed at them than me. So, I am begging you, woman, come help me beat this F-cur before it is too late. From the outside, the answer is simple and pretty obvious. But when you are at the heart of the incident, the answers are complex and no longer obvious. The same was true for Colleen, who was at the very heart of the freedom fighter incident. That day, her husband lost because she was weak. He said the only reason he could stand guard at the way beyond was because she was there for the southern region. That day she failed him by letting the one good thing that could promise a better future for the southern region be stolen right in front of her eyes. She felt like she betrayed her husband, causing her to lose sight of her priorities and take extreme steps. The reason Wyatt went so far as to call Colleen and her husband names in the text message he sent to her was to use them as a catalyst to stir the dormant emotions of Colleen about her sense of duty and help her see the righteous path again. There was no doubt that Colleen was a good queen. Otherwise, she would not be so loved by citizens of the southern regions when other royal families and central regions were using any means possible to decrease the popularity of their rival leaders. But everyone has their dark times and weakest moments. It was funny how the righteous do not allow or use one good deed they did to define them, but let one bad deed they regret doubt their entire life. Or it might be just Wyatt's trying to justify his past by sympathizing with what Colleen was going through and forgiving her for her selfish actions. Either way, here the line between good and bad had been erased long ago. To borrow the words of a wise soul, there is no such thing as little wrong or very wrong. Wrong is wrong. Being ignored by Wyatt, Belphegor lunged at him with resentment. He was here, sacrificing one of his most important incarnations, yet Wyatt did not spare him a glacé. He demanded, "You mortal bastard! I will not be treated like this. I demand respect." Wyatt dodged Belphegor's attack without even looking, using his celestial senses, which were nothing but his normal senses that were enhanced by his spiritual and physical connection to the world. The connection to the world was able to give a greater boost to his sense than his strength was because of the soul energy manipulation. At the demigod level, soul energy was no longer paramount, but divine energy was. Therefore, there was a limit to the strength one could gain using soul energy at this level. However, there were other features of the soul energy that Wyatt could exploit using his soul energy manipulation skill. One of which was to use manipulation skill to use the surrounding soul pathways and their soul energy as the extensions of his senses, especially his soul pupils and soul ears, which with his mastery over the skill then extended to his sense of touch, basically turning his surroundings into one big extension of his skin. So even without the divine senses of the demigods, he was able to track the fast moments of the devil in seconds and use the celestial repulsive force to react faster than the attack itself. Despite lacking the proper divinity, he made use of his soul energy manipulation skill. Curses, incarnations, mutated soul, and dungeon calamity seeds protective cover to display the powers that once only belonged to demigods and devils. "Pathetic," Wyatt uttered loudly, causing Belphegor to freeze in amidst his attack. The word had no special power attached to it, but managed to hurt Belphegor's soul. It lacerated a deep cut on it. It will heal but will leave behind a huge scar. Even if he were to kill Wyatt today, this scar will keep reminding him of the day he was reduced to such a pathetic state by a mortal. After the initial shock, Belphegor regained his calm, and locking his eyes with Wyatt, he used his left hand to pierce his stomach and dug out a weird-looking flesh egg that was beating in rhythm like a heart, and said, "Yes, I am pathetic and I blame you for reducing me to this state. However, let's see if you are any different than me. In my hand, I am holding the unborn plague. Look how it is eagerly trying to break out of its flesh shell. Once it breaks out, I draw my last breath, and with me countless innocent lives of this world, and soon the world itself will draw its last breath. What if I said, by implanting this plague egg inside your body and freezing it, you will not only be able to save the world and the countless innocent lives in it, but also kill this incarnation of mine in the process? Would you do it? But know this, the plague egg will slowly continue to feed on your life energy and grow strong until it kills you and breaks out into the world. You can also choose to leave this world and release it somewhere else. Wyatt, tell me, will you sacrifice yourself for your world?" So basically, Belphegor had taken the whole world as a hostage with the help of the plague egg in his hands. However, he was willing to spare the whole world if Wyatt were to sacrifice himself. That was the summary of it, but the conditions he mentioned had a lot of wiggle room for Wyatt to try and change the result, since Wyatt would not die instantly, but gradually over time experiencing constant pain and torture. "FCK off, you damned coward, Glacier Fist." Colleen suddenly appeared next to Belphegor and used her Glacier Fist at him from point-blank range, planning to freeze Belphegor and his plague egg in her glacier, where she could constantly drain energy from the beings trapped in it using cyrosynthesis. So the plan was she would suck the devil and its plague egg dry. However, before her fist could release its power, the world suddenly came to a halt. Colleen and her punch seemed to be stuck. Secondary time flow. Wyatt stared at Belphegor, wondering how he was able to use time rule without adjusting his time rule mastery to the card world's time, only to see Belphegor suddenly start coughing blood vigorously. Wiping the blood off his mouth, he looked at Wyatt in amazement and sighed. "You're indeed immune to the time rule." As he spoke, the sound of the space and time cracking could be heard. When he and Wyatt turned to find the source, they saw something that shocked the two of them. When Belphegor and Wyatt turned their head to face the source of space and time crack sound, they found that the rule power released by Colleen's fist was slowly freezing the secondary time flow around it. To their surprise, Colleen's fist moved freely in the frozen part of the secondary time flow. As a result, a sudden burst of rule power was released from it, further freezing the secondary time flow around Colleen's upper body. With that, Colleen's upper body was now free to move about in the frozen part of the secondary time flow. When her paused body started to move, it caused the frozen part of the secondary time flow to crack. "Don't you dare underestimate me," Colleen yelled as her eyes opened in the secondary time flow. and then seeing that the rate at which her rule power was freezing the secondary time flow was not fast enough for her to free move around in it, she muttered to herself, "Not enough." Soon, huge amount of rule power poured out of Colleen's body at her command, boosting the rate at which the secondary time flow froze with her in the center. Seeing this, Belphegor's exhausted face turned hideous as he cussed at Colleen. "Stop feeding on my secondary time flow." Belphegor was having a hard time maintaining the secondary time flow at the expense of his life force, and now, with Colleen's cyrosynthesis feeding off it, he did not know how long he could maintain the time flow with the little life force he had left after creating the plog egg. "Shut the FCK up, you swine." Cussing the devil, Colleen focused on increasing the rate at which her rule power could freeze the secondary time flow, as she could only move about in the frozen part of the secondary time flow. After the Freedom Fighter incident, Colleen not only took some drastic measures that she previously would never considered, but also focused her training. Becoming a demigod, she could better help her family. Instead, ever since she became a demigod, she felt like a burden. From almost being assassinated by Matron's forces in the way beyond for the Forsaken Treasure to losing the only source of the silver milk. Even if she had grown stronger, she felt nowhere strong enough to shoulder a part of the responsibilities her husband and children have been shouldering so long. She understood that it was not fair to compare her humble birth with the unparalleled bloodline, but she never let that hold her back before, neither was she going to let it now. So she trained hard and went beyond her limits. Using the abundant resources of the Southern royal family at her disposal, she polished her abilities to the extreme in the little time she had. As a testament to that, now she could use her cyrosynthesis to freeze space and time, feed on them. That was why she believed it would be different when she faced Henrix again. However, now she witnessed that her rule power was still not vigorous and fast enough to freeze the entire space and time in an instant. Yet, she kept the confidence to fight Henrix as he was proficient in space rule and not time rule. With his time ticking, Belphegor chose to ignore Colleen, who though had managed to tap into this secondary time flow, using her cyrosynthesis was also limited by it. As such, she was not a threat to him in the secondary time flow. Turning to glance at Wyatt, raising the plague egg, he said, "Kid, what is going to be? I don't have much time left, so hurry." Wyatt looked at Belphegor's world hog incarnation. Earlier it was bulky and covered in fiery fur, but now its muscles had shrunk. The flame rule covering its fur had been lifted, and its bones stuck to its skin. The hole in its stomach, from where it dug out the plague egg, did not heal back. Instead, it looked sickly, nearing its end. It was surprising that it was still able to stand 150 meters tall and use the time rule. Just as Wyatt was about to give his answer to the devil's offer, Colleen spoke up saying, "Wyatt, don't listen to him. Let him detonate the plague. I will freeze it before it spreads. Besides, during the Demon War, we have successfully cured countless plagues released by kind in our world. We did it back, then we can do it now." Colleen appeared confident that her rule power was capable enough to freeze and eliminate the plague before it spread. Even if she failed, the card apprentice of the card world has proven capable enough to find a cure for the malicious plagues in many instances. Therefore, she did not see any need for Wyatt to risk his life to save the world by implanting the plague again in his body. Listening to Colleen's words, Wyatt looked at her to confirm if what she was saying was true. Colleen gave him an assuring nod, implying that he did not need to risk his life, as he was more valuable than millions of people put together. "Ha ha." Belphegor laughed hysterically, and sneering at Colleen, he revealed, "My plague is different from any you have faced in the past. I created using the realm fragments, making it so potent that in no time it will spread to your world's will, and since it is busy fighting the will of the dark realm, it will not have the power to defend against the plague and eventually succumb to it. From there only death and destruction awaits you all." "You are bluffing." Colleen did not believe the devil had something as precious as a realm fragment, and even if it did, she did not believe a devil would use something as priceless as the realm fragment to create a plague. "Little girl, it doesn't matter if you believe me or not. He knows whether I am bluffing or not." Since even his temporal annihilation fist could not end Wyatt's life, Belphegor knew an ordinary plague would be far from sufficient to kill Wyatt. So regardless of how precious a realm fragment was, he did not hesitate to use it as an ingredient to create a plague potent enough to enter realms will within moments of it being introduced into the said realm space. As such, the devil had taken the world's will hostage with his plague egg created from a realm fragment. The world's will was responsible for all life in the world. If the world's will dies, all the lives living on it will cease to exist with it, which included Wyatt. However, Belphegor was still not assured that this would be enough for him to end Wyatt's life. After all, Wyatt had become a demon merchant using his recommendation. One thing Belphegor knew about demon merchants was that even if their home world was dead, they could move to another world, making an appropriate sacrifice to the devil merchant code. Therefore, he offered Wyatt a deal to save the world by exchanging it for his life. This way he could not only ensure that Wyatt was dead, but also taint Wyatt's soul through the plague such that he could drag it to his hell regardless of Wyatt's prior deal with other devils. This was why he hinted to Wyatt that he could always move to another planet when he was no longer able to hold the plague in. He did not care about the card world, he only cared about securing Wyatt's soul. Fight him. Belphegor realized Wyatt's soul had far greater value than he previously deemed it to be. The secret to Wyatt's time immunity alone suppressed the value of the realm fragment he used to create the plague. All while acting as if Wyatt had a say in this. Belphegor was forcing Wyatt to implant the plague in his body by persuading him that it would be the best possible outcome in hopes that Wyatt was righteous and loyal enough to sacrifice his life for his world. Realm fragment. Wyatt muttered, not paying attention to what Belphegor or Colleen were saying to persuade him to do what they felt he should do. Realm fragment, as the name suggested, was the fragment of a realm's will. There was only one way to get a realm fragment, and that was by destroying a realm not just in the physical plane, but also its will in the spiritual plane. Realm's will was like the root of a weed. Even if their physical form in the physical plane was destroyed with time, they could revive and repopulate the realm. But once the realm's will was destroyed, there was no way to revive a realm. The realm fragments were remains of their realm's will and rules. Devils refined them to pave their way to the transcendence. This was why power devils went out of their way to conquer countless realms. As for weaker devils, they formed groups to conquer, and the realm slowly accumulated power until they were powerful enough to conquer and occupy a realm by themselves. However, refining a realm fragment was easier said than done, as it was not easy to subdue the remnant of the realm's will in the realm fragment, not to mention the remains of rules in the realm fragment were different from the rules of their native realm. From subduing the remnant realm's will to aligning the rules of the other to that of their realm, it was a lot of work even for a devil. However, nobody said that the path to transcendence would be easy and smooth. Despite its priceless nature, Wyatt believed if it was to kill him, it was possible for the devil to use such a valuable ingredient to create a plague powerful enough to kill him. The grudge Belphegor held against Wyatt had already progressed to the point where the devil was willing to give an arm or leg to kill Wyatt, let alone his world-hog incarnation and a realm fragment. Considering the calculative nature of the devil, it must have already determined Wyatt's soul's value to be greater than the combined value of a world-hog incarnation and a realm fragment for it to proceed with such a plan without hesitation. So Wyatt did not that the devil would be willing to use a realm fragment to kill him. As for whether it had a realm fragment, to begin with, the devil was a devil merchant who conquered countless realms. For him, producing a realm fragment was not a big deal, but not cheap either. It must be a big percentage of its wealth. After all, not all realms were strong enough to leave behind remnant wills. Therefore, forcing the devils to cultivate the conquered realm to their maturity. You are lying, realm fragments are not easy to get, Colleen argued. What do you hillbillies know about realm fragments? Have ever seen a true realm fragment? I will have you know those measly remains that you get as a reward after you clear SSS-ranked dungeons cannot be considered realm fragments. You will have to collect thousands of those for them to amount to a realm fragment. But it is commendable that a few of you have used it to find your path to transcendence. Admirable indeed. Unfortunately, you were born in the wrong realm. Belphegor looked at Colleen with pity. With her strength to break into his secondary time flow, he had come to acknowledge her. Though Wyatt was hard to kill like a cockroach, she was actually giving him a sense of threat. If not for her pyrosynthesis still being underdeveloped, she would have been a formidable opponent to fight against, which was why he even bothered to engage in an argument with her. As they argued, the rhythmic pulsing of the plague egg grew faster, signaling it that it was going to hatch any second now. Belphegor grew impatient, wondering what was taking Wyatt so long to reach a decision, but to not seem desperate, he masked his desperation with his argument with Colleen. "I will take it," Wyatt uttered loudly, gaining the attention of both Belphegor and Colleen. "No, you can't." Colleen immediately opposed Wyatt's choice. "You sure?" Belphegor asked Wyatt, playfully getting his way. "Yes, I am." Colleen stared at Wyatt in disbelief. She could not believe he was willing to sacrifice himself for the world. But remembering that this young man wagered his soul with the devil to save her granddaughter, she thought, it's just like him to step up when needed. The plague egg squirmed and beat like a live heart. By removing the plague egg from his world hog body early, Belphegor had saved a few breaths of life to negotiate with Wyatt. While losing its nourishment, the plague egg desperately wanted to hatch. That was where Wyatt came into the picture. If Wyatt chose to become the new nourishment of the plague egg and prolong its incubation cycle, he could not only postpone the hatching of the plague, but also choose where the plague was released. Using these key details as an opportunity, by sacrificing his life, Wyatt could save the world from Belphegor's plague created using a realm fragment as an ingredient. Knowing that a plague created using a realm fragment was deadly to the world's will itself, and there was nothing they could do to stop it, the choice was obvious to Wyatt. Not just Wyatt, but Colleen too. However, she opposed Wyatt's decision to incubate the plague egg in his body because she felt that neither she nor the world could ask Wyatt to sacrifice himself for them. However, the next second another thought crossed her mind. Either choice given by the devil to Wyatt was a death end. Either he dies with everyone, or he dies saving everyone. Thinking of it like this, Colleen glared at the devil, understanding that it was playing with Wyatt. The smirk pasted on its face made it pretty obvious. It was enjoying this. It found their struggle entertaining. A huge wave of rage climbed Colleen's head as she clenched her fist in anger. However, she soon loosened her fist as she understood they were helpless. They were neither powerful nor knowledgeable as the enemy they faced. Thinking about it, it was already a miracle that they pushed the devil this far. Colleen could not help but take a second look at Wyatt in amazement, realizing that this young man was the one who had pushed the devil to such a pathetic state. She could not help but wonder how the boy gained such power. Last time she checked was still a card soldier, and recently she did hear that he had broken through to the cardmaster realm, but the prowess he displayed now was far above that of a cardmaster. His strength seemed to be above that of a regular demigod, and even edge at the outermost boundary of the transcendence. Such power was not possible even for a common card demigod, so Colleen wondered if Wyatt had once again wagered his soul to borrow a devil's power. If he did, then the boy was reckless and more daring than she initially thought. For some weird reason, the more Colleen looked at Wyatt, more pleasing and charming he appeared to her. And noting Wyatt's figure, she strangely thought this was the ideal grandson-in-law of the Heatsend family. Thinking, if nothing else, her granddaughter knew how to pick a man. Previously, Colleen agreed to Wyatt as her grandson-in-law. It was mostly because of Anna loving him, the unfair soul contract between them, and his genius intellect that discovered the silver milk powder. But now it was different. Now, if someone were to ask why Colleen agreed to Wyatt as her grandson-in-law, then the answer she would give would be because she found him as someone whom she would be willing to marry. "Here, swallow it, and it will incubate itself in you," Belphegor said, handing the fleshy plague egg to Wyatt. Taking the plague egg, Wyatt carefully scrutinized it with his soul pupils to make sure that it was what the devil claimed it was. One could not be too careful when dealing with the devil. Seeing Wyatt take the plague egg from the devils without hesitation, Colleen's heart was turbulent with waves of mixed emotions. Then she yelled at her grandson-in-law, "Wyatt, pass me the plague egg. I will incubate it in my body. You have to live. If you live, millions of people will benefit from you. So, you have to continue on living no matter what." Colleen felt that if she had not let vengeance cloud her judgment and instead had helped Wyatt at the beginning to kill the devil sooner, then it would not have come to this. Therefore, it felt that it was only fair that she paid for her mistake. Listening to Colleen volunteer to sacrifice herself in his place, Wyatt was touched and even felt like forgiving her for the SHD she had pulled so far, but he did not find the generosity in him to do so. Also, he could not let her die in his place because for him, living such a life would be far worse than living with the constant pain of the plague egg incubating in him, and the fear of when it will hatch, finally taking his life. He was just built that way. Contrary to Wyatt, Belphegor mechanically pivoted his head toward Colleen in shock. When their eyes met, she smirked at him. He was so happy that everything was falling into place that he did not consider that Colleen would volunteer to incubate the plague egg in Wyatt's place. He could not believe he was almost being outsmarted by a musclehead no-brain card apprentice. Getting his thoughts together, Belphegor warned, "Wyatt, swallow the plague egg right away without any trickery, or I will detonate it right away." Having said that, Belphegor locked his eyes with Colleen once again and let out a provoking smirk. Yeah, Wyatt said without thought as he was too busy using his soul pupils to check the plague egg to see if it had a curse/hex/skill placed on it such that when Wyatt swallowed it, Belphegor could use it to control him or something worse. Wyatt had explored the entire Devil Merchant code market for curses, so he was aware of how many various curses/hex/skills were out there with the most creepy and disgusting abilities or effects that one couldn't even imagine. After confirming that there was no trickery attached to or with the plague egg, Wyatt prepared to swallow it. But as he brought disgusting warm pulsating meatball near his mouth, a shout interrupted him. "Stop!" Soon one sickly female figure and one old yet bulky male figure appeared a few feet away from Wyatt, Colleen, and the devil. "What now? Who the FCK are you guys? What do you want? Don't tell me you guys also want to sacrifice yourself in his place," Belphegor asked the newcomers, losing his patience. Just when he thought his task here was done and he could peacefully die, these people stopped Wyatt from swallowing the plague egg. So he yelled, "Let me make it clear, if the plague egg is touched by anyone but Wyatt, it will immediately detonate." "You said you would detonate it, but now you say it will immediately detonate itself. Well, which is it?" The sickly woman so suddenly appeared fearlessly asked the devil. From the aura her body was releasing, she was definitely a demigod, and not just any regular demigod, but a scary one. "Both scenarios are possible. You crazy woman, are you trying to mock me?" Belphegor cussed at the sickly woman. Ignoring him, the sickly female demigod said, "It means I can only examine the plague without touching it. Now that's going to be hard." Then looking at Wyatt, who was holding the plague egg, she asked, "Young man, does your skin feel a cold sensation even if the fluids from the flesh of the egg are trying to burn your skin? Is holding it like holding a water balloon?" "Yes and yes," Wyatt replied to the sickly female demigod in shock. He was amazed by the fact that she could tell about the plague egg just by looking at it from afar. It seems her knowledge of the plague was profound. Did the leader of the Freedom Fright bring her knowing the battle would come to such a conclusion? Yes, one of the two figures who suddenly appeared belonged to the leader of the Freedom Fighter, Henrix. It could only mean that the sickly woman was also a member of the Freedom Fighters. This surprised Wyatt, cause until now Wyatt was under the impression that freedom fighters were a bunch of ragtag card apprentices coming together with one purpose. He did not expect to find experts among them. "How dare you show yourself here?" Colleen yelled at Henrik from within the frozen part of the secondary time flow, and then immediately added, "It seems the rumors are true. You have indeed emptied the treasury of the central government before becoming a traitor." Colleen said so because she thought the only reason Henrix could move around free with his colleague in the Devil's secondary time flow was because of the time skill cards he stole from the central government's treasury. Colin was kind of jealous since, because of the Southern royal family's continued strained relationship with Morningstar University, especially this year with Luna turning out to be a traitor and Anna stealing the key components of the dungeon relocation apparatus. The royal family did not receive any time skill cards from the university, even if they were willing to pay twice the regular market price or thrice the price of what other royal family were paying. When asked why, the university made up a random excuse that they did not create enough time skill cards to spare the Southern royal family a few. When asked to repair their old time skill cards with the time rule power, the university gave them an appointment date 10 years from now. Hence, they were sitting ducks against the opponents that used time rule-based attacks. Colleen was pissed at Morningstar University's blatant provocation and wanted to personally give them a stern lesson. However, her daughter asked her to be patient until Wyatt recreated the Silver Milk Gate dungeon. Then it would not be too late for them to teach those who looked down on them when they were at their weakest. "Sorry, I was late because I had to go get Madame Joy to examine the plague." Henrix did not bother to argue with Colleen, and instead explained to Wyatt why he was late to his rescue, unlike Colleen, who showed up immediately. Turns out once Belphegor started brewing the plague in his body, Henrix, unlike Colleen, who warned Wyatt about the plague while she lied in wait for Henrix to redeem herself, left the southern capital, using his origin card, and fetched Plague Dr. Joy so that she could examine the plague Belphegor was creating and put an end to it before it spreads. Hearing him, Colleen immediately shut the hell up. As for Wyatt, he just nodded at Henrix, feeling relieved over the fact that Henrix did not have the foreknowledge of their battle to bring a plague expert with him. Instead, he was a responsible card apprentice with a great origin card. Belphegor dumbfoundedly looked at Wyatt, who calmly discussed the plague egg with the sickly demigod, and Colleen, who argued with the old demigod. Then suddenly screamed, yelling, "Do you bastards think this is a joke? Believe it or not, I will hatch the plague right away." Hearing the devil's threat, Wyatt, Henrix, and Colleen turned to look at Madame Joy to confirm that he could indeed do what he claimed. To their disappointment, Joy nodded, saying, "The plague egg was born from his life force, so he has a lot of control over it. If he wants to, he can hatch it any time." Listening to Joy's analysis, Belphegor nodded his head smugly, but hearing what Wyatt had to say, his face paled. "Does that mean he can hatch the plague even after I swallow it and incubate it in me?" "Yes," Joy nodded. With her response, Wyatt immediately turned his sharp gaze at Belphegor, and glaring at him, he said, "I knew it. You would never give me such generous options." The only reason why Wyatt agreed to incubate the plague egg in his body was that he would postpone its hatching, giving himself enough time to try and find a way to destroy it or the cure for it. However, knowing that Belphegor could just as easily hatch the plague egg even after Wyatt incubated the egg changes things. No, it made things worse, as Belphegor could use this as a knife to force Wyatt into doing his bidding. When Wyatt was searching for any kind of trickery that Belphegor might have added to the plague egg, he did find its connection to its creator, the devil, but he overlooked it, believing that once he incubated the plague egg, its connection with the devil be severed, and it will establish a new connection with him. This was why he was about to swallow the plague egg before Henrix and Joy arrived. However, according to what Plague Dr. Joy was stating, it appeared that the connection between the plague egg and the devil would not be severed even after he incubated it in his body, because the plague was created using the life force of the devil, giving Belphegor highest control over the plague egg. This meant even if Wyatt became the plague egg's new host, it would still prioritize Belphegor's command over Wyatt's, making the whole reason why Wyatt was willing to become the new host of the plague egg moot. So what? You should be grateful that I am not hatching the plague egg right away and giving you an opportunity to save your world. Wyatt, as long as you become the next host of this plague egg, I will not release it in your world." Now that his trickery was out in the open, Belphegor did not deny it, instead owned it and doubled down on it. He even went as far as to threaten Wyatt. Listening to the devil's threat, the 4 card apprentices frowned, and each had a different response. Colleen's was the most basic of all. Her rage was written all over her face, and it could not be more obvious. If not for her being limited to the frozen part of the secondary time flow, she would have already grabbed the dying devil by the neck and sent him to the afterlife, regardless of the conscience blinded by her rage. As for Henrix, he was eyeing the plague egg in Wyatt's hand intently. He thought if he was fast enough, he could use his origin card to throw the plague egg into another world devoid of any form of life. However, what was stopping him from doing so was the devil's words that if anyone except Wyatt touches the plague egg, it will instantly detonate and release itself in the surrounding. Henrix himself was not worried about falling prey to the plague, but what concerned him was that if he was delayed in his action even for a fraction of a second, then the plague would be released in the card world. To avoid that, he would have to move Wyatt with the plague egg to another world. But then the devil would detonate the plague, putting Wyatt in danger of falling victim to the deadly plague. Henrix agreed with Colleen when she said that Wyatt could not sacrifice himself, because if he were to live, he could easily change the lives of millions of people around the world. These past few days have been a perfect example of that. Henrix did not want to deprive the card world and its people of their boon unless it was absolutely necessary. Therefore, he bid his time to make sure that there was no other way around this crisis. As for Wyatt, he was recalling and going through everything the devil had said and done so far, trying to understand what Belphegor was up to and what he really wanted, knowing that currently they were in a negotiation. And in a negotiation, information was more valuable and useful than death threats and ultimatums. It might look like Belphegor was playing with him, but Wyatt knew that if Belphegor could, he would harvest Wyatt's soul and immediately leave to enjoy his vendetta by putting Wyatt's soul through countless torture in the myriad realms. Therefore, he strongly believed that there was something that Belphegor was wanted or after. As long as he figured out what it was, then he could force Belphegor into giving a lot more friendly options to choose from. Wyatt knew he lost the moment desperate Belphegor went as far as to use his Worldhog incarnation's life force and a realm fragment to create the Plague Egg, but even if he lost, Wyatt planned to choose the way he lost so that he had a shiver of hope of making a comeback. Meanwhile, Plague Dr. Joy found that Belphegor's words were a tad bit arrogant for him to claim that he could use the Plague Egg he created using his life force to destroy the world. As someone who took pride in being an expert in the plagues, she took the devil's words personally and said, "Whoa, hold your horses there, buddy. Aren't you being too arrogant to claim that your Plague Egg could destroy our world? I know that if left unchecked, a plague can slowly grow strong enough to be a threat to the world's will itself, but I am willing to stake my soul to bet that I can find a cure for it even before it completely spreads across the Southern Capital District." Joy declared with great passion and confidence. Now this was a person who took words. Lay down your life for your duty, literally. Listening to Joy, Henrik's face lit up in anticipation, but Colleen shook her head in dismay while Belphegor scoffed. Seeing the confused gaze of Joy and Henrik's land on her, Colleen explained. He used a realm fragment along with his life force to create the plague. Not the realm fragments from SSS rank dungeons, but the one mentioned in the Gospel of demigod Michelangelo. Hendrix had left to fetch Joy as soon as he sensed the plague Belphegor was brewing and returned later, so neither Joy nor Hendrix get to hear the devil explain how it had used its life force along with a realm fragment to create the plague. Wait, by the realm fragment mentioned in the Gospel of demigod Michelangelo, do you mean the one that allowed him to help his third daughter find the path to transcendence and gain strength comparable to the Founders? Hendrix asked Colleen in shock. Until now, he believed that the Gospel was written by fanatics and most of the things in it were exaggerated. Yes, that one. Apparently, it is commonly used by the higher devils to find their path to transcendence. That is what he said, so I do not know how much of it is true and how much of it is false. I guess Madame Joy should be able to tell that now that she knows what to look for. Colleen asked Joy to confirm if what the devil said was true or not. So that is what that energy was, now that I know what it is. I would like to re-evaluate this plague's threat level from extinction to annihilation. If it is released in this world, there will be no world left to give life a second chance, Joy declared with a grave face. Plague Dr. Joy's previous confidence was not replaced by genuine fear mixed with curiosity, eagerness, and surprisingly a little turned on. The word quirky genius couldn't be more right and a profound fit for Joy. As someone who had spent her whole life studying plagues, the plague egg in front of her was like the holy grail of the plagues. She was willing to risk losing her life just to get a chance to study it. However, knowing that her touching it could bring forth the end of the world made her hesitate. Belphegor watched as the three demigods discussed the potency of the plague without any hurry, because he felt if Wyatt understood the gravity of the situation more clearly, then it would be easier for him to coax Wyatt into incubating the plague egg in his body. As despite the current misgiving between them, Wyatt had no other choice but to trust that Belphegor would keep his word. Wyatt, just swallow the egg. You have no other choice here. Belphegor struggled as he spoke these words. His complexion had grown darker and his skin stuck to his bone. Only he knew how much willpower took on his part to cling to life to see the current negotiation to the end. For a devil, he was quite diligent. Hearing Belphegor's words, the three demigods stared daggers at him. Any one of them could kill the current Belphegor with just their intent, but they did not, as they were worried that doing so would trigger the plague. As for Wyatt, his narrowed brows eased as he let out a gentle smile and shook his head. Then looking at the devil, he said, "Go ahead, release the plague." Wyatt's words did not come as a shock to Belphegor alone, but to the three demigods too. They could not believe their ears. They felt they were hearing wrong. But confirming that they heard right, their gazes stuck to Wyatt, waiting for him to explain himself. Ignoring the stares of the three demigods, Wyatt explained, "You, in this whole scenario, there's only one thing I can be certain of, and that is, sooner or later you will release the plague in this world regardless of the options I choose. You make it sound like the option to incubate the plague egg in my body is the best option I could make in the current scenario, but it is not. In many ways, it is even worse than immediately releasing the plague. I say that because even if I choose to incubate the plague egg in me, in case you are bored, you will not hatch the plague egg right after, but use it to strip my freedom and play with me. That would only last until you grow bored of me. Then you will release the plague, ending me and the world. In this situation, I will not only be losing my freedom and becoming your toy for others of this world to live a few more days at best. Ultimately, the end result will remain the same. You releasing the plague and destroying this world. After all, you wasted a realm fragment to create this plague. Knowing you will never suffer a loss. I bet the only reason you used a realm fragment to create this plague was because you know you can make a profit by using it to destroy the card word. A profit big enough to not only cover the cost of the realm fragment, but also the loss of your world hog incarnation, and then you will still be left with profits, making your trip to card world worth it. Therefore, I decided to not choose either of the choices you have given me and come up with a third choice, where, as you release your plague into this world, I will escape to the dark realm and go into hiding. Then do everything and anything to grow stronger to hunt your original body down. I heard that the devil's body is quite resilient. So, once I get hold of it, I will cut your privates piece by piece and feed it to you until you get addicted to it, Wyatt said menacingly as he pointed at the portal connecting the card world to the dark realm. Instead of giving the world and its people a few more days to live by incubating the plague egg in his body, Wyatt has decided to give them a shot at vengeance. Listening to Wyatt's explanation, the three demigods nodded their heads in understanding and felt a newfound respect towards Wyatt for being willing to carry such a burden. As for Belphegor, his face was distorted with rage and a hint of fear. Just imagining the vivid picture of him being hooked on the taste of his genitals painted by Wyatt's words, Belphegor felt a chill on his back. He had no doubt in his mind that Wyatt could escape the plague because he knew Wyatt's second identity as a demon merchant. Seeing how Wyatt was able to display the power of a demigod despite being card master, Belphegor got a feeling that Wyatt was doing quite well as a demon merchant and regretted not having his minions find Wyatt in the devil merchant code. He never thought that a mortal not native to the dark realm would ever be able to crack it as a demon merchant. To think this bastard was lucky enough to find a strong patron. Belphegor was a demon merchant once. Only he knew how he struggled to establish himself as a successful and reputable demon merchant and grow into the devil merchant he was today. That's a damn good speech. However, if you think I, Belphegor, am afraid of a mere mortal's vengeance, then you got another thing coming. Believe it or not, I will hatch the plague egg right away. Even with his current body edging at death, Belphegor let out a malicious, domineering aura, showing that his incarnation might be dying, but he was still a devil. Despite being fully aware that even the most docile and loyal dog when driven to the corner will bite, Belphegor menacingly went on to say, "Stop your stupid delusion about vengeance and just incubate the plague egg in your body. At least this way you will be able to give your friends time to say goodbye to their families." Listening to the devil, the demigods were puzzled, wondering, if you are going to hatch the plague egg, then do it. What's the need for this unnecessary dialogue? Why does the devil want Wyatt to incubate the plague egg so badly? Scoffing at the devil's words, he threw the plague egg back to the devil as if tossing a ball and not a world-ending plague bomb, and then turned to leave, saying, "You are right. I should use what time I have left to say goodbyes to my friends and family." Dumbfounded, Belphegor unconsciously caught the plague egg as he heard Wyatt's cold reply. Glancing at the broad back of his young enemy, Belphegor suddenly found it to have the broadest shoulder he had ever seen. He found himself dumb-stricken and mesmerized by it. WTF, this is not how things were supposed to go. Belphegor panicked seeing Wyatt leave. He wanted to stop Wyatt, but found that he was all out of threats and could not think of anything that could probably help. He was without words. The three demigods were humbled listening to Wyatt's cold reply and witnessing his resolute action. They believed that they could never walk away like Wyatt was doing right. They already knew that there was no way for them to keep the devil from hatching the plague egg in the card world, but their heart could not let go of the delusional hope that maybe by some miracle they could. Therefore, they could never walk away from the devil accepting reality. They would even be willing to become the best toy of the devil in hopes that the devil would spare their world rather than accept reality and move on. Wyatt's actions seemed simple, but they knew how hard these simple actions were. Despite having the cold, hard facts laid in front of them, they could not bring themselves to walk away from the devil with Wyatt. They were frozen, not by the devil's time rule mastery, but by the limits of their mind. FCK. Now I know why he could achieve so much at such a young age. Henrik's cussed as he pulled out a cigar and began to smoke it. He thought he had high discipline, patience, perseverance, and resolve, but comparing himself to the young card apprentice he felt shy. This was coming from the man who created freedom fighters, a revolutionary force against the organization running the central government while being a part of that very organization and having killed one of its founding masters. No wonder he could turn my party girl granddaughter into a virtuous lover. Colleen sighed, glancing at Wyatt's broad shoulders while gesturing to Henrik's to pass her a cigar. In the face of death, honor/revenge, all become pointless. Hey, Hugo. Since you are going to hatch the plague egg, anyway, give it to me. I want to touch it before I die, Joyce said to the devil while her gaze stuck to the plague in his hand. Shut up, you crazy itch, Belphegor cussed at the sickly demigod in irritation. Looking at the fleeting back of Wyatt, he finally caved. Stop. Come back. I will make a devil's pact to not hatch the plague egg if you were to incubate it in your body without any trickery. Listening to the devil, the jaws of the three demigods dropped and hung open. Wyatt stopped on his track as a grin formed on his face. Except for Anna, the people he cared for were back in Sky Blossom City, yet he headed to the royal palace grounds as all this was a ruse. Then with a straight face, he turned to look at the devil and asked in a cold voice, You better not be proposing another one of your one-sided deals. No, I promise as long as you incubate the plague egg without any trickery, I will not hatch it. I give it in writing, that the plague egg will only hatch naturally when it is done sucking all of your life force. Belphegor repeated himself, seeing Wyatt stop. The three demigods were shocked hearing the devil's words and looked at Wyatt with wide eyes. Three of them could not help but wonder if this was what Wyatt was after from the start. They already saw that the devil preferred for the plague egg to be incubated in Wyatt's body rather than hatching it directly. However, they did not think it was enough leverage for them to force the devil's hand, yet Wyatt achieved what they thought was not possible. Belphegor, you and I both know our promise and writing amount to nothing, Wyatt said with a deep voice, seeing how the devil subtly reduced signing a devil's pact to a promise and a writing. Fine, I will share the pact with your codex, accept my request, Belphegor said with a clenched face. By the pact, Belphegor meant the Devil Merchant Pact, and by the codex, he meant the Demon/Devil Merchant Codex. Fine, but I want to modify the conditions, Wyatt declared, accepting Belphegor's Devil Merchant Pact request on his Demon Merchant Codex. Dear Demon Merchant, Devil Merchant Belphegor is trying to access your information. Interrealm Network's privacy feature has protected your privacy. Dear Demon Merchant, Devil Merchant Belphegor has used his exclusive privilege to go over the Interrealm Network's privacy feature and access your information. Dear Demon Merchant, alert! Devil Merchant Belphegor has gained access to your information. Getting the series of notifications from the Demon Merchant Codex, Wyatt glared at the Belphegor and swallowed his rage. He was so weak, he could do nothing even if the culprit was right in front of him. Besides, he was mainly angry with the Devil Merchant Code for allowing Belphegor to access his information despite him having paid in for the Interrealm Network's privacy feature. Yes, Belphegor used an exclusive privilege, but it was wrong of Devil Merchant Code to create an exclusive privilege that went against one of its paid features. Wyatt was not shocked that Belphegor had an exclusive privilege. He was able to gain an exclusive privilege from the Devil Merchant Code, so considering Belphegor's transaction with it, it would be surprising if Belphegor did not have a few exclusive privileges. Feeling Wyatt's glare, Belphegor scoffed. Now that he had Wyatt's Demon Merchant information, he could use it to trace Wyatt's footprints in the Devil Merchant Code and find his generous patron. Deciding to make Wyatt's last few days alive difficult, the devil nonchalantly asked, What condition? My condition is that you will completely sever your connection with the plague egg as I incubate it in my body, Wyatt proposed his condition. Sure, but only if you agree to my condition, Belphegor said as he shared an updated Devil Merchant Pact with Wyatt. Receiving the update Devil Merchant Pact, Wyatt seriously went through it to find that Belphegor's condition could not be more obvious. It stated that Wyatt could not sacrifice the plague egg to the devil merchant code. This made sense because once Belphegor severs his connection with the plague egg, it will become ownerless, meaning Wyatt could sacrifice the plague egg incubated in his body to the devil merchant code. Considering that it was created using the life force of a devil and a realm fragment, the devil merchant code will pay a hefty amount for it, or even award Wyatt another exclusive privilege. Belphegor was not worried that Wyatt would use the devil merchant code to find a solution to the plague, as he knew that it would cost Wyatt more than 2 or 3 realm fragments worth of sacrifice to get the devil merchant code's help in finding a solution for it. The devil was confident that regardless of how generous Wyatt's new patron was, they would not be willing to part with 2 or 3 realm fragments for him. "Okay, give me the plague egg," Wyatt asked the devil after they signed the devil merchant pact. Wyatt has been extra careful to make sure that there wasn't any sort of trickery in the pact. "Here, you go." The devil passed Wyatt the plague egg with great pleasure. It was nearing climax as it was at the precipice of getting its revenge, wiping the smudge named Wyatt off its pride and honor. The reason Belphegor was so quick to agree to Wyatt's condition was that Wyatt's current strength was borrowed. Once the borrowed strength leaves him, the plague egg would instantly devour all of his life force, claiming him as its first victim in its path to destroying whatever world he was in. Knowing this, Belphegor was more than willing to compromise as long as his plan was achieved. Watching Wyatt about to swallow the plague egg, the demigods teared up, unable to control their emotions. They couldn't help but feel disappointed in themselves seeing the young, bright hope of their world sacrifice itself for them. Their helplessness and weakness made them feel pathetic and disgusted with themselves. As he was about to swallow the plague egg, Wyatt looked at the self-blame apparent on the faces of the 3 demigods and consoled them. "Everything is going to be all right. Don't blame yourself. I am only doing my part for the people and the world." Seeing the heightened emotions between the demigods and Wyatt, the devil felt entertained. Its breath got hot and messy witnessing Wyatt swallow the plague egg and incubate it in his body. The devil then severed its connection with the plague egg with a bright face, feeling that he had finally defeated Dalton Wyatt and redeemed his lost honor and pride. As soon as the devil severed its connection with the plague egg, Wyatt's grimoire rang with a notification asking him if he was going to use the plague egg to satisfy one of the conditions to unlock the 4th transformation of his calamity soul gem. Conditions to unlock the 4th transformation. 1. 100,000 median tier soul grades satisfied. 2. Evolution ingredient not satisfied. 3. SSS rank dungeon core not satisfied. 4. Explore by self. 5. Explore by self. 6. Explore by self. Do you want to use plague egg as an evolutionary ingredient to unlock the 4th transformation of the calamity soul gem? Yes/no. Yes. Wyatt agreed, and suddenly his aura surged as the plague egg incubated in him was devoured by his calamity soul gem. Wyatt was thinking of using a strong devil ingredient with spatial attributes as an evolutionary ingredient for his calamity soul gem, but fate had other plans. It gave him the opportunity to use a plague egg created using the life force of a devil and a realm fragment as the evolutionary ingredient, and Wyatt took it. As opportunistic as Wyatt was, how could he let such a chance slip by? Feeling the sudden change in Wyatt's soul energy signature, the demigods and the devil were surprised. Shouldn't the plague egg be feeding on his life force while torturing him with constant unbearable pain? Instead, after incubating the plague egg, his energy suddenly soared, as if the plague egg was boosting his strength. "What's happening?" Colleen asked, unable to hold in her shock. A few seconds ago, she was contemplating how she would explain to her granddaughter that she could not protect her grandson-in-law. But now she did not understand what was going on as a shiver of hope sparked in her heart. While the 3 demigods stood astounded witnessing Wyatt's surging soul energy signature despite having incubated a world-ending plague egg in his body, the devil suddenly began to laugh, confusing the demigods who had ignited hope in their hearts, as the devil appeared to be laughing at Wyatt. Then the devil went on to say, "Ha ha ha, sealing the plague egg is only temporary. It will not change the result. The plague egg will break free of the seal, and it will be flared up. You and your world can only await your miserable end." Belphegor said that the card world would be destroyed with Wyatt because he was sure that Wyatt would die in the card world and not another world, as the card apprentices had yet to perfect realm travel or invasion methods, and as for Wyatt using the Devil Merchant Code to travel to the other world, he will need consent from the will of the other worlds. Now that Wyatt's body was incubated with a world-ending plague, no realms will be willing to permit Wyatt to move into their realm. That would be suicidal. Belphegor knew this when he advised Wyatt that he should incubate the plague egg to postpone its hatching, and then he could use this time to move to another realm and hatch it there successfully, saving his card world from the plague. This was a trick he played on Wyatt, giving him the false hope of being able to save his world by incubating the plague egg in his body. This was why he found it funny and entertaining to watch him use all of his might to seal the plague egg, trying to postpone its hatching such that he could hatch it in another realm, sparing his world from certain annihilation. Why did Belphegor relate the sudden surge in Wyatt's power levels with him trying to seal the plague egg in his body? Because other than that, he could not think of any other reason why Wyatt's soul energy signature would suddenly show such a boost despite incubating a world-ending plague egg in his body. In Belphegor's mind, there was no way for Wyatt to rid of the plague egg he had planted in his body, other than seeking Devil Merchant Code's help to seal it by making a considerable offering. Though the offering would be less compared to the offering required to rid the plague, it would still cost a lot to seal a plague of that power, especially in the body of a card apprentice. As the creator of the plague egg, Belphegor was painfully aware of how tenacious the plague was, and his Worldhog incarnation's current physical conditions were evidence of that. He knew even if Wyatt recruited the help of the Devil Merchant Code to seal the plague egg, it would break the seal in record time and wreak havoc on Wyatt and his world. Here, in this particular part, Belger felt that Wyatt once again outsmarted him, as the Devil Merchant Pact between them only specified that Wyatt should incubate the plague egg in his body. There was no specification or restriction on what he could do afterward. So Wyatt trying to seal the plague egg after incubating it was not against the pact between them. Being outsmarted by Wyatt again, Belphegor was not enraged, but rather relieved, believing that this was the last straw up Wyatt's sleeve in his pointless struggle against the inevitable. In a way, he fooled himself into believing what he wanted to believe, mostly because Belphegor did not want to face the reality that sacrificing his Worldhog incarnation and a realm fragment was pointless. So much so that just thinking in that direction scared him. While the hearts of the demigods and the devil were turbulent with waves of emotions, Wyatt discovered that Belphegor's plague egg helped him satisfy not one, but two conditions to unlock the fourth transformation of his calamity soul gem. The plague egg not only satisfied the evolutionary ingredient condition, but also satisfied one of the unknown conditions that Wyatt had to explore by himself. Conditions to unlock the fourth transformation. 1. 100,000 median tier soul grades satisfied. 2. Evolution ingredient satisfied. 3. SSS rank dungeon core unsatisfied. 4. Realm fragment satisfied. 5. Explore by self. 6. Explore by self. The unknown condition required to unlock the fourth transformation of his calamity soul gem turned out to be a realm fragment, surprising Wyatt. If not for Belphegor, it would have taken Wyatt a while to uncover this. Please satisfy the remaining two conditions to unlock the fourth transformation of your calamity soul gem to start its evolutionary process as soon as possible. Reading this notification, Wyatt shook his head in dismay, wondering how long it would take him to uncover the other two conditions to unlock the fourth transformation of his calamity soul gem and start its evolutionary process. Considering that one of the unknown conditions turned out to be a realm fragment that the demigods of this world had only had the opportunity to hear about in the historical texts, Wyatt felt that the other two unknown conditions were not normal either, and maybe it was impossible for him to uncover them on his world. He would even have to search the vast myriad realm to it. But Wyatt's history of unlocking the previous transformation of his calamity soul gem told him that one of the remaining two unknown conditions, or both of them, could be a rule or rule meaning. Similar to how the blood curse meaning the blood rule was one of the requirements to unlock the third transformation of his calamity soul gem. There could be other meanings of other rules that could be one or both of the unknown conditions to unlocking the fourth transformation of his Calamity Soul Gem. There was no telling if one or both of the unknown conditions were some rule meanings, but it was worth giving it a try before searching the myriad realms. As Wyatt's soul energy signature stabilized and returned to its previous state, the devil's laughter came to an abrupt halt as it glanced at Wyatt along with the demigods. To their astonishment, Wyatt looked fine as he asked the devil, "You still here? Let me help you." Wyatt's hand swiftly pierced 3 different points on the Worldhog's body, destroying its 3 hearts and the core they were hiding instantaneously. In his current drained condition, Belphegor could not even put up a struggle and could only die without getting a satisfactory explanation as to what just happened. Did Wyatt seal the plague egg after incubating it in his body? How long did Wyatt, though he could keep the plague egg sealed? After swiftly killing Belphegor, Wyatt immediately stored the devil rank Worldhog's body in one of his storage card. And neither of the demigods stopped him from doing so, as Wyatt had faced it solo and defeated it solo at a costly price. So the spoils of the war belonged to him and him alone. The demigods stared at Wyatt, waiting for him to explain the situation. However, Wyatt stood there quietly with no sigh of sharing the details with them. Impatient Colleen, unable to hold back her worries, asked in concern, "Wyatt, did you really seal the plague egg in your body, as the devil said?" "Yes, I did, but it is only a temporary measure." As Wyatt said this, he rapidly coughed blood, and his soul energy signature sharply decreased from that of a demigod to a card master. His healthy, bulky body shrank at a visible rate, so his well-defined muscles were gone and his skin was sticking to his body. Right now he looked like he had starved for months. Seeing this, the demigods panicked, especially Colleen, as he called out Wyatt's name repeatedly in distress. "Wyatt! Wyatt! What's happening?" Then summoning a neon red elixir from her grimoire. Opening its cap, she fed it to Wyatt, explaining, "Drink this, it's an elixir." Holding Wyatt in her embrace, Colleen slowly poured the elixir into Wyatt's mouth. As soon as the elixir touched Wyatt's lips, it would vanish into his body and help with his recovery. Soon Wyatt's complexion turned for the better, but his body was still thin and fragile. This must be the side effect of whatever means he used to gain the power of a demigod, Henrik said, looking at Wyatt's condition. "This may sound harsh, but with his current condition, I don't know if the seal on his body will be able to lock the plague egg for long. So, I think to ensure his sacrifice was not in vain, we should immediately move him to another world." If Wyatt was in any condition to speak, he would also agree with my words, Plague Dr. Joy reminded Colleen and Henriks. Listening to Joy, both Henriks remained quiet and did not pressure Colleen into letting him take Wyatt to another world, as he found it difficult to address this. He felt that it would be best if Colleen was understanding and handed Wyatt to him out of her own accord. With the death of the devil, the secondary time flow it had conjured had long been lifted. The demigods, who had earlier retreated to the safety of the royal palace grounds after exhausting their divine power, immediately recovered their divine power, using the emergency resources distributed by the southern royal palace, and returned to the battlefield, circling the 3 demigods and Wyatt. With the devil dead, the battle was still far from over, as they still had to capture the freedom fighters. Being surrounded by the 75 demigods of the southern region, Henriks and Joy did not flinch. They patiently waited for Colleen to make the right choice. According to Joy and Henriks, as the carrier of the world-ending plague egg, Wyatt should be banished from the card world as soon as possible, and they knew Colleen was also aware that was only possible by Henriks. With the arrival of the demigods, Colleen carried the ghastly body of Wyatt, who appeared to be about to knock on the death's door any moment now, despite having taken an elixir, and ordered the demigods, "Stand down." Then turning to look at Henriks, Colleen declared, "In light of your help, I am overlooking your crimes this one time. Leave, before I change my mind." If not for Plague Dr. Joy's timely advice, it would have been too late when Wyatt realized that Belphegor's connection with the plague egg would not be disconnected after he incubated the plague egg in his body. So the freedom fighter had credit for stopping the devil from releasing a world-ending plague in the southern capital. To make them even, Colleen decided to overlook the crimes of the freedom fighters against the southern royal family and the southern region this one time. Watching Colleen leave with Wyatt, both Henriks and Joy were stumped. They could not understand what was going on in Colleen's head to take Wyatt back to the southern royal palace with her, instead of handing him over to them. Does she not comprehend that her actions were defeating the purpose of Wyatt's sacrifice to save this world? Plagued Dr. Joy and Henrix could not hold back their bewilderment. Joy stared at Henrix, asking him to do something, who finally broke his silence on this matter, saying, "Colleen, it is not safe to keep Wyatt in this world any longer." Listening to Henrix, Colleen stopped in her tracks and snapped, "That's Soldier Queen for you. You have lost the privilege to call me by my first name. Fine, don't let your hatred for me stop you from doing the right thing. I don't have to tell you what will happen if the plague is released into this world." Henrix suggested to Colleen to not let her hatred for him cloud her sense of judgment and bring doom on everyone she loved, her people, and the world itself. "I know, you do not have to remind me. The Southern royal family is fully capable of disposing of the plague," Colleen said pretty confidently, and then threatened, "If you do not leave within the next minute, you will never be able to leave." Listening to Colleen confidently claim that she could dispose of the plague, both Henrix and Joy were stumped. Henrix could not help but ask, how? Even the top 10 universities cannot make such a claim confidently. The only way to properly dispose of the plague would be to banish it to the bottomless depths of the myriad realms. It was no secret to anyone that the let alone Southern royal family, even the top 10 universities, were not capable of that. Yet, Colleen confidently made such claims. They did not understand if Colleen was lying or if she genuinely felt that way. "Don't tell me you plan to use a dungeon reversal to move the plague to another world? If you are, then I will advise you against it, as doing so will give the plague easy access to the world's will. Regardless of the type of dungeon, all the dungeons on this world are part of the world. Releasing the plague in one of them, even the reverse dungeon, would put the world's will in a venerable position against the plague," Joy explained. Madame Joy immediately understood that the only reason Colleen could be so confident was she planned to release the plague into a reverse dungeon, believing that it was in another world. However, Colleen forgot to take into account that the reverse dungeon was the creation of this world, making it a part of this world. Listening to Joy, Colleen paused and looked at her, only to hear Joy double down on her answer, saying, "If you do not believe me, you can consult your experts. They will also tell you the same thing." Noticing the contemplation in Colleen's eyes, Joy spoke up, planning to strike when the iron was hot. "Besides, Wyatt's condition is not completely hopeless. We can try to figure out a solution to the plague egg in the time we have. Soldier Queen, please let me help Wyatt. He is a survivor. Let's give him a fighting chance." "Fine, you can stay behind and tend to Wyatt and help him understand and overcome the plague," Colleen said. With her words, the demigods in the surroundings focused their intent on Demigod Joy, understanding that their queen wanted this person to stay behind. "Damn it, Colleen, quit being stubborn. Are you planning to make that boy's sacrifice senseless by risking the release of the world-ending plague in our world?" Henrik snapped, seeing Colleen act so stubborn. 5, 4, 3. Instead of heeding to Henrik's words, Colleen began a countdown, while her body split into two. A clone carrying Wyatt to the royal palace grounds. As for the original, it faced Henrik's, continuing the countdown. 2, 1. Your 1 minute is up. Glacier punch. Colleen's sucker punched Henrik's, while the other demigods ganged up on Joy to capture her. As Colleen's punch, imbued with the Cyrosthesis rule power, was about to freeze him with his surroundings, Henrik's vanished into thin air. His movement wasn't just fast, it was more than that. An action that did not even utilize a fraction of a second. It was instantaneous. As a fraction of a second passed, Colleen's punch had frozen the area where Henrik's vanished into a huge glacier. Colleen's punches were fast. It took it almost less than a fraction of a second to freeze her target into a glacier. Unfortunately, for her this time, her opponent was Henrik's, whose movements were instantaneous. Escaping from Colleen's attack, Henrik's appeared next to Joy, who was surrounded by demigods with no way to retreat, and then both of them vanished even before Colleen's eyes could move to their spot. Next, Henrik's and Joy appeared behind Colleen's clone, who was carrying Wyatt to the royal palace grounds. Henrik's destroyed the clone by precisely piercing his arm through its head. Joy immediately caught Wyatt in her embrace, and they vanished from the southern capital even before the demigods surrounding them and Colleen could respond. Seeing Henrik's and Joy kidnap Wyatt, Colleen does not get enraged, instead orders the demigods to disperse, while asking them to hold off from reporting back to their posts at the way beyond until the southern royal family does something about the city's protection array formation. Then she looked at her fist, thinking that her strength was still far from facing the top demigods in the world. To the demigods in Colleen's surroundings, her actions looked as if she did not appear to care that Wyatt was kidnapped by freedom fighters. However, none raised a voice of concern and returned to their post in the city, guarding it from any form of outside threats. Date: April 13th, 2321. Time: 10:36. Location: Central Region, Central Capital. You lost. Remember to make do with your words. Next time I am forced to come here, I will not be as generous and understanding as this time around. A majestic voice resounded from the figure in the clouds before turning to leave. Arnaz's master quietly glared at the vanishing back of the majestic figure in the clouds with tightly clenched fists, his fingers digging into his palm, and blood with a golden glow oozing out from them. "Buddy, you lost big this time," Jill's father said with a little chuckle as if taking pleasure in his friend's loss. "Shut up." In a fit of rage, Arnaz's master cussed Jill's father, making it clear that he was in no mood for jokes of any sort. "Okay, I will shut up. What will you tell to other masters?" "It will be hard for even you to make them shut up," Jill's father reminded this friend his misery was far from done. It had just begun. "I don't need you to worry for me. I can handle them," Arnaz's master said as he deeply contemplated his next course of action. "Tell me again, what did you him if you lost?" Jill's father asked his friend, genuinely trying to understand how badly his friend lost. "Tisk." Arnaz's master reluctantly recalled the event that transpired an hour ago. As Arnaz's master and Jill's father moved to the skies of the secret base to greet the uninvited guest, as they had previously guessed, their guest that crashed the airspace of their secret base was none other than the current ruler of the southern region and the current patriarch of the Heatsend royal family, Anna's grandfather. Seeing him leave his post at the Way Beyond and pay the secret base a visit in person, Arnaz's master and Jill's father felt a chill on their back. However, their shock had not ended yet, because their respective informants at the Way Beyond immediately reported back to them that the ruler of the southern region never left his post at the Way Beyond. Learning this, both the friends looked at the figure in front of them in shock because its soul energy signature was the same as the ruler of the south, and it portrayed a strength that neither of them could gauge. Only to hear the figure say, "Don't worry. Unlike you, I am a man of my word. I promise to personally guard the Way Beyond for a century. I will guard it for a century, if there need be even a few more decades, but no less. Besides, I do not need my original body to awaken the sleeping fear of the unparalleled bloodline in you. My incarnation is enough for that." Listening to the arrogant words of the ruler of the South, both the friends were pissed, but what enraged them further was the fact that they were mocked by the incarnation of the Southern ruler and not his original body. They recalled attending his first birthday and him soiling himself in his crib, but today that very same toddler had grown to the point where he could openly threaten them. That was the power of the unparalleled bloodline, giving the Heatsend family the right to become one of the royal families in equal standing with the central government. Even though the words of the southern ruler's incarnation had hurt their pride, Arnaz's master and Jill's father chose to be level-headed. They did not engage in an argument or a battle with the southern ruler's incarnation, as even if either of them won against his incarnation, it would not bring them any benefit, but if they were to lose to it, then only boundless shame awaited them that they lost to the incarnation of the southern ruler. Therefore, they controlled their anger and stayed level-headed throughout the situation, knowing that the incarnation was here, trying to provoke them. Before you start to play dumb, let me make it clear. Withdraw all your forces from the southern capital this instant, or else. Hold up. Before you start making threats, know that I am not involved in this in any way. I was here to greet you, and nothing more. But since you two have stuff to figure out, I will take my leave now, Jill's father said as he prepared to leave, but feeling Arnaz's master's gaze on him, he added, "Buddy, he is not here to fight, so do give a reason to." Seeing how Anna's grandfather only sent his incarnation instead of coming in person or sending his son, it was clear that he was not here to fight, but to scare, as he had mentioned upon his arrival. As long as Arnaz's master was sensible, things would end peacefully. So Jill's father did not feel the need to stick around, as this was not his mess to begin with. Knowing his buddy, if he continued to stick around, he would be dragged into the mess regardless of his wish. Seeing Jill's father throw all the blame on Arnaz's master and leave, Anna's grandfather's incarnation scoffed, saying, "Your daughter is not a match for my granddaughter. It would save her some heartache if she moves on." It was obvious that Jill's presence next to Wyatt bothered the Southern royal family. If Jill were just another researcher at Morningstar University, they would not have cared. However, Jill's identity was far from ordinary, so they would not tolerate her shadowing Wyatt, trying to gain a place in his heart. The Southern ruler would spare time to learn about the daily life of the talent who would lead the Southern region to a better future. Compared to the original, you got a quiet mouth on you, don't you? But let us stay out of our girls' business. I believe they can handle themselves. Jill's father paused in his tracks, hearing the Southern ruler's incarnation bring up Jill. Jill's father instantly understood that the Southern royal family was aware that it was he who had purposefully revealed the information about the collaboration between the central government and Morningstar University to Jill, fully aware that she would leak it to Wyatt. Anybody could see that he was helping his daughter to score some points in pursuit of gaining Wyatt's affection. Hope you will keep that in mind. The incarnation warned Jill's father to follow the words he just spoke. As far as the Southern royal family was concerned, Wyatt in general was the South's property, therefore Jill's father's action to help Jill win Wyatt's affection was akin to him trying to steal their property. "Look at you two talking as if I do not exist." Arnaz's master spoke up, feeling disrespected. It was clear that he too was after Wyatt, but these two dared to talk about Wyatt as if he belonged to them right in front of him. If this was not disrespect, then what was? Jill's father did not even bother with his buddy and left the scene. Unlike the other two, he was factionless. He could not afford to fight in passive-aggressive behind-the-scenes battles like them. Now that he had shut down most of his inhumane research, he could see some cash flow in his hands and was thinking of starting a faction, so he did not want to attract trouble even before establishing one. With his buddy leaving, Arnaz's master locked his eyes with Anna's grandfather, only to hear the other party arrogantly say, "You heard me the first time. So are you retreating your forces from the Southern capital or not? Boy, if your original body was here, I would have spared some time to teach him some manners. But with you, I could not be bothered to. So let me make it clear, I want Dalton Wyatt. Hand him over and my forces will leave the Southern capital alone." Arnaz's master conveniently skipped over the attack on the dual-gate dungeon connecting the Western capital to the Southern capital. "And I want this land. Hand it over," Anna's grandfather's incarnation declared, surprising Arnaz's master. "Heatsend, you're taking a joke too far?" "Who said I was joking? Now, I want this land in your head. Hand it over." The incarnation doubled down without menacing its words. "You, even your original body would not dare to speak such arrogant words. What kind of crazy incarnation did he refine, or are you a failed product?" Arnaz's master started to get a feeling that Southern ruler's incarnation was exactly the opposite of Southern ruler himself, while their bodies looked alike and exerted the same unfathomable soul energy signature. "You say I am being arrogant, then what about you? Is it not arrogant of you to demand me to hand over my citizen to you? Get it through your head. For Dalton Wyatt, I am not only willing to risk the Southern capital, but the entire Southern region." The incarnation's words could not be clearer that if the masters planned to come after Wyatt, they should be prepared to face the entire Southern region. The only reason Anna's grandpa dared to be so reckless about the Southern region was because he knew Wyatt was worth it. As long as they were given enough time to grow, Wyatt and Anna could together rebuild the Southern region from scratch, stronger and better. He had already decided to hand over the Southern region to Anna and her counsel, Dalton Wyatt. Ha ha! Having gauged the resolve of the Southern ruler, Arnaz's master laughed, and then said, "Everything has a price. Tell me how much for Dalton Wyatt. Now don't be hasty to reject me before hearing what I have to offer. The patent and manufacturing rights to the silver milk powder and copyright to the soul energy digestion card recipe." It appeared as if Arnaz's master was offering a huge price for Wyatt when actually he was offering nothing. Both silver milk powder and soul energy digestion effect cards belonged to Wyatt. Even with him out of the picture, without a proper and constant source of silver milk, the patent and manufacturing rights to the silver milk powder were worthless. And he figured with the amount of cards with the soul energy digestion effect released in the market by Wyatt, it was only about time that someone deduced similar card recipes. Seeing no point in regulating either of them, Arnaz's master decided to exchange them for Wyatt. Besides, compared to the VR universe, they were worth nothing. Dalton Wyatt is the son of the South. He is not for sale. Just withdraw your forces while I am being patient. The Incarnation declared resolutely. If Dalton Wyatt is not up for sale, what about a wager? No. Did you not hear me? He is the son of the South. You expect me to wager the hope of my people? Come on, old man, don't make me repeat myself. If not for the original body asking me to show restraint, I would not be asking you. You would be begging for your life. Southern Ruler's Incarnation's words followed by a burst of his domineering soul energy signature, clearing the surrounding clouds. Arnaz's master was shocked when the Incarnation revealed its full soul energy signature. He could not believe that one could refine an incarnation this powerful. That was when he remembered the origin card of Annihilation, the current Southern Emperor, and rumored to be the heir of the Southern region, giving him an insight into why the Incarnation's physical and soul energy signature was similar to the Southern Ruler, but completely different emotionally and spiritually. It seems that the Southern royal family has come up with a new way of refining incarnations based on the origin card of the Southern Emperor. No wonder he could not gauge the strength of the Incarnation. As an exchange for the mental deviance, the Incarnation possesses the entire strength of the original and can develop independently. Considering the quality and strength of the Incarnation, the exchange was worth it. Provoked, Arnaz's master did not back down. He explosively released his intimidating soul energy signature, clashing it with the Incarnation's soul energy signature. The only thing holding him back from teaching this deviant incarnation a lesson was the fact the price paid would not be worth it. Regardless of his win, others would only focus on his struggle to achieve a win against the incarnation of the Southern Ruler. It wasn't worth it. His pride would not allow such a thing. Southern Ruler knew this, and that was exactly why he had sent this incarnation of his instead of sending his son or another representative. Understanding that this incarnation of the Southern Ruler was crazy and did not have a single diplomatic bone in it, Arnaz's master stopped his diplomatic approach and spoke the language the barbarian in front of him could understand: madness. I will stop beating around the bush. If my people manage to capture Dalton Wyatt from your people, I take everything. If your people manage to protect him from my people, then you take everything. When I say everything, I mean everything from silver milk powder to the soul energy digestion effect cards to the VR universe. Arnaz's master laid everything on the table as he did not want to miss such an opportunity to capture the creator of VR universe and knew that Southern Ruler's incarnation would not leave peaceful if he did not immediately withdraw his force from the Southern capital. Who are you kidding? Don't get me wrong. You are one of the masters, but even you do not have the power to decide this. The Incarnation finally calmed down hearing that the VR universe created by Wyatt was also on the table. Though all three of the things wagered by the Arnaz's master were not his to be wagered, what this actually meant was that he would legally legitimize the exclusive ownership of these three things. It was them basically saying if the Southern royal family won the wager, they would no longer covet the silver milk powder, soul energy digestion effect card, and the VR universe. Of the three things wagered, gaining exclusive ownership of either of the things would be enough to elevate the social and economic standing of the Southern region by an astronomical margin. This could potentially eliminate one of the huge risks the VR universe was about to face, being declared illegal by the central government. Once the central government declares the VR universe illegal and cracks down hard on its VR slime cards, despite the card's magical soul energy digestion effect and the obvious benefits of the VR universe, the masses would have no choice but give up on it. Some dare people would try to resist this law, but considering the central government's reign over the card world for millennia, the resistance will easily scrubbed. VR universe was not just an opportunity for the Southern region, but for everyone who could not afford the card world due to the monopoly of the top university over knowledge and the monopoly of the central government and royal families over resources. VR universe was something that could potentially assure the card world into a new age that could not be controlled even by the likes of the central government. Therefore, the masters would never agree to legitimize it and give on its ownership. Therefore, even though impressed by the stacks given by Arnaz's master, the Southern Ruler's incarnation did not actually believe that it would be possible. Yes, you are correct. I do not have the authority to unilaterally decide on something this big, but this does. Arnaz's master said as summoned a captivating scroll from his grimoire. World's Decree. The incarnation blurted looking at the scroll in Arnaz's master's hand. Just by the reaction of the southern ruler's rude incarnation, one could tell that this was the real deal capable of doing what Arnaz's master claimed. Arnaz's master was satisfied by the look of shock on the incarnation's face. He thoroughly enjoyed it. World Decree had the reality-manipulating ability that could turn the user's order into a truth that would be imposed by the world's will. It was basically the reason why the Masters were able to dominate and rule the card world for millennia despite the existence of powerful figures like the Heatsens, other royal families, sects, hidden cults, etc. For example, using the World Decree, the Master could basically order that fire doesn't burn human skin, or oxygen is poisonous, and the world will ensure to impose these orders as the new truth regardless of the consequence, even if it meant the end of the world itself. If it were the World Decree, then Arnaz's master could indeed deliver on the stakes he wagered. You wagered and not only lost the silver milk powder, soul energy digestion, and VR universe, but you also pardoned Wyatt for borrowing the devil's power in the fight. You basically gave him the exclusive right to regulate 3 things that masters wanted to rid from the world, doing exactly the opposite of what the other masters voted for. You must have been very confident in your people seeing how you went as far as to use a World's Decree. Buddy, what went wrong? Jill's father asked Arnaz's master. He was dumbfounded to learn that his buddy had gone as far as to use a World's Decree to seduce the southern ruler into a wager he knew he would win yet lost. It was the devil merchant Ezra. That ungrateful bastard not only tricked us with a fake name, but killed the 2 groups I sent to the southern capital to bring me the boy and destroy the new dual gate dungeon near it. That dumb devil, despite all his trickery and strength, lost to a card master. How ridiculous is that? Can you believe it? A freaking card master managed to defeat a devil that killed 4 parties of demigods, as if nothing. Just my luck, I guess. Arnaz's master said in frustration as he went through the events of the battle in the southern capital. Well, in the end, you got what you wanted, right? The boy is on his deathbed and will die soon. Jill's father did not seem to be impressed hearing that Wyatt, a card master, managed to defeat the devil. Jill's father, like the whole world that witnessed this battle, seemed to believe that Wyatt was borrowing the power of a devil. They mainly believed this theory because they could not think of anything else that could allow a card apprentice to gain such a boost in power. And mostly because the devil repeatedly kept calling that Wyatt's new patron was very generous in sharing their power with Wyatt. When the devil conjured secondary time flow, he attracted the attention of all the world powers that were strong enough to be unfazed by his time rule mastery towards the fight in the southern capital, allowing Wyatt to spread the message that he planned to convey to the world through this fight, telling the world that he, Dalton Wyatt, was no pushover, but the real deal. If the creation of VR Universe made Wyatt a big fat whale in the eyes of these world powers, then his battle against Belphegor morphed their perspective about him from a big fat whale to a slumbering leviathan. But the sea was never shy of fishermen who dared to catch the monster. It's a pity that the monster was on its deathbed and going to die soon. However, Wyatt's selfless sacrifice garnered all their respect. Most of all, this battle was very eye-opening and knowledgeable to them, as they got to learn about the realm fragment that Michelangelo used to help his daughter consolidate her path to transcendence. Come to think of it, wasn't it you who introduced the devil merchant Ezra to me? Arnaz's master suddenly recalled that the only reason he recruited devil merchant Ezra was because Jill's father had introduced him to him. Don't look at me. I too was clueless about his trickery. It is just that you feel for his deception before me. Jill's father acted innocent, claiming that he was as shocked by devil merchant Ezra's deception as his buddy was. He claimed that if today Arnaz's master had not fallen for Ezra's trick, then tomorrow maybe Jill's father, himself, would have fallen prey to the devil. He defended himself by claiming that all this was just a coincidence that could have happened to him just as easily. However, Arnaz's master was not buying it, as it was he who paid the price for Jill's father's negligence. You damned bastard. You want me to believe that you did not do a proper investigation of the devil before you recommended him to me? If I recall correctly, you said you knew this devil since he was a demon. You even showed me that A-rank equivalent exchange demonic card that the devil gave you when it was a demon merchant. Yes, I did. But you also saw that the name mentioned on the demonic card read Demon Merchant Ezra. How am I supposed to know that a demon was so meticulous, patient, and cunning enough to play a long con that spanned over millennia? Jill's father claimed innocence, arguing that he did not have the slightest clue of Ezra's long con. Damn it. Damn it all. Arnaz's master finally began to show his emotions of frustration, anger, and irritation at losing the wager. He was pissed the most at himself for using a freaking world's degree to consolidate this wager and its stakes. However, without using it, there was no way he could get the southern ruler to agree to the wager regardless of how high and mouth-watering the stakes were. What frustrated him the most was that he used a reality-manipulating item like the world's degree as an advanced form of soul contract. The other master would not be happy to learn this. After all, an item like world's degree was not easy to make. Even if they all came together to use all the manpower available to make it, its ingredients were very rare and scarce, not readily available. You could use some miracle right about now, don't you? Jill's father taunted his buddy, reminding him that it was his foolish competitiveness that had cost them the right eye of the world that he could use now to render the world's degree. He just used void. Just because Agent Lewis Forger belonged to another master and he did not give him the right to experiment with her physique. Giving in to his insecurities and envy, Arnaz's master used her like one of the disposable pawns, and now that he had lost her, he had become the person who needed her the most. The only way to cancel a world's degree was by using a higher authority than the item had. Such authority was only available to the world's will itself. If the right eye of world was present, she could have used her physique to mediate and undo the damage, but now Arnaz's father had no choice but pay his dues. Is it okay to bring him to this world? After all, it is connected to the card world through the reverse dungeon, and not to mention almost 70% of our force and their family have settled. Hurry. Henrix asked Joy, looking at the skinny Wyatt she carried in her embrace, having teleported them to the Freedom Fighters base using his origin card. Don't worry, I cannot sense the tiniest trace of the plague in the boy. Whatever seal he used, it has successfully managed to seal the plague egg completely in his body. As of now, the plague is not a threat. However, the side effects of him using the power of a demigod despite having the active soul control percentage of a cardmaster are grave and responsible for his current condition. Unless we nurse him back to health, with his death the plague will be released, Joy explained. What plague? The figure of Baylor, who had just entered the hall where Joy and Henrix had arrived, asked Joy, but looking at the skinny Wyatt in her arms, who looked like he could die any moment now. His body exploded with a murderous aura no one has seen him release ever before, and asked, who did this? Was it Teams the central government or the Morningstar University? Baylor neared Joy to take possession of Wyatt's sickly body, but was stopped by Henrix, who did not bother to give Baylor an explanation and shook his head, signaling that he should leave Wyatt with Joy, saying, let Dr. Joy take care of him. In our base, only she can help him in his current condition. Demigod Baylor did not take well to Henrix's action to stop him from checking on Wyatt, so he glared at him murderously, forgetting the fact that this guy was his mentor. But hearing him speak about Wyatt's condition, his murderous intention only grew stronger. However, for someone who has been through countless battles, Baylor's murderous intention was a child's play. Then Henrix released some of his murderous intentions, clashing with the murderous intention of Baylor's. When the two murderous intentions clashed, the hall's pressure suddenly increased, and soon Henrix's murderous intention obliterated Baylor's murderous intention, awakening Baylor from his trance and rampage. Then, seeing the madness in the eyes of Baylor replaced with a sense of reason, Henrix said, pull it together, kid. Next time I will not be this lenient. Shocked by a small part of Henrix's murderous intention, Baylor looked at him warily. He had never seen his mentor get angry before, but today he finally got to see that side of his. He would always remain aloof, puffing on cigars. His strength allowed him to. This helped Baylor understand that his mentor's trip to the southern capital to capture Wyatt did not go well, as if Wyatt's sickly body was not evidence enough. What happened? Baylor calmly asked his mentor, wondering what could possibly cause his aloof master to show agitation on his face. Neither Joy nor Henrix were in the mood to recount what transpired in the southern capital. So, Henrix said, we will discuss it later. First, let Madame Joy nurse the boy. His condition is not great. I can see that. Baylor moved to the side, allowing Joy to rush to her lab carrying Wyatt. But Joy had not even made it to the exit of the hall and was stopped by a figure that entered the hall. It was Luna. Unlike demigod Baylor, as a card king, it took her a full minute to rush over after receiving the news that Henrix had returned from his mission from the Southern Captain. Entering the hall, Luna was instantly greeted by Wyatt's sickly body that was being carried away by Joy in a princess carry. Seeing Wyatt in such a condition, Luna panicked, and like Ballier, she rushed to check on Wyatt, but Joy used her demigod agility to go around her in an instant and then rushed to her lab. Leaving, Luna catching the air. Enraged Luna summoned her grimoire, activated one of her fancy agility-boosting cards, and ran behind Joy yelling, "You itch, get back here. Where do you think you are going with my Wyatt?" Seeing this, Henrix shook his head saying, "I can't catch a break, can I?" Then teleporting from his spot, he appeared right in front of Luna and stopped her in her tracks from picking a fight with Joy over Wyatt. Seeing Henrix block her path, Luna yelled, "Henrix, step aside." Luna tried to go around Henrix, but she could not as she was no match to Henrix's speed despite using her fancy agility booster card. Baylor slowly walked out of the hall and arrived behind Luna. Seeing him arrive, Henrix decided to explain the situation to the two and gain their cooperation. "Wyatt's condition is not stable, so I would appreciate it if you two do not disturb Madame Joy until she is done taking care of Wyatt." Then Henrix went on to recall the incident at the Southern Capital, from the collaboration between the central government and Morningstar University to the devil summoning to Mohawk devil killing all the demigods, and the shocking strength displayed by Wyatt as he defeated the Mohawk devil. Then finally the plague egg and Wyatt's sacrifice. Luna and Baylor patiently listened to Henrix narrate the battle of the Southern Capital with complex emotion. Then when he was done narrating, Baylor looked at him with cold eyes and asked, "Why did you not capture Wyatt when the demigods and devils were fighting, instead waited till the end for the devil to create the plague egg?" The blame in Baylor's words was clear. He appeared to blame Henrix for Wyatt's current condition. He felt that if Henrix had captured Wyatt earlier, then things would not have ended in such grim fashion. "Are you two for real? Did I not just say that Colleen was lying in wait to capture me, using her weird, energy-absorbing glacier rule meaning? I did not know my grand aunt was strong enough to threaten you," Luna said, hearing Henrix claim that the reason why he did not capture Wyatt sooner was because of Colleen. Then she pointed out, "It hasn't even been a year since she became a demigod. A few weeks ago, Matron almost killed her using a bunch of card semi-demigods and card emperors. So, freaking help me understand, how can someone who just became a demigod be of any threat to someone like you, one of the world's top demigods? How the freaking am I supposed to know? I just saw a card master wipe the floor with a devil who killed not one, but 4 teams of demigods. Besides, with legacy and resources of the Heatsend royal family, comparing her progress to a regular demigod's progress would be unfair. Not to mention your grand aunt was known to be a combat genius, gaining the Soldier Queen title." Henrix defended himself. How was he supposed to know how Colleen became that strong? If he knew how, then that would be a whole new problem. He could never walk the card world, because the moment his presence appears on the card world, Southern ruler will have his head for infringing on his wife's privacy. However, he did not explain to Luna that he was not sure who was in the space vestige belonging to the Southern royal family until Colleen should herself. For all he knew, it would have been the princess or the prince of the Southern region in the space vestige. The Freedom Fighters Network did say that the prince was at the way beyond guarding it, and the princess was in the Western region talking diplomatic relationships. Yet, considering the importance of Wyatt and his VR universe, he chose to be cautious over blind confidence. The prince and princess of the Southern region, like their father and aunt, were also blessed with the pure, unparalleled bloodline and were very difficult to handle. Either one of them could not only give Henrix the run for the money, but if well prepared, they could kill him. Knowing that he could come to kidnap Wyatt, the Southern royal family had prepared to capture him. Colleen might even have been successful if not for the appearance of the Mohawk devil. Instead of Colleen, if it was a demigod possessing unparalleled bloodline, the whole battle at Southern region would have happened differently. However, for reasons only known to them, the Heatsend royal family prioritized the dual gate dungeon over Wyatt. If Field Marshal Heatsend was part of Wyatt's security detail, the central government and Morningstar University might have given up on their collaboration. The Heatsend royal family's reason was simple. Though the VR universe and soul energy digestion effect cards of Wyatt were gaining traction, it was only a matter of time before the central government confiscated or banned them altogether. Even if they somehow stopped the central government from doing so, these items belonged to Wyatt, and he did not like to share. However, if they secured the dual gate dungeon, the money they would make through the trades and the taxes from those trades would be a sure thing, and they would not have to share. So they basically prioritized a conventional means of making money over something that was not theirs to begin with. Do you know where in the countless worlds a card king could question a card demigod like this? Being put on the stand by Luna, Henrix was growing tired of explaining himself to her. Well, isn't that the charm of the freedom fighters? Each one of us is equal. I am wrong. Were those words that you said when recruiting me just a false sales pitch to recruit me and nothing more? Luna pointed out that she was just making the best use of the privileges of being a freedom fighter. Yep, but aren't you taking your freedom to the extreme? Your freedom doesn't give you the right to infringe on my freedom or my authority as your leader. Do you understand what I am saying? I did what I felt was right according to the dynamic situation during the mission, so stop wasting your time by investigating me and go set up the silver milk powder production line. Aren't you way behind the schedule? Henrix, as the leader of the freedom fighters, knew how to handle a smart mouth like Luna. Otherwise, this whole secret revolutionary force would not have been possible. Luna quietly glared at Henrix, reeking her brain to vent her agitated emotions. Shutting Luna up, Henrix turned to Baylor and asked, "How far have you come in establishing a safe, working, and fast supply and distribution network?" "It is a total bloodbath," Baylor answered without thinking, as most of his thoughts were occupied with the safety of Wyatt. However, he knew that Wyatt was in safe hands for now, so he should not neglect his duties. Hence he went on to explain. "Our people are still having a hard time trusting each other after Matron awakened her sleeper spies in our forces to kill their families and core members. From what I see, they are more afraid of them or their loved one being a spy of Matron than facing a spy of Matron. That incident has really messed up the morale of our people. Meanwhile, the members of the Paw clan are very aggressive and ambitious, so much so that they do not appear to fear pain or death. They do not seem to have any sense of guilt or compassion, as if they are soulless. Our guys are being massacred out there. If you ask me, we should temporarily withdraw our forces, give up on the central region's market, and focus on markets in other regions until we figure out a solution to counter Matron's origin card." Finding a way to counter Matron's origin card, that's easier said than done. Luna suddenly spoke up. "What do you mean?" Baylor asked Luna. Both he and Henrix respected her input in most decisions. After all, she was the chief of the Freedom Fighter R&D department. However, once she gained their attention, Luna did not speak about what they listened to her for, but things bothering her. "I see none of the top brass is here to check on Wyatt since they are all sure he is not going to make it." Listening to Luna, Henrix frowned, understanding what she was implying. Previously, everyone showed a lot of interest in Wyatt and his wealth, but now that they know Wyatt was on his deathbed in a coma while incubating a plague egg, they suddenly lost all of their interest in him. That was natural. After all, others did not have a personal interest in Wyatt like Luna and Baylor did, but Henrix did not understand why Luna would bring this up now. Seeing the question mark on both Henrix and Baylor's faces, Luna went on to explain. "Seeing how none of them are interested in Wyatt, I want Wyatt as a part of my R&D department." Having said that, Luna stared at Baylor and asked, "You have a problem with that?" "I will allow it." As much as Baylor would like to take Wyatt under his wing, his public relations department was not peaceful. Just last night, they had a bloody battle with the Paw clan over the rights of a small boutique store. Such a thing was common for the public relations department. So, Baylor felt it was not a good fit for Aline's son. Considering Wyatt's knack for innovation, he felt that the R&D department's desk job was a good fit for Wyatt. Listening to Ballier, a bright smile formed on Luna's face, but it soon vanished. Feeling a presence approach, it was the demigod in charge of Freedom Fighters' finances. As he neared the trio, he said, "It appears I chose the right time to give an expense report. Otherwise, the finance department would have lost Dalton Wyatt to the R&D department. Old man, Wyatt is mine. If dare to covet and believe it or not, I will use the very numbers you love to strangle you in your dreams." Luna blatantly threatened the demigod in charge of finance, telling him to back off as Wyatt was hers and hers alone. The demigod in charge of finance went silent upon hearing Luna's threat. Not that he took offense from her threat, but he was genuinely worried for his life. Despite being a mere card king, Luna remained the baitest and untamed BTCH in the whole Freedom Fighters. She was nothing like the good girl that she introduced herself to Wyatt in Sky Blossom City. She was the polar opposite of it. She was still an introvert virgin researcher, but with psycho and sociopath prefixes to it. She hoped to lose one of those titles now that Wyatt had joined Freedom Fighters. Her subordinates and colleagues were genuinely scared of her and worried for themselves around her. If Lorenzo knew of this side of Luna, he would wonder if he ever knew his granddaughter, whom he was very proud of. After all, out of all his children and grandchildren, only Luna achieved high achievements in the field of research and array mastery like him. Henrix, she is doing it again, tell her to stop. The demigod in charge of finance complained to Henrix. To which Henrix sternly said, Luna, can you not go around threatening your colleagues? It was not a threat, I telling him his future, Luna uttered, but feeling Henrix's stern glare, she apologized to the demigod in charge of finance. I am sorry. I am just overcompensating for 7 decades of suppressed individuality and ideology. She referred to her old life as a perfect granddaughter. Now this was some rich people's excuse. Baylor was lost in thoughts looking at Luna's face, as whenever she spoke of Wyatt her face had an uncanny resemblance to Sansa's face. He has been noticing this for quite some time now, and he did not know if he should feel sorry for Wyatt or happy for him. If not for his heart having only Aline in it, his married life with Sansa could have been one of the best experiences of his life. Despite all her quirks, Sansa was the best wife a man could ask for. It was an undeniable truth. Expense report could have waited till our daily meeting. However, since you are here searching for me, I guess it couldn't wait. So why don't you stop making small talk and tell me what is the matter? Henrix reminded the demigod in charge of finance to do what he was here for instead of wasting time arguing over which department Wyatt would join. Wyatt wasn't even a part of the Freedom Fighters, even if he was. It was up to him to join whichever department he wanted. Yes, about the expense report. After treating Baylor's injured subordinates, as of now we have officially utilized all of our funds. Even the ones that we reclaimed and gathered from the other departments have been exhausted, the demigod in charge of finance announced, shocking Henrix, Baylor, and Luna. But during the last meeting, did you not say we still had a month or 2 before we exhausted our funds? Baylor asked the demigod in charge of finance immediately, because no money meant no more necessary medical treatment for his injured subordinates. I did, but you proved me wrong. When calculating the data, I did not expect your war with Matron to go so one-sided. Not only did you lose many subordinates to Paw Clan, but those who are alive all had major internal injuries or lost a limb or 2. It would still be manageable if it was just a few dozen of them, but we are talking about a whole unit here. What the FCK are you guys from public relations even doing? Did guys forget how to fight? What happened? Did you guys forget how to fight? The demigod in charge of the finances in the Freedom Fighters would not have dared to be so rude towards Luna, a card king, but he did not think twice before taunting demigod Baylor. This was not the case until the top brass of the Freedom Fighters learned that Matron was Baylor's wife. All the reputation Baylor had built among the Freedom Fighters fell in one night. It was already a miracle that they did not suspect Baylor of colluding with Matron. Have all of the injured been treated? Demigod Baylor chose to ignore the demigod in charge of the finances and instead asked if all of his injured subordinates had received the appropriate medical care. Apologize. Before the demigod in charge of the finances could even answer Baylor, Henrix calmly said to the demigod in charge of the finances, though Baylor was tolerating, as his mentor Henrix wasn't, causing Luna to look at the demigod in charge of the finances in interest, wondering if he would apologize to Baylor. Seeing the demigod in charge of the finances hesitate to apologize, Henrix did not repeat himself, but he did explain himself. Those card apprentices whom you just ridiculed were injured in the process of fighting for the very cause that brought us together. I don't care about the disagreement between you guys. Hash it out. I will not tolerate disrespect toward the cause our hundreds of thousands of freedom fighter brothers and sisters have sacrificed themselves for. I apologize. That was insensitive of me. The demigod in charge of the finances apologized while Henrix stared at his disciple as if asking, how long are you going to let everyone walk over you out of guilt? You did nothing wrong. Ignorance is as bad as the crime itself, Baylor's eyes conveyed this to his mentor. With this, it became clear to Henrix that as long as Baylor wasn't willing to forgive himself, there was no helping him. Soon dark lines formed on his forehead as he heard Luna mutter, "Coward," in response to the apology issued by the demigod in charge of the finances. Henrix needed to do something about this rich, spoiled girl. She was causing disarray among the top brass left and right. Usually, she would be busy with her research, so he did not bother with her. But now that they had withdrawn all the funds from her department, she had more time on her hands, which was proving challenging for the bond between the freedom fighters. The demigod in charge of the finances, was enraged being called a coward, but before he could give a proper rebuttal to Luna, Henrix yelled, "Enough!" The demigod in charge of the finances once again swallowed his words despite noticing the obvious sneer on Luna's face. After the moment of rage passed, he understood he could not afford to piss off either Luna or Henrix. He, a demigod, did not find it shameful to be afraid of a card king. It showed that the amount of grip that Luna had over the leadership and subordinates of the freedom fighters was just insane. Did everyone receive the necessary medical care? Henrix asked, ignoring the small exchange between Luna and the demigod in charge of the finances. Was he enabling her by giving her a pass on such behavior toward her colleagues? It was hard to tell. No, there are a few dozen more injured card apprentices that need medical care. Understanding that we were about to run out of medicinal supply, some freedom fighters refused medical care so that there were enough medicine ingredients for those with severe injuries. Though our medics were understanding enough to respect their sacrifice and only treat those with severe injuries, first we ran out of medicinal ingredient cards before all those with severe injuries could be treated. It took a lot out of the demigod in charge of finance to keep his face straight as he spoke these words. Today, he got to compare what was considered a severe injury, loss of a limb, or punctured organs. The answer was not simple when you were standing in front of a ward full of people with missing limbs refusing to undergo treatment, such that the medics could focus on those with internal injuries. Take them all to Madame Joy. Tell her to add all the expenses to my tab, Henrix ordered immediately. Desperate times called for desperate measures. High-ranking medical card apprentices were very rare, so much so that Freedom Fighter did not have a single one of them. As a result, the seat for chief of the medical department was still empty. In desperation, Henrix even asked Plague Dr. Joy to fill in the post, but she decisively refused the offer, knowing that with her abilities and cards after becoming the chief of the medical department, she would become a free medical care plan for the whole Freedom Fighters. She cared for the cause of the Freedom Fighters so much that she left her high status in the card world and joined them, but not enough to turn herself into a battery for the whole damn Freedom Fighters. Therefore, she maintained as much distance from the medical department as possible. No, Luna yelled in protest even before the demigod in charge of finance could agree with Henrix. Madame Joy was treating Wyatt. She did not want her to split her attention with other patients and delay Wyatt's treatment. When Henrix glared at her, Luna dragged Baylor for support. Baylor, you understand why I am saying this, right? Baylor could not speak a word. Right now he was basically being asked to choose between Wyatt and his subordinates who selflessly and heroically fought at his command. All the eyes were on Baylor to see if he agreed with Luna, but he stood there frozen without any reaction. His love for Aline was such that he was struggling to make the obvious choice. Henrix shook his head, saying, "Did you not hear what I just said? Make the necessary preparations." Luna was not willing to let Henrix make a decision that could potentially hinder Wyatt's recovery. However, before she could argue, Henrix warned, "Don't test me, Lorne. If you continue to question my every order for the boy, I will throw Wyatt into the empty space where his plague-infested body belongs." "You wouldn't dare." Luna stared at Henrix, but seeing the fierce look in his eyes, she did not dare to provoke him. Baylor also glanced at his mentor, but ultimately chose to stay silent, knowing that with Madame Joy's abilities, it would not be hard for her to attend to multiple patients at a time. "Done," the demigod in charge of the finance said after ordering the medical department to move the patients to the poison and plague department after having informed Joy of the new development through his grimoire. He would have gone in person to convey their leader's intention to Joy, but there was still one thing he had left to achieve here, and that was to recruit Wyatt in the finance department. "This cannot happen again. We have to do something about Matron's ability," Henrix said, comprehending the dread of Matron's ability. He then glanced at Luna and said, "Lorne, You seem to have something to say about countering Matron's ability. My grandpa and I, along with other researchers of the Southern royal family, have burned midnight oil trying to figure this out, only to conclude that without her origin card info, we are basically shooting blind. Still, we thought of various ways to counter her memory ability based on the information we had about her origin card, but all of them faced one problem. We could not figure out a way to read the memories of everyone to find the discrepancies in them without alerting Matron about our actions, because she could remotely alter the memories, allowing her to hide all traces of her addition to the memories of her spies. However, since freedom fighters are in another world, we have an advantage that the Southern royal family did not have. To understand if we can make use of this advantage, I need to know the location of all the sleeper spies in our force that Matron activated on the day of the incident. If all the sleeper spies that were activated by Matron were only present in the card world and not in Yellow Plains, then it means Matron's ability doesn't extend to this world, which allows us to go through the memories of the freedom fighters without worrying about alerting the Matron, Luna explained. When Clown Mask revealed her future vision to the Southern royal family, that they would lose the Southern region to Matron, the Southern royal family spared no effort to figure out a way to counter Matron's ability based on the information given by Clown Mask, which was now coming in handy for the freedom fighters. I already thought of that. Unfortunately, her ability doesn't seem to be limited by the borders of realms, Baylor replied to Luna's speculation. He believed Sansa to be his mistake, so only he knew the sleepless nights he had put into thinking of ways to counter Matron and Evangeline. Luna was not surprised knowing that Matron's ability was spanning past the borders of realms, as she believed this was to be expected of someone who overthrew two royal families and managed to become the ruler of both the northern and southern regions. But I did notice something odd. Of all our bases in Yellow Plains, one remained untouched by her attack. This base had its reverse dungeon connecting it to the card world closed, Baylor informed. So, you mean to say the only reason Matron's ability is able to extend its influence into this world is because of the reverse dungeon connecting this world to the card world? Luna said as she found a way to limit the extent of Matron's ability. We need to close all the reverse dungeons the freedom fighters are using to travel between the Yellow Plains and card world. No. As long as we are far enough from the reverse dungeons connecting the worlds, her ability will not be able to influence her victims from across the worlds. Henrix had created multiple reverse dungeons so that the freedom fighters could covertly travel to card world and return. Each base of the freedom fighters in Yellow Plains had at least one reverse dungeon, keeping them connected to the card world. It can be seen that the base with the reverse dungeon closed was not reachable by Matron's ability despite other reverse dungeons being open, showing that Matron's ability influence in this world was limited. It grew weaker further from the reverse dungeon. This was why Luna claimed that they did not need to close the reverse dungeons. As long as they were far from it, that should do the trick. What kind of memory search are you talking about here? If it is a deep memory search, then many will be reluctant to cooperate with our plans. Henrix pointed out that not many would be willing to have their memories viewed by strangers, even if it was by their trusted immediate superiors. Don't worry. Memories are like a continuous string. If Matron has done addition to them, it will immediately be visible from the surface, so we do not need to dive deep into their memories. Just the surface will do. However, we have to dive deeper into the memories of those that show signs of an anomaly to confirm its source is Matron or some kind of trauma. Luna explained that freedom fighters did not have to worry about their memories being shared, as all she needed to do was see the memories of the target as a whole to spot any form of anomaly that would normally not present in one's memories. Only then she would go deeper into them to confirm whether the cause of the anomaly was Matron or a trauma. Good. Then I will gather all the members of the freedom fighters under the guise of celebration for capturing Wyatt. You guys prepare the necessary arrangements. Henrix, we do not have the funds to do so. Baylor, did you manage to sell the raw silver milk? Henrix asked, as they had planned to sell raw silver milk to keep their organization running until they were able to set up the silver milk production line. No. Baylor shook his head sideways to everyone's disappointment. What do you mean no? So many hidden sects and clans have shown interest in buying large quantities of silver milk for a high price. The demigod in charge of finance inquired Baylor. The belief that the sales of raw silver milk would soon rejuvenate their dry funds was what kept him calm in this situation. It was all a ruse to pinpoint the location of our reverse dungeons. Our spies picked on it quick, so we were able to avoid a huge crisis. Baylor responded, and then continued to say, "The Silver Beach dungeon has put a huge target on our back. It has turned our allies into our enemies. This is one of the reasons why there were so many casualties last night. Previously, no one cared about our group, but now everyone. Even the small adventure guilds are trying to track down our reverse dungeons. If my estimate is correct, then a third of our reverse dungeons have already been compromised. The thing keeping the world leaders from barging in is Henrik's barrier that only allows the members of the Freedom Fighters to enter the reverse dungeon, and the fact that the compromised reverse dungeons were all of A rank or below. So anybody higher than Card Lord rank cannot enter these reverse dungeons, even if they can break through Henrik's barrier, unless they do not value their life. I have already reported this to the Dungeon Patrol Department. She should find you to discuss it once she finishes her investigation into it, and has a picture of how bad our situation actually is." Everyone's face turned ashen listening to Baylor's words. They knew things would be harder now compared to before, but they did not think that it would hit the fan so fast. One had to understand adventure guilds are at the bottom of the barrel, yet they dared to target the members of their organization. Either the Freedom Fighters appeared as an easy target to them, or the appeal of the silver milk powder to the general public was far greater than they thought. Regular intake of silver milk powder from a young age guarantees a mortal to achieve 10% active control of their soul before they are 13 to 15 years of age. Even nobles and royals could not guarantee this with their powerful bloodlines. Being able to contract a bronze grimoire at the age of 13 basically signified the birth of a prodigy, and now with a sufficient supply of silver milk powder anybody could be a prodigy. When it comes to the middle-class and low-class card apprentices and mortals, they were willing to take on any kind of hardship as long as it meant giving their progeny the opportunity that they did not have. As such, how could they not covet silver milk powder? The high-class card apprentices were well aware of this, as they had been using it to control the middle and lower-class people and pitting them against each other to continue and maintain the class system. But now they were using this sentiment to target freedom fighters. Yes, they were using the very people who once helped freedom fighters and believed to be their allies to bring them down. Regardless of what the freedom fighters stood for and how big and scary they were, everyone felt that they deserved a piece of the silver milk powder that they had illegally monopolized. While the leaders of the freedom fighters were thinking that the silver milk powder would help them gain the power necessary to achieve their cause, they forgot the appeal of the silver milk powder. Because of it, they no longer had allies in the card world. The main reason the world leaders could rally the masses against freedom fighters was because of Anna's mother's strategy of making the people fully aware of silver milk powder and its capabilities in the state media, while denying its existence by claiming that it was a huge sham run by the silver milk fraudster. The Southern Princess's strategy worked so well that overnight everyone who dreamed of becoming a card apprentice began to fantasize about the existence of such a powder. Then imagine their surprise when the leaders they put their faith in suddenly began to claim that silver milk powder was not fake, but real. The news of freedom fighters stealing the only source of silver milk and monopolizing the silver milk powder was enough to change the opinion of people about freedom fighters from a band of Robin Hoods to a band of thieves and bandits. This is not good. People are in real danger. Recall everyone and enforce a total lockdown. Ask the patrol department to double the members guarding the reverse dungeons, and also make a list of compromised dungeons and share it with our members, so that they can avoid those dungeons and use the other nearby reverse dungeons to report at their respective yellow plane base. Henrix decided to recall all the members immediately because he felt it would be too late to do so once the Dungeon Patrol Department had conducted an investigation into it. Apart from finding the compromised reverse dungeon and aiding in total recall of members, everything else came secondary. This time, however, Henrik's decision to recall all the members of the freedom fighters was not for the sake of catching the spies of Matron, but for the protection of his members, because he knew if they continued to stay in the card world once their cover was blown, their lives would no longer be safe. He was so focused on monetizing the silver milk powder and upgrading the freedom fighters that he failed to see how it had turned himself and the freedom fighters into the enemy of the world. Even the Southern royal family did not dare to be so blatant about monopolizing the silver milk powder, let alone the freedom fighters. Now it looked as if silver milk powder would not be the steps to their success, but the gate to their end. Henrix, the demigod in charge of the finance, was going to remind Henrix that they cannot afford a lockdown, but Henrix completed his sentence for him. We cannot afford a lockdown. I know. Leave it to me. I will figure something out. Or we can always make use of you-know-who. Don't look at me like that. This is part of my job. Besides, isn't he going to die soon? Then won't that all money go to waste? It would be better if we put that money to use. The demigod in charge of finances reminded the crowd that they could use Wyatt, especially his VR universe. Before he could finish his sentence, Luna and Baylor glared at him, but he ignored them and chose to finish his sentence anyway. He is not going to die soon, but you are. Luna pounced on the demigod in charge of the finances without any warning. Fortunately, Henrix was quick to react and held her down. Otherwise, it was unclear what might have happened. As it appeared, the demigod in charge of finance was prepared to take her on with all his might. Feeling the gaze of Baylor and Henrix, the demigod in charge of the finances defended his action of using all his might against a card king, saying, "What? Regardless of her family name, unparalleled bloodline runs through her veins. Even though it is not pure, you guys don't have the slightest idea how scary she is." Let go. Luna shook Henrix's grasp on her shoulder with a strong shrug and a jolt, surprising Henrix, prompting him to recall what her bloodline was again. Luna then stared at the demigod in charge of finance and said, "I don't need to step in for him. He will handle you once he wakes up." If Luna had said this before, the demigod in charge of finance would have laughed his ass off, but today it was a different story. They all knew that they could not underestimate Wyatt just because he was a card master. However, he still continued to spearhead his agenda. "Henrix, I know with your ability you can make arrangements for temporary funds, but currently you have more important things to do than gather funds. It would be wiser if we temporarily borrow money from Wyatt." "Borrow? Is that what they call stealing in your hometown?" Luna said, knowing what the demigod in charge of finance was proposing, and that by no means it was just as simple as borrowing. Then she continued to add, "Will you just be satisfied with borrowing his money, or also plan to borrow his VR universe too? You know, Luna, for someone who betrayed her family, you are suddenly acting high and mighty." The demigod in charge of the finances suddenly blurted. With his words, the atmosphere in the hall turned heavy. He felt ashamed of having said such words, as Luna had betrayed her family for their cause. But he did not apologize to her, and instead, with a hideous expression, he said, "Fine, since you insist, I will speak clearly. Let us hack into Wyatt's grimoire while we still can and take control of the VR universe and his other wealth. I heard he has made quite a fortune selling millions of VR slime cards to families across the 5 regions. This will not only solve our issue with the temporary funds, but also create a constant and stable source of huge funds for our cause. That is until the central government declares VR universe illegal." Keeping their feeling for Wyatt aside, both Luna and Baylor felt that though it was wrong, what the demigod in charge of finance was saying was a necessary evil. If it was not Wyatt, but someone else in his place, then they would not even be having this discussion. "You are right. I cannot waste time on gathering little funds to sustain ourselves when I know there are wolves out there eyeing our herd. Luna and Baylor, I did not plan to do things this way. I wanted to help Wyatt understand our cause and gain his sponsorship, but he is in no condition to do so. For now, my hands are forced. I hope you two will understand and cooperate," Henrix said, asking Luna and Baylor to get on board with what the demigod in charge of finances had proposed. For organizations like freedom fighters to thrive under the monitoring of the central government, they need to have strong hacking capabilities such that they can modify their grimoires to avoid the monitoring of the central government and create secure channels for their organization to communicate with each other. Seeing how so far the freedom fighters have not been caught and disbanded by the central government, it can be seen that their hacking capabilities were not to be underestimated. This meant they would not have a hard time breaking into the grimoire of a card master and making use of their limited access to achieve their agenda. Listening to Henrix's words, both Baylor and Luna were quiet. It was unclear what was going on in their head, but soon Baylor spoke, saying, "I'm afraid I cannot allow you to do that." Hearing Baylor, Luna, who was hesitating, suddenly felt ashamed and sided with him. She informed, "Right? You guys have to wait for Wyatt to gain consciousness and get his sponsorship. I am telling you this for our own good because Wyatt is spiteful, and if he learns that we tried to steal from him, then we can forget ever getting him to join our cause. Isn't that more the reason we need to proceed and take control of the VR universe while we can? Or did you forget that we already stole the only source of sliver milk from him? If what you said about Wyatt's nature is true, then we can all assume that he would never join and help our cause. The demigod in charge of the finance suddenly spoke, using Luna's words against her. Look, you two. The enemy is already at the doorsteps. We do not have time for civil strife within the organization. It would be for the best if you guys get on board because, regardless of your personal feelings, the lives of thousands of our brothers and sisters are on the balance. If we delay and they die, then their blood will be on your hands. So I advise you to keep your personal feelings aside and act like the leaders that you are. Henrix warned Baylor and Luna from letting their personal feelings for Wyatt risk the lives of 1,000 members of the Freedom Fighters. Seeing Luna and Baylor had finally gone silent, the demigod in charge of finance asked Henrix for his permission to proceed with hacking into Wyatt's grimoire to take control of VR Universe. After killing Belphegor's World Hog incarnation, which was already drawing its last few breaths, Wyatt saw he had two options in front of him. One was to tag up with Colleen to try and capture Henrix, or continue to use the sympathy of Henrix and Joy to achieve the impossible, them leading him to their main base in another realm. Even if Wyatt thought that Colleen and he could capture Henrix, Wyatt would go with the latter option as he knew a veteran like Henrix would rather silently suffer torture for eternity than give his torturers what they wanted. Besides, Wyatt knew that even together Colleen and he could never capture Henrix as his origin card was overpowered when it came to escaping. To be honest, ever since Wyatt knew that Henrix would try to capture him today, he had long decided to let Henrix capture him. Because he knew that after capturing him, Henrix would take him to the main base of the Freedom Fighter in the other world. Making use of this, Wyatt would gain the coordinates of the world where Freedom Fighters were hiding. Having already planned this, Wyatt had made the necessary preparations. However, there was a slight deviation from this plan because of Belphegor's involvement. Though worried, Wyatt was confident he could control the situation to get the result he wanted. With that, Wyatt decided to put an end to the Battle of Southern Capital by lifting his 12 Blood Curse incarnation form. As a result, Wyatt's soul energy signature suddenly reverted to that of its original level before it had gained the boost of the Blood Curse incarnation from the soul energy signature of a card master. While lifting the 12 Blood Curse incarnation body, Wyatt also simultaneously separated the SSS rank blood curses that possessed his mutated soul, causing him to feel a soul-tearing pain. This pain was 1,000 times worse than the time William Bright tore his soul back in his warehouse in Sky Blossom City. In response to the pain, Hive AI quickly reacted and began to manage the pain for Wyatt. Soon Wyatt began to cough up blood and feel his physical body lose vitality at an incredible pace. Had he not intervened in time, overcoming the soul-tearing pain he felt, his physical body would have collapsed on itself. But by the time he had acted, his physical body was severely damaged to the point that his bones could be seen through his skin. The adverse reaction of Wyatt's physical body was the result of the damage sustained by his mutated soul. Turns out that by housing the SSS rank curses for even a fraction of a millisecond in his mutated soul in the absence of the enhancement from the 12 Blood Curse incarnation form, Wyatt's Card Master Realm mutated soul had stretched to the point where numerous small tears had formed in it. These tears had not appeared when Wyatt was in 12 Blood Curse incarnation form, but when he deactivated it. Had he separated the curses from his mutated soul before lifting his 12 Blood Curse incarnation form, instead of simultaneously lifting them, this could have been avoided, as the 12 Blood Curse incarnation form would have protected his soul from wear and tear. However, when Wyatt simultaneously lifted the 12 Blood Curse incarnation form and the SSS rank curses possessed his consciousnesses, the extra fraction of a millisecond required for the curses to separate from the consciousnesses of Wyatt's mutated soul left multiple tears in them. Wyatt could not imagine what would have transpired if the curses had taken longer to separate from his mutated soul. With this incident, Wyatt curved into his soul that the next time he uses the 12 Blood Curse incarnation form, he should separate the SSS rank curses possessing his soul first under the protection of the curse incarnation form before deactivating it. just like when one has to take precautionary measures when starting a fire and when extinguishing a fire. Otherwise, they risk burning themselves. In the end, this worked in Wyatt's favor because with this he no longer had to pretend that he could no longer fight, as he was seriously injured from fighting against the devil using borrowed power. To garner enough sympathy from both Colleen and Henrix such that they forego the notion of fighting. Tears in his soul were not new to Wyatt. That was how he was able to create his mutated soul and come up with a whole new power system based on soul mutation. However, the pain that came with was unbearable. Even with the help of Hive AI managing the pain, Wyatt still could not stand the pain. But he did not complain, as his circumstances did not allow it, and not to mention, had he been cautious enough to separate curses from his mutated soul before he lifted the curse incarnation form, then this could have been avoided. Fortunately for him, the curse separated from his soul fast enough that he could still manage the aftermath they left in their wake, and thanks to the pain of his mutated soul tearing, he could gain the sympathy of Henrix and Joy without any suspicion. This was important because he needed them to take him to their base realm, where they had hidden the D-rank Silver Beach Gate dungeon that they stole from him. Since Wyatt has never been to their main base, he solely relied on gaining their trust and sympathy such that they let their guard down and foolishly lead him to their main base in another world. As for the tears on his soul, he could heal them just like how he healed the cut in his soul that Corey's grandpa had made, using his mutated soul power system. Soul repair was not that urgent, as aside from the pain, the only other consequence of having a damaged soul was that until he heals his soul, he cannot increase his active soul control percentage. Besides, now was not the time for him to worry about healing his soul, as Wyatt was more focused on achieving his agenda to garner the sympathy of Henrix and Joy. Because if Henrix has even a hint of suspicion about him, then instead of him conning Henrix into having him lead him to Freedom Fighter's main base in Otherworld, he would become the prisoner of Henrix. This was also the reason why made sure to display that he had completely sealed the plague egg in his body and had it under control for now. Because nobody would be stupid enough to take an unstable container of plague to their home. Especially not Henrix. Regardless of what he stood to gain, Henrix would never do anything to risk his people. Therefore, if he had even the slightest of misgivings about Wyatt, then he might just dump him in some other world that could not sustain life. By now it was clear that, by deactivating his 12 blood curse incarnation body, Wyatt had given up all his control over the situation and left everything up to Colleen and Henrix's discretion. Yes, Wyatt could always move soul to one of his remote pseudo-calamity soul gems and escape anytime he wishes, but that applied if he was in this world. He would not be able to do that if Henrix were to use his origin card to take him to another world. So, in a way, in order for Henrix to lead him to the main base of Freedom Fighters in another world, Wyatt had given up control of his life and death. He sought to completely rely on gaining the trust and sympathy such that he could ensure that Henrix would lead him to the Freedom Fighters base and not some godforsaken world. Wyatt had made sure of this by pretending to sacrifice himself for the world. To gain the trust and sympathy of Henrix, a soldier and the leader of a revolutionary force like the Freedom Fighters, there could not be a more fitting and surefire way. Foregoing the control of his life to almost losing his life for the world, all of this was far from enough to gain the complete trust of all the demigods present and avoid any form of suspicion. Just pretending that he was severely hurt by sacrificing his life to protect the world would have worked had his target been card emperors or semi-demigods, but for demigods it would not be enough because of their divine perception. Demigods' divine perception was real trouble. It allowed them to perceive the thoughts of a lower being, especially when the intent of their thoughts concerned them. This would have been a godlike ability if only they could read what the lower being was thinking, but still being able to tell that they were thinking of them was also good. Some keen perspective demigods could even tell good intentions apart from bad ones. So, in order to successfully gain the complete trust and sympathy of the demigods, Wyatt would not only have to deceive their eyes, but also their divine perception, which was easier said than done. The easiest way for a card apprentice to deceive the divine perception of the demigods would be to make their original thoughts with fake thoughts. Wyatt had used this method the first time he met Colleen and other demigods at St. Raymond's Cemetery in Sky Blossom City. However, the circumstances back then and now were different. Back then, Wyatt was not pretending to be unconscious after being severely injured. So Wyatt could not just mask his thoughts by creating a second line of thoughts riddled with the intent to do obscene stuff to Colleen, as in an unconscious state one would have no thoughts, unless they were dreaming or having nightmares. Since Wyatt had pretended to pass out from the pain, which was the result of backlash of the power he borrowed to face the devil leaving his body, he could continue to project the pain he felt from the tears in his soul to cover the fact that he was not unconscious, instead monitoring his surroundings through Hive AI. Since Hive AI was not a living being, the demigods couldn't possibly feel its intent, so Wyatt was using it to collect and interpret the data from his ears, nose, and skin collected from his surroundings. Meanwhile, the 11 of Wyatt's mutated soul consciousnesses were projecting 11 different layers of thoughts with pure pain as their intent, with the thoughts of the original consciousness at the bottom of the 12 layers of thoughts, successfully masking the fact that the original consciousness was monitoring their actions through Hive AI. This way all Colleen, Henrix, and Joy could perceive through their divine perception was the pain and suffering of Wyatt, 11 times the pain he was feeling from the tears in his soul. If they wanted to perceive this original thought, then their divine perception had to be strong enough to bypass the 11 layers of thoughts. The intent of pain Wyatt's 11 layers of thoughts were projecting was so intense that the demigods felt his pain, not just since he was in pain. They say the power of thoughts was infectious and could achieve the impossible, so imagine what the power of 11 overlapping thoughts could achieve and how contagious they were. 11 layers of pain-filled thoughts combined with his selfless act of sacrificing himself to save the world and its people was enough for Wyatt to gain the full trust and faith of Henrix, Colleen, Joy, or anyone else in this world. Wyatt processed all these thoughts and acted on them in a mere second as Colleen came forward to carry Wyatt in her embrace, watching his body be drained of vitality and leave a skinny shell of a body that began to free fall as he lost consciousness. His prior preparation did help. While pretending to be in a vegetative state, Wyatt began to watch the situation unfold through Hive AI, while his other consciousness projected the sharp intent of soul-tearing pain. Considering that he had incubated the plague in his body, Wyatt believed Colleen would hand over his body to Henrix in order to rid the world of the world-ending plague before it hatched. That was the logical choice. Though the plague was sealed, one could not risk the presence of such a sinister existence in their world, as it could bring the end to everything they held dear and knew. But to his surprise, Colleen did not hand him over to Henrix, rather planned to take him back to the royal palace grounds. Wyatt had no idea why Colleen would do this. Was it because of guilt? Or her greed for his VR universe? Either way, by not handing him over to Henrix, she was basically putting a stop to his plans to gain the coordinates of the world in which freedom fighters were hiding in. Wyatt's surprise further intensified was he saw that Henrix did not even bother to stop Colleen and ask her to hand my plague-riddled body over to him to properly dispose of it. Thankfully, Plague Dr. Joy did. But Colleen continued to be stubborn and did not heed Joy's words of reason, forcing Henrix to come forward and try and talk reason with Colleen. However, they both failed to persuade Colleen to change her mind. Meanwhile, the demigods who had recovered, seeing that the devil had died, began to pour out of the royal palace ground and surround them, scaring Wyatt that his efforts to con Henrix were going to amount to nothing. So in a moment of fear that Colleen's stubbornness would ruin his plans, Wyatt had Hive AI use the Southern royal family's secured channel to send the following short text. Colleen, send me with Henrix. Trust me, I always keep my promise. Kid, I knew you were using your pain to mask your true intent. Don't worry, I am just helping you sell it. Colleen replied immediately. The reason she was able to tell that Wyatt was using pain to mask his true thoughts was because Anna had explained to her why Wyatt was brazenly thinking of doing obscene things to his wife's grandma, with his wife right next to him. Apparently, in a family full of demigods, Anna had to practice something of a similar nature constantly to protect the privacy of her thoughts. The fact that Colleen never thought of this with a demigod husband, children, and subordinates showed that she was never worried about revealing her true thoughts to people close to her. With her simple, single-minded, and straightforward personality, it was understandable that she never felt the need to do so. Besides, no demigod in the southern region would dare to perceive the thoughts of the soldier queen. Since Colleen could figure out what Wyatt was up to, it would not be long before Henrix and Joy suspect this. Therefore, she had distracted their thoughts by shifting all their attention from Wyatt to her. Understanding that everyone loved a good bargain, Colleen figured Henrix would be less on guard against Wyatt if he were to snatch Wyatt from her hands instead of her just passing Wyatt to him. Hence, she acted the part while genuinely doing her best to keep Henrix from snatching Wyatt from her, only to come to a realization that she was still far from possessing the strength to contend with the world's top demigods. Entrusting one's life to others was a concept Wyatt was very familiar and unfamiliar with at the same time. Whenever he found himself in such a situation, he could not sleep as he had to be in control of his life. These sleepless nights contributed to his exponential growth as he once again took the reins of his life back into his hands. So Wyatt had never truly ever entrusted anyone with his life, until today, where only by entrusting his life to Henrix could he achieve what he set out to do. Wyatt has done a lot of preparations and calculations of this very instance, but nobody knew better than him that all of his calculations were unless in front of Henrix's heart. As nothing was as fickle as the human heart, it was riddled with variables of the highest orders out there. For example, love. Wyatt would like to think that his calculations based on Henrix's nature, behavior, and moral code could predict his reaction to a set action, so this time he would not trust his life to Henrix, but to the probability of Henrix reacting according to his calculation, which was very high. How is it any different from trusting one's life to another, believing the good in them, hoping that they will do the right thing, and doing what's best for you? Regardless of what Wyatt said to assure himself that everything was still within his calculation, the truth was as simple as that. The instant Henrix and Joy snatched Wyatt's body from Colleen's clone and Henrix used his origin card to teleport them, Wyatt was no longer in control of his life. His calculations told him that Henrix would take him to the base of freedom fighters in another world, but there was no guarantee of that was there. After all, Wyatt was a walking plague balloon. Nobody knew when he would pop and unleash the horrible death on the world he was in. However, as soon as the scenery surrounding him changed, in Joy's embrace, from the sky of Southern Capital to a simple but elegant hall, Wyatt knew his calculations were correct, or to be more accurate, his bet won. Though his calculations told that the probability of Henrix taking him to the freedom fighters' base in another world was high, the probability of him ditching plague carrier Wyatt in a lifeless world was also high. So in the end, Wyatt's action of trusting his life to Henrix was nothing but a gamble with his life at risk. Seeing the familiar faces of Baylor and Luna once again, Wyatt confirmed that Henrix had not teleported him to any base of the freedom fighters, but the main base of the freedom fighters. Considering that Luna was in this base of the freedom fighters could mean that the D-rank gate dungeon Silver Beach was also in the vicinity of this base. Wyatt was ecstatic seeing that his gamble not only panned out, but hit the jackpot. After Wyatt gained the coordinates of the other world's freedom fighters were using as their hideout, he had little idea as to what to do next. Considering that he could not guarantee that his plan could make it this far, he had not really given serious thought to what he should do once he got the coordinates of the other world. After a moment of thought, Wyatt decided to continue with his act until he healed his soul, while Joy healed his physical body. After all, he was in the heart of the enemy territory, and it wouldn't be wise for him to plan anything without being at his absolute peak condition. Being at his peak allowed him to have a lot more options in his hands when the opportunity presented itself to him. So with that thought, Wyatt decided to prioritize healing his soul for now, and continued with his act, as Joy carried his skinny and feeble body to get it the proper medical care it needed. However, to Wyatt's surprise, the place where Joy brought him was no medic area but a palace that was entirely made of a colony of single-celled microorganisms. To be more exact, a giant colony of single-celled organisms shaped in the form of a palace. From the walls, floors, stairs, and the ceiling, everything was a wide tissue formed by the colony of single-celled organisms. The colony was so huge that it encompassed a 3-story palace with nearly 20 rooms and 2 ground floors. As Joy appeared in front of the giant door of the living palace, it did not open wide like a normal door, but its small hole big enough for Joy to walk into the palace manifested on the door, feeling her presence. And once she entered, it closed itself behind her. Passing through the living halls and stairs of the palace, Joy carried Wyatt to the second underground floor of the palace, which was a huge cave. At the center of the cave was a clear water pond. Joy did not waste any time before placing Wyatt's skinny and feeble body in the pound. Soaked in the clear water of the spring, Wyatt began to feel this unknown energy in his body that was rejuvenating the vitality of his physical body that he had lost. Each and every cell of Wyatt's body felt empowered and brimmed with energy like never before. His body began to recover at a visible rate, as fast as his reconstruction skill. Surprised, Wyatt took a closer look at the clear water to find that the water actually contained a specific breed of microorganisms that appeared to be infiltrating his body at the cellular level and using the energy stored in it to rejuvenate the cells of his body. It was as if the purpose of these microorganisms was to help human cells recover. The interesting part was that these organisms were sentient and very adaptive. They knew exactly what they were doing from my realm to the problem with my physical body, despite this being the first time we were introduced. Submerged in the pool, Wyatt's physical body enjoyed the miraculous treatment of the clear water in it. He was impressed by what the clear water was capable of. It helped his body rejuvenate his physical body, nurtured its different physiques, and brought it to its peak condition. This surprised Wyatt because most elixirs out in the market were mass-produced to recover the average body of the card apprentice, but not their physique. This was ideal as not all the card apprentices had physiques, and even those that had physiques had different types and grades of physiques. It would not be ideal or possible for the creators to mass-produce an elixir that would nurse to all the physique a card apprentice could have. Not to mention some physiques were so rare that card apprentices had no idea what they did, let alone create elixirs to recover them. Just like how a patient loses their muscle mass in the injured area even though the injury gets healed, similar was the case with the physique of a card apprentice. However, with time the card apprentice would recover the physique just like the muscle mass can be regained with continued effort. As such, Wyatt's physical body too needed to recover his physiques with its recovery. This was why Wyatt valued his reconstruction skill, as it reconstructed his physical body with his physique. As it was enhanced and reinforced by several of his physiques, such as the Gigamite physique and the Myriad Devil body. Despite being the body of a card master in terms of strength, it could rival the strength of an early-stage card king. These two physiques of Wyatt had no records in the history of the card apprentices since he was the first to get them. So no one except him knew what they were capable of, let alone what to require for him to recover these physiques with his regular physical body. Yet, somehow the organisms in the clear water were able to use their energy to stimulate the rejuvenation in his cells along with the recovery of his physiques. Now, if this wasn't miraculous, then what? It was more than just giving his cell the energy to recover his physiques, because there was a limit to how much and how fast a cell could do. Just providing abundant energy did not solve the underlying issue of recovery and led to rejuvenation. This was why Wyatt was so impressed by Joy's clear water. It turns out her title, Plague Doctor, wasn't just for show. From the Palace of Flesh to the miraculous clear water, Joy showed an incredible knowledge of microorganisms that went beyond even Wyatt's. From how Joy had applied them to her day-to-day life, it can be seen her achievement in this field was not small. It was no small feat for one to have such high achievements in a field that was not as popular as other research fields. It was non-existent considering the card creation or array mastery. Yes, send them over to the second underground floor of my Plague Palace. And ask Henrix when he is going to settle the old bill. Joy received a call and responded to it. Breaking the graveyard silence in the flesh cave illuminated by a lump of flesh formed by the colony of a particular type of luminous microorganisms. Soon, the flesh cave was crowded with numerous patients with lost limbs and serious internal injuries. Unlike Wyatt, these patients were not placed in the pound of clear water in the center of the cave, but they were embedded into the flesh walls of the cave. The flesh walls drew clear water from the pool and fed it to the patients embedded in them, helping them recover their internal injuries and lost limbs at a rate visible to the naked eye. However, the clear water in the pool was also declining at a rate visible to the naked eye. So Joy stood by the edge of the pool and began to gather an unknown rule power in her palms. Then she simultaneously began to use the rule power to create more of the clear water. As a result, the volume of the clear water in the pool began to drastically increase. Wyatt noticed that Joy was not using her rule power to create more clear water, but she was feeding her ruler power to the microorganisms in the clear water, such that they could rapidly multiply. As for the water, that was just the byproduct. Seeing so many injured card apprentices in the ranks of the freedom fighters prompted Wyatt to wonder if the freedom fighters were fighting a war with the natives of this world. Since card apprentice can live in this world, it would not be wrong to assume that it had sentient natives with a unique power system capable of fighting the card apprentice who invaded their world. However, eavesdropping on the conversation of the patients, Wyatt soon realized that his assumption was wrong, and the casualty of the freedom fighter was because of a territory dispute with the Paw clan. It appears that the Paw clan and the freedom fighters were fighting over the certain percentage of the black market in the central region that was not secretly governed by the central government or the nobles of the central region. Both organizations were strong, but they were not stupid enough to go up against the local snakes. However, to be impartial, the part of the black market that the two organizations were fighting over was actually made available by Matron by assassinating or brainwashing all her competition. As for the freedom fighters, like magpies that like to steal other birds' nests, they were once gained trying to lay in the bed made by others. Just like how they stole the dungeon card that the Southern royal family had painstakingly created to move the Silver Beach Gate dungeon. Seeing that Joy was busy healing other patients, Wyatt decided to use this moment to visit the Infinity Library in the Interrealm City to gather more information on soul recovery and soul mutation. Now that he was planning to use his soul mutation power system to heal the tears in his soul, Wyatt thought it would not hurt for him to refine his technique with knowledge from the myriad realms. Considering that this world and the card world were connected to each other through the dungeon, their timeline should be the same. So a moment in this world several minutes in the sector DS-0909. So Wyatt would not miss much in his absence. Dear Demon Merchant, welcome to sector DS-0909. Note, behave. As always, sector DS-0909 was crowded, and Wyatt skillfully navigated through the crowd and arrived in front of the Darius Merchant Mall. Then he headed to the Infinity Library without any unnecessary stops, where he was greeted by a familiar, joyous pixie guide, Dredre. Hello, Wyatt. Hello, Dredre. You look cuter than always. Hee hee. How can I help you? Could please help me get all the books on soul recovery, soul mutation, and other books that would be helpful with these two topics? I would like to redeem my free reading time to read them, Wyatt demanded. He had a feeling that his soul mutation power system could be further polished, so he did not mind spending a few free reading minutes exploring it. Listening to Wyatt's demand, Dredre nodded and used her connection to the library array to gather the information, but her expression soon became complicated, and then she said, Wyatt, your library card has been flagged, so I cannot help you with your request. Carefree Wyatt was suddenly dumbstricken listening to his pixie guide say that his library card was flagged, and she could not help him any further. Gathering his calm, Wyatt asked the pixie, What do you mean my card was flagged? Why was it flagged? Wyatt was afraid that the librarian had taken notice of him abusing the loophole of the library membership and flagged his library card. But then, considering that a being like the librarian would not have the time to waste on a small figure such as himself, Wyatt had an inkling that it was not the case. However, he could not be sure until all the facts were presented. I am sorry. I am trying to find out why your card was flagged, but I am unable to view it. It can only mean that my authority level is not enough to view the reason why your library card was flagged, Dredre explained frantically. She too seemed to be concerned over Wyatt being flagged. After all, Wyatt was the only demon merchant who did not treat her as a library tool, but as a person. She was doing everything in her power to understand why Wyatt's library card was flagged, and if there was anything she could do about it. Unfortunately, her authority as the library guide was limited. Even if she wanted to help, she did not have the power to do so. Is there anything I can do about this? Wyatt asked in distress, as he had gotten used to using the Infinity Library, which was the treasure trove of the myriad realms' knowledge, as his personal library. Losing the privilege to use it would really hinder him. Thinking of this, Wyatt thought had he known he would be facing such consequences, he would have opted not to abuse the loophole in the library card membership. But it appeared to be too late for any regrets. Not much, but I can help register an appeal about your situation to the library management. However, it will take them quite a while to answer your appeal. Dredre responded, saying that there wasn't much Wyatt or she could do but raise a formal appeal with management, hoping that the concerned authorities would have the patience to answer their appeal. Let's do that. It is better than nothing. Wyatt decided to give a try to the formal process of the Infinity Library. If everything fails, he could always turn to the Devil Merchant Code. I have submitted the appeal. When there is a reply, I will inform you through your Demon Merchant Codex, Dre said, having submitted the appeal on Wyatt's behalf. Wyatt stared at Dre, wondering what next, only to see that the pixie was suddenly startled as she hurriedly said, "Wyatt, they replied to your appeal." "I cannot believe they replied so fast." "What does it say?" Wyatt asked eagerly. He wanted to resolve the issue as easily as possible because he did not want to have to go to the Devil Merchant Code to uphold justice, knowing that despite its claims of being unbiased, it favored the one with a rich offering. "Whoa!" Dre exclaimed, going through the reply. Her eyes had grown large in shock. As she uttered, "I can't believe it. The librarian has personally replied to your appeal." Listening to Dre say that the librarian himself had answered his appeal, Wyatt too, like Dre, was dumbfounded, but also worried that maybe his abuse of the loophole in the library membership had finally caught up to him. Still, he gathered his courage and said, "Well, what does it say?" "It says here that the librarian would like to meet you in person at a time convenient for you and explain why your library card was flagged." Dre narrated the contents of the reply in shock, as it was unlike the librarian to show interest in such menial matters. After all, there was an entire tribe of the Pixie to do just that. Then she respectfully asked, "Dear Demon Merchant, when would it be convenient to meet the librarian?" Seeing the sudden change in the way Dre addressed him, Wyatt frowned. Seeing him frown, Dre panicked and asked, "Dear Demon Merchant, is there a problem?" "Yes, there is." Hearing Wyatt, Dre's expression paled. He continued to say, "Did I not ask you to call me Wyatt?" "I am sorry, Wyatt." Dre apologized. Noticing that the librarian spared some attention to Wyatt, his status in Dre's mind elevated, causing her to act more professionally toward him unconsciously. "So Wyatt, when will it be convenient for you to meet up with the librarian?" Dre asked Wyatt, as mentioned in the reply from the librarian himself in response to Wyatt's appeal. "I am free now," Wyatt answered, hoping to resolve the problem with his Infinity Library membership card as soon as possible. "Fine, I will inform the librarian," Dre said. She appeared to be very excited to be able to exchange direct text with her boss himself. Many tribes of pixies were serving the librarian. Each tribe had a population of more than 100,000, so except for the tribe chief, most of the pixies would complete their lifespan without seeing the face of the librarian that they were serving. So it was obvious why Dre, who had the opportunity to chat with the boss, was so giddy and enthusiastic. So much so that it even made Wyatt feel a little neglected as her client when she waited for the reply of the librarian with a one-track mind without sparing attention to anything else. Wyatt shook his head, feeling happy for her. "I got a reply," Dre exclaimed as soon as the librarian responded. Then she patiently read the whole reply, thrice making sure she did not omit or miss any of his instructions, and with great enthusiasm, she informed Wyatt, "The librarian asked me to bring you to him." Wyatt felt if the pitch of Dre's voice were any higher, then she would shatter all the glass in her surroundings. If she was excited to just exchange a few texts with the librarian, now she was blown out of her mind knowing that she would be able to meet the librarian in person. Knowing all this was only possible because of Wyatt, Dre hovered closer to him and then kissed his cheek. "Thank you, Wyatt." Wyatt was surprised at how little it took for Dre to get happy. Was this because of her life in imprisonment? Not really. Pixies have strong elemental power, but they are still preys and have many predators. So they never leave their territory. Their entire race was basically an example of a shut-in. So their life in the library was not any different. Except for the change of habitat and their day-to-day job, nothing much has changed for them. Now they are able to eat their fill every day without worrying about predator breaking into their territory. If I were to say, the pixies were modernized. From surviving on dew and nectar, now they had everything with more food and life security. In that way, the librarian was developing them rather than enslaving them. "Ready?" Dre asked as she used the new authority she gained to use her connection with the library array formation and access the restricted section of the library to teleport Wyatt and herself there. Soon Wyatt found his surroundings distorted, and he found himself in a grassland devoid of any trees, but the weather was pleasant and cool, so the absence of their shade was not missed. Looking around, Wyatt wondered if they were still in the library inside the mall. Then, finding no one in the surroundings, Wyatt asked Dre, "Are you sure you teleported us to the right location? There is nobody here." For miles, only grassland could be seen stretching, meeting with the sky on the horizon. Dre also scanned the surroundings, unable to find a single soul apart from her and Wyatt. She said, "This is where the librarian asked me to bring you." In a panic, Dre went through the librarian's instructions again and confirmed that she had come to the specified location. "Let us wait. The librarian is a busy person," I said, seeing the pixie that was supposed to be guiding me lose it under the pressure of being able to meet her boss soon. However, I myself was not happy with the librarian. He asked me to hurry, but he did not show up yet. If he were busy, then he should have arranged the meeting for some other time. It's surprising to see a demon merchant care for a pixie. You really are different from the others. A voice suddenly sounded in the grassland. Neither Wyatt nor Dre were able to pinpoint the source of the voice and which direction it came from. Wyatt activated his soul pupils, but found nothing, feeling that the librarian must have planned this when he asked them to meet here. Not that he knew about Wyatt's soul pupils, but he planned to use this location to appear mysterious as a power move. I did not know what need the librarian would have to attempt something so childish. By the actions of the librarian, so far Wyatt came to the assumption that he was not invited by the librarian, but by some who were given the authority of that librarian. Was it the librarian's stand-in or something of that sort? Wyatt made this assumption because any being who loved books would have substance to them and would not resort to such tactics. While Wyatt felt that it was a waste of time, Dre looked around the vast grassland and introduced herself to the voice in the most respectful way she could think of. "Your Highness, librarian, I am book guide Pixie Dre of the Forest Guide tribe. Dre, tell me little about your client." The voice spoke again. "Wyatt is my friend. He is nice to me, and he likes to read a lot of books." Dre's answer was short, but it summarized my entire interaction with Dre. A pixie and a demon merchant, who are friends. Times do change. Or is it because you are a human? The voice said, as if the friendship between Dre and Wyatt was unnatural. Wyatt chose to remain silent until the voice specifically addressed him, as he was already certain that the person he was speaking to was not the real librarian, but a stand-in filling the role of the librarian. If not for the sake of his library card, Wyatt would have already chosen to leave. Within the Interrealm City, regardless of their power and influence, one cannot detain others. "Your Highness librarian, Wyatt is not like other demon merchants. He doesn't treat Dre like a library tool and is always respectful." Dre spoke up, defending her friendship with Wyatt. "Is that so?" This time the voice sounded right next to Wyatt and Dre, allowing them to trace its source right beside them. Both were shocked to see that the source of the voice was a humanoid yak in a fancy suit with a majestic long Viking beard. Seeing the creature, Dre's small figure immediately bowed respectfully, saying, "Your Highness, the librarian. If not for the others, but for the book pixies of the Infinity Library, the librarian was royalty, and hence they treated him like one. And nobody complained, as the librarian was strong enough to hold that title." Dre, let me correct you. I am not the librarian. I am just a part of him and am acting as his stand-in. So you do not have to be so formal with me. Just call me Zoltan." Dre and Wyatt both were surprised by the words of the Zoltan. "Zoltan, if you don't mind me asking, what do you mean by part of the librarian?" Wyatt asked Zoltan, but seeing that he did not appreciate him addressing him as Zoltan, Wyatt abruptly halted his question. Turns out, the so-called part of the librarian only permitted Dre to address him as Zoltan, and as far as Wyatt was concerned, he was the librarian for him, not the stand-in librarian or Zoltan, causing Wyatt to wonder if Zoltan had agreed to hear his appeal because of Dre. "To answer your question in the way you can understand, Wyatt, you can consider me as the son of the librarian," Zoltan answered, seeing that Wyatt had noticed his mistake in his actions. Though Wyatt did not apologize, he did not continue to make the same mistake. "I have seen, Your Highness Prince Zoltan." Dre greeted the Prince Zoltan excitedly with great excitement. Even though she did not get to meet the boss, she got to meet the boss Jr. It was totally worth it. She never knew that her boss had a family, especially a son. Wyatt remained silent, as he could see that the librarian Jr. had zero interest in him, but Dre was a different story. He seemed to get happy seeing her face lit up. Wyatt's observation was not wrong. Zoltan was indeed indifferent toward him, but was affectionate towards Dre. There was a reason for that. Since his birth, the librarian has never shown any form of interest in him and has thrown him to the pixies just like another chore. To top it, Zoltan has only seen his father on rare occasions. He did not even know his relationship with him for years and believed himself to be a pixie. So, the ones to raise him to adulthood were the pixies of the library. And they did a great job at that. To Zoltan, the pixies were like his family, so when the demon merchants treated them like tools or in an ill-mannered way, he would get angry, but the pixies have taught him to treat the customer well and never let his personal feelings come in the way of his business. Wyatt, your friendship with Dre though odd has managed to impress me, and I am feeling very generous today. So I have decided to reward you with a little information, Zoltan said as he continued to add. As of today, you are no longer the only demon merchant from your home world. Now your home world has a devil merchant, and 2 demon merchants including you. If my information is accurate, there is someone else in your world with 2 demon merchant recommendation tokens. They need 1 more recommendation token to become a demon merchant. So if I were you, I would be careful from now on. The information provided by Zoltan detonated an explosion in Wyatt's mind. Until now, he was under the impression that he was the only demon merchant in the card word, but now the card word not only had an extra demon merchant, but a devil merchant too. In shock, Wyatt blurted, "How?" "You have to figure out that for yourself, as that was the end of my generosity. Now let us talk business," Zoltan said. He acted casually after just having revealed the huge news that Wyatt's home realm had gained 2 new demon/devil merchants. Listening to Zoltan, Dre looked at Wyatt in concern, as she knew that it was not uncommon for the demon merchants to hunt each other for the demon merchant recommendation token. Considering that Wyatt was of the demon master realm, Dre was worried he would be targeted in his home world for his demon recommendation token. The look of concern from Wyatt on Dredra's face did not escape Zoltan's eyes. He felt that Wyatt was not worthy of Dredra's concern. After all, he knew better than anyone that it took very little to gain a pixie's trust, but a lot to lose their trust, since they were the kind that did not give up on kindness till the end. However, he respected Dredra's choice and chose to stay silent. Wyatt could care less about what Zoltan was thinking, as he was worried about what it meant for the card world to have 2 more demon/devil merchants. But then, thinking that not everyone has access to troves of devil-grade ingredients like he had, Wyatt calmed down. But the fact that there was a devil merchant in the card realm bothered him a lot, as devil merchants had a lot more privileges at their disposal than the demon merchants. He needed to figure out the identity of these 2 before deciding on their threat level. "Business? What do you mean?" Wyatt asked Zoltan in confusion. He did not understand why Zoltan used that particular word, and in that manner. He was here to learn why his library card got flagged. If possible, try and resolve it without involving the devil merchant code. "Are you really that clueless? Or are you pretending to be clueless?" Zoltan asked Wyatt in surprise, seeing Wyatt did not seem to know what he was talking about. "What are you talking about?" Wyatt asked in annoyance, but he understood that he must have missed something big for Zoltan to ask him this. "Did you not recently visit your native sector?" Zoltan asked, hinting at Wyatt. "No, I haven't been there." "Why do you ask? Did something happen?" Wyatt asked, sensing that something big might have happened for Zoltan to act this way. "That explains it. But this discussion would have been smoother and faster had you known what was up. Still, let me ask you, why do you think your library card was flagged?" Zoltan seemed to finally understand Wyatt had no idea of what was happening. "I have no idea," Wyatt said with a straight face, even though one thing came to his mind: him abusing the library card's free reading time. "It was because somebody asked the librarian to," Zoltan revealed, shocking Wyatt and Dre. "Who could possibly get the librarian to ban a customer?" Wyatt asked Zoltan in utter shock. He did not understand who held the power to order the being that managed to gather the knowledge of the myriad realms. "Nobody can do that. The reason the librarian banned you was because that particular person cashed in an age-old favor asking the librarian to ban a young demon merchant, Dalton Wyatt, from using the Infinity Library. For someone to use the favor of the librarian over something so trivial, when they could have asked the librarian to help them with anything, they must really not like you. How much does this person hate you to do something like this?" Zoltan explained. He did not understand how could any being hate someone so much. Though Zoltan said they could use the favor for anything, He knew the librarian would never agree to act as a hired thug for others, let alone a killer. Belphegor, Wyatt blurted, as there was only one being in the entire Devil Merchant Code that would hate him so much. Ding, ding, ding. Correct answer. It isn't just the Infinity Library. Belphegor is using his influence to blacklist you, making it so that no shop or merchant in this sector will conduct any sort of business with you. I do not know what you did to him, but I heard he is gathering a large number of demon/devil merchants to plan something big, Zoltan informed Wyatt, hearing him guess correctly who it was behind his library card being flagged. It is a long story. I did not think he would be this petty, though. Wyatt was under the impression that once he incubated the plague egg in his body, Belphegor would leave him alone, feeling that Wyatt was going to die soon, and he would have one less enemy to worry about. But now it turns out Belphegor had still not given upon him. From the actions of Belphegor using the librarian's favor to stop Wyatt from accessing the Infinity Library, one can understand that he was trying to stop Wyatt from finding a way to undo the plague he had created. After all, there were only two places that could help Wyatt undo the plague in his body: the Devil Merchant Code and the Infinity Library. Belphegor had already seen Wyatt use the Devil Merchant Code to seal the plague he incubated in his body because he did not have the offering enough to get the Devil Merchant Code to get rid of the plague that was created using a realm fragment and the life force of his World Hog incarnation, leaving only one other way for Wyatt to get rid of the plague, and it was a lot cheaper than asking for help from the Devil Merchant Code, the Infinity Library. Using the Devil Merchant Code, Wyatt had sealed the plague egg, so it would take a while before it could break the seal to hatch and go berserk, but this time was enough for someone like Wyatt's intellect to make use of the knowledge in the Infinity Library to find the solution for his problem. This was the reason why Belphegor did not hesitate to make use of the librarian's favor to cut off Wyatt's access to the Infinity Library. Considering that he already lost a realm fragment over this, the librarian's favor was nothing compared to it. After all, the usefulness of the librarian's favor depended on the librarian's intent and interest, paling in comparison to a realm fragment. Think of this, Wyatt realized. By influencing the demon and devil merchants to not conduct any business with him, Belphegor was doing everything in his power to cut his chance to try and find a solution to the sealed plague egg incubated in his body. So Belphegor was not being petty but cautious. Only by ensuring that Wyatt died painfully under the influence of the plague can Belphegor ensure that Wyatt's soul doesn't enter the river of souls in the reincarnation cycle, but instead enters his hell in the dark realm, where he can put Wyatt's soul through every torture technique in the myriad realms. Belphegor was doing everything in his power to ensure that his loss of World Hog incarnation and a realm fragment pans out and was worth it. Realizing this, Wyatt did not know whether to laugh or cry, as in his own misguided way Belphegor had still managed to make things difficult for him. Wyatt did not care for the shops and merchants of Sector DS-0909 blacklisting him. He only cared for the Infinity Library and the seemingly infinity knowledge gathered in it. Above all, Wyatt wondered, since the librarian had decided to ban him as a favor to Belphegor, then why did Zoltan accept his appeal and patiently explain to him what actually had transpired? "How can you just ban a paid member?" Wyatt asked Zoltan. "Since you are already a paid member, we could not completely ban you, so we flagged your card over suspicious activities such that you will not be able to access the books of the Infinity Library. Once your subscription ends, we do not plan on extending it. Instead, we will permanently ban it, stopping you from ever stepping foot into any branch of the Infinity Library. After all, we reserve the right to whom we want to provide our service." Zoltan patiently explained to Wyatt what was actually going on. Listening to Zoltan's explanation, Wyatt wondered why he was revealing what they did to him. Was he not worried that he would use it against them when in the trial by Devil Merchant Code? Or was he that confident that regardless of what Wyatt did, the Infinity Library will come on top always? Apart from this, Wyatt's best guess was that Zoltan wanted something from him. This confused Wyatt because what could the son of the arguably richest devil merchant in the Devil Merchant Code want from a nameless demon merchant such as Wyatt? Besides, since the librarian has banned him from the Infinity Library, what could Zoltan even do to stop it? Did he even have the authority to do something like that? Wyatt did not see what he could offer Zoltan, and as well that Zoltan couldn't offer him what he wanted. So he wondered what was the point of this meeting. Zoltan noticed that with the passing of time, Wyatt was losing interest in the meeting. This surprised him, as any regular demon merchant would be thinking of using this meeting to impress him, get on his good side, and establish a connection, especially if they had an enemy like Belphegor gunning for them. However, Wyatt showed no such tendency, prompting him to believe that either Wyatt was ignorant or just the person he was looking for. "What if I tell you that I have the authority to undo the librarian's ban on you?" Zoltan said, hoping to reignite Wyatt's interest in their meeting. "If you do have the authority to do so, what do you want from me in return for lifting the ban on me?" The Infinity Library was an important arsenal in his hand. Zoltan knew it, otherwise he would not use it as a bargaining chip. Therefore, Wyatt did not try to beat around the bush and directly asked him what it would cost him to regain his privileges as a member of the Infinity Library. "Before I answer you that, you need to understand that if I were to help you lift your ban, I would be going against the librarian. Regardless of my status, for having done that I will have to pay a hefty price. Therefore, the price I ask you will not be cheap in any way, so I need to know if you are sure about this." Zoltan warned Wyatt that he would be taking a huge risk to lift the ban on him, so he wanted to know that Wyatt was all in and would not back away in the last second, leaving him hanging. "Yes, do not worry. If the price you are asking is within my limits, then I will not mind paying it as long as you deliver on what you claimed." Listening to Zoltan say that changing the librarian's arrangements would cost him a lot, Wyatt understood where he was coming from. After all, attempting something like that would be equal to challenging the authority of the librarian, even if Zoltan was a part of the librarian, as he claimed. He would not be forgiven for something like. It would be a surprise if he was not labeled as a traitor. That was if Zoltan could actually do that and was willing to do that. "Great. I need your help with one thing. Don't ask me what. I will tell you when the time comes. But know this, I will not ask you anything that would harm your interest. It will be dangerous, you might die, but that is the cost of my help to you." Zoltan spoke, explaining what he needed from Wyatt in exchange for his help. "Sounds simple enough, but why me? I am just a nameless demon merchant with an average prowess. Why chose me when there are countless demon merchants that you can ask to help you?" Wyatt asked Zoltan, unable to understand why someone of his influence would approach him when he could easily find better options out there. "What I am searching for is not strong people. I am confident in my strength. What I am searching for is people I can trust my life to in dire situations. And you fit the bill," Zoltan answered, which only further confused Wyatt. "I don't understand. We haven't met each other until today, and you believe that you can trust your life in my hands during a dire situation. How does that work?" Wyatt started to feel like Zoltan was one of those people who never let others guess their next move. Helping Zoltan once to regain his privileges as a member of the Infinity Library sounded like a good deal to Wyatt. From the voice of it, Zoltan did not plan to let him fight. This was a good, as Wyatt knew even if he involved Devil Merchant Code in this, he would only fail against the librarian. After all, the librarian was someone who made use of the Devil Merchant Code to gain the copyright of the newly invented words of various dark tongues, despite the resistance of the native dark tribes to whom those languages belonged. Someone who was capable of that would not have a hard time dealing with Wyatt. "I can trust you with my life because Dre trusts you." Every time Zoltan responded, he only made Wyatt more confused. It was as if Zoltan was speaking a different language. Wyatt found what just Zoltan said downright stupid and did not bother to hide it. "Believe me when I say I have had a crazy day, and that is by far the most stupidest thing I have heard today." Wyatt would never trust a person just because a simpleton pixie trusted them. Pixies were so simple-minded that they would help their kidnappers kidnap them. For someone of Zoltan's caliber to make his decisions based on the preference of a cooped-up pixie, now that was nuts. "Wyatt, you do know that though pixies are a friendly and joyous bunch, it is not easy for someone to get close to them and gain their trust. It's as if they have a supernatural sense when it comes to this," Zoltan explained. As he spoke about the pixies, one could see the affection and love he held for the pixies, which was a rare sight in the dark race. As many dark races thought pixies were stupid and annoying, and saw them as prey. "Nope. All I did was show a little interest in her life, and she became close to me. I do trust Dre to recommend me the books I need, but not with my life." A dubious creature with a little brain can gain the affection of these pixies. They are just too simple and gullible. Wyatt spoke the truth. He found Dre cute and extended her the common courtesy he would extend to any fellow being. The fact that you would claim something like this instead of accepting it shows that you understand the pixies as I do. Zoltan was starting to see why Dre liked Wyatt. This guy was tough on the outside but soft on the inside. If you put in the work to gain his trust, then he will never let you down. Someone like this was hard to come by. Nope. I say this because I am starting to doubt this whole offer. If you are satisfied by something so simple and basic, then there has to be a catch. It makes me doubt you and your leadership in many ways. Zoltan had already informed Wyatt that he might have to risk his life to help him. Knowing this, Wyatt had his concerns of this deal. And from the looks of it, Wyatt was starting to feel like Zoltan planned to use him as a cannon fodder in his plan. Therefore, he could not bring himself to agree to Zoltan's offer. Dre stood on the side formally. Even though her free spirit would prefer to hover around and explore, as she was in the presence of His Highness Prince Zoltan, she did not seem to be bothered by Wyatt's words. She did not seem to register them as offensive. That's how simple she was. Though Wyatt has not said something very drastic. However, he did claim that their friendship was only good for book recommendations and did not extend beyond that. If it was a human, they would take offense to that, but Dre took it as a compliment and was happy that Wyatt trusted her to do that. How could one use such simple creatures' closeness as a scale to trust someone? Now that was just crazy. So it was not a surprise Wyatt was having a hard time trusting Zoltan's intentions. Did Belphegor tell the myriad world about the real fragment he used to create the plague egg incubated in him? No, he wouldn't, otherwise he would lose any chance of retrieving it after Wyatt's death along with the remains of the world that Wyatt unleashed the plague on in his final moments. Would the librarian covet a realm fragment? The librarian wouldn't, but Zoltan would. The librarian was rich as hell, but Zoltan was just a part of him, with very small authority. Regardless of whether Belphegor was stupid enough to reveal to the myriad realms about the realm fragment, or whether the Zoltan was conspiring for the plague egg created using the realm fragment, Wyatt had to be careful dealing with the dark race. That was given. Zoltan looked at Wyatt for a while, understanding that though he could trust Wyatt now, he had to gain Wyatt's trust. After a thought, he turned to Book Guide Pixie and asked, Dre, how many newbie demon merchants applied for the Infinity Library card on the day Wyatt applied for it? 10,011 demon merchants applied for the library card on the same day as Wyatt. Your Highness, Dre answered after accessing the library array for the information. And how many of them were friendly and treated their library guide with respect? Zoltan asked, knowing that pixies share everything with each other. It was not considered gossip because they treated their whole tribe like a family. So for them, it was like sharing their day at work with their parents and siblings. Since the Darius Mall branch of the Infinity Library fell under the jurisdiction of the Forest Guide Pixie tribe of Book Guide Pixies, it was not surprising that Dre would be aware of how each of the 10,011 newbie demon merchants treated their personal Book Guide Pixie. About 7,605 newbie demon merchants were friendly and treated their guides with respect. Dre answered, immediately remembering every conversation she had with her fellow pixies on that day. Listening to Dredra's answer, Wyatt was surprised to learn that about 7,600 newbie demon merchants actually treated their guides kindly, as he had heard from Dre that demon merchants do not tend to treat pixies as beings, but as tools to help them navigate the library. How many of those demon merchants continue to treat their guides the same after knowing that Book Guide Pixies cannot give them any discount on the books they borrow or buy? With this, one could guess the point Zoltan was trying to make with this series of questions. 1. What is the name of that demon merchant? Dalton Wyatt. Now, Dalton Wyatt, do you understand why I would hold you in a higher regard compared to other demon merchants? Zoltan asked with a gentle smile, confident that he had sealed the deal with his clever explanation. Nope, I still think it is pretty stupid. Because I know a whole generation of humans, of both genders, willing to give an arm or leg to simp over such adorable creature. Look at her. How can any bring themselves to mistreat and verbally abuse her? Wyatt said, pointing at Dre. He was not wrong. The people of Earth would freaking go gaga over Dredder. They would not hesitate to make her their queen. Cults would rise in her honor, and people would worship her as their cute goddess. Even China would declare her and her kind as their national treasure, kicking the pandas to the curb. Yes, pixies were so cute that they could put the pandas out of business. Wyatt guessed it was the cultural difference between the Earth and the Dark Realm. Only the humans of Earth who have grown soft after decades of peace and modern entertainment would appreciate the cuteness of pixies and would do anything to protect them, But the dark races who were in constant conquest appreciated strength. They would immediately categorize the pixies as slaves and even as food. Listening to Wyatt call her adorable, Dre giggled but then immediately suppressed it. Since she was in the presence of the prince, she had to be professional. "Excuse me, what is a simp?" Zoltan asked, hearing a new word. "It is a disease. Do not worry, considering the culture of the dark races, it's not a surprise that you guys have not come in contact with it enough to term it, and I don't see it happening in the near future." Wyatt brushed off explaining simp to Zoltan and continued to say, "This is not going anywhere. Just promise me that you are not conspiring anything and will not use me as a cannon fodder in your grand plan." This was how much the Infinity Library meant to Wyatt. He was willing to risk his life and enter a deal with Zoltan just to have his ban lifted. Someone like Wyatt would always prioritize knowledge over anything. That has been his motto so far. Therefore, it was not a surprise that he would risk his life for knowledge. However, he also understood just because he could does not mean he should touch the forbidden knowledge, as some things were better kept a mystery. "Dalton Wyatt, I will be honest with you. I am recruiting your help to trust my life to you when the time comes, so you do not have to worry about being conspired against or used as cannon fodder. Still, I will draw up a one-time employment agreement following those terms, and as a payment, I will give you conditional free access to the VVIP membership of the Infinity Library," Zoltan proposed, revealing a hint about what Wyatt had to do for him. "Conditional free VVIP membership?" Wyatt asked in confusion. Dre took the opportunity to explain to Wyatt about the VVIP membership of Infinity Library. "Wyatt, VVIP membership of Infinity Library is not something one can simply subscribe to. One has to apply for it, and depending on their status, the library would decide whether to give them VVIP membership. As for the privileges of the VVIP membership, the members' Demon/Devil Merchant Codex will gain an additional page that will give them 24/7 access to the library anywhere in the myriad realms, i.e., not just in the Interrealm city, but in the physical plane at their native realm. So the VVIP membership was like Amazon Kindle but better. The members' Demon/Devil Codex will gain an extra page specifically for the remote access of the Infinity Library, which will use its connection to the Infinity Library's array formation through Devil Merchant Code to give them access to all of the books in the Infinity Library anytime and anywhere in both physical and spiritual planes. This saves the Demon/Devil Merchant the trip to visit the Infinity Library in the Interrealm city in the spiritual plane. Wyatt appreciated the VVIP membership, but remembering it was conditional, Wyatt did not get excited early. Instead asked Zoltan, "What is the condition?" "My condition is that, instead of adding the Infinity Library page to your Demon Codex, I would like you to allot Dre as your exclusive book guide pixie. She will accompany you in the physical plane and replace the role of the Infinity Library page. You can use her connection to the Infinity Library array to access any book in the library for free. From the moment you accept my deal, you become the guardian of Dre. I do this because you will be able to enjoy the privileges of the VVIP membership for free until you have Dre satisfied and by your side." Zoltan explained his condition, while his true intentions were to let Dre explore the myriad realms with Wyatt. He was worried that Dre, who lived in the company of her huge tribe, would feel lonely on a physical plane, but this had to be done to see if pixies were capable of functioning as normal outgoing creatures of a similar race, such as the pixie dragon, and their much naughty and nasty counterpart, the dark pixies. Wyatt had no problem with Zoltan's condition as compared to what he was paying him with. It was nothing. But before signing the contract, he turned to Dre and asked for her opinion. "Dre, would you like to accompany me in my world from now on?" "Yes." Dre readily agreed. Pixies were shut-ins. They would not leave their territory until it was absolutely necessary, yet she readily agreed to Wyatt, showing how much trust and faith she had in Wyatt to be willing to step out of her comfort zone. Seeing Wyatt being considerate enough to ask for Dredra's consent, Zoltan knew he had chosen the right person for the task. Even though Wyatt just had the power of a demon master ream, he made up for his lack of strength with his trustworthy character. It might seem as if Zoltan was looking at every action and word of Wyatt with rose-tinted glasses. However, he was actually viewing them under a microscope. Yet, he saw Wyatt in a positive light because he saw similarities in the personality traits of the pixies and Wyatt. If any other demon merchant were given the same contract with a conditioned free VVIP membership to Infinity Library, they would sign it immediately, forgetting everything else. This wasn't an assumption, but Zoltan has seen it happening. After all, a VVIP membership to Infinity Library was a status symbol. It could get one to places and open doors that were previously closed for them. Wyatt's reaction was different from the other demon merchants. His first thought was to seek Deidre's opinion if she was willing to accompany him to his world as his exclusive pixie. This could only mean three things: Wyatt was considerate, or Wyatt was devious, or Wyatt was ignorant. Pixies, too, were very considerate of fellow beings and ignorant when it came to earthly possessions. As for Wyatt being devious enough to resist the charm of the VVIP membership to Infinity Library and continue his act, well, congrats, he managed to fool Zoltan. However, he was going to trust the instincts of the Pixies and bet on Wyatt being considerate of Deidre or ignorant of what he was gaining. You sure you won't miss your friends and family? Wyatt reminded Deidre what accompanying him to his homeworld meant. She would have to relocate far from her tribe, where all her friends and family members were. Don't worry, silly. I can always use the Devil Merchant code to meet them. Deidre hovered next to Wyatt and stood on his shoulder, breaking all the protocols of the professional training her tribe had given her, turning her from a bubbly, free-spirited forest guide pixie to a formal, polite book guide pixie. Fine, if you say so, Wyatt muttered as he signed the one-time employment contract drawn up by Zoltan. As soon as the contract was signed, Zoltan said, "I have updated your membership status. Your ban is lifted, and now you can access the books from the Infinity Library wherever and whenever in the Myriad Realms. Anything else I can help you with?" "Yes, it is about the Myriad Realm race records of the Infinity Library. It says it's the recorded all of the races across the Myriad Realms, but is it though?" Wyatt asked Zoltan, as he had doubts about someone being able to record all the races across the Myriad Realms. "Why do you ask? Did you come across a race not recorded in the Myriad Realm race records?" Zoltan seemed well prepared for this question, as if he had to answer the same question to many library members. "Yes, I did. The white sinister snake that Belphegor's corpse puppet devil daughter Agony has is not recorded in the Myriad Realm race records." Wyatt refrained from bringing up Coria's apparently. "It looks like Park has many enemies and friends from her time in Dark Realm." Wyatt did not know under which category the Infinity Library fell in. "That snake's origin is a mystery. Apparently its egg was discovered in the ruins of the primordial sector of the Myriad Realms by Belhager's daughter. It appears to be the last of its race. It isn't the only one. There are many beings and monsters across the Myriad Realms whose origins are shrouded in mystery. We had to make a separate book on them. Check it out when you are free," Zoltan explained briefly and added, "I will contact you through Deidre when I need your help. It will be soon, so you better start getting your things in order back home right away. See you then." With that, Zoltan teleported Wyatt and Deidre to the VVP members' lounge using the library array. Arriving there, Deidre asked, "Wyatt, what books do you want?" "It can wait. I will deal with other things first. You go get your things in order and let us meet on the physical plane." Now that he could access the books of the Infinity Library whenever and wherever, Wyatt decided to first check on his native sector to see what Zoltan was talking about. Okay. With that, Deidre teleported Wyatt to the threshold of the Infinity Library, and she left to make arrangements to accompany Wyatt on the physical plane. "Dear Demon Merchant, do you want to leave Sector DS-0909 and move to Sector ES-0012? Yes/no. Note: you are entering your native sector, so standard offering practice will be followed. Yes. Dear Demon Merchant, using Spirit Transfer Array to travel from Sector DS-0909 to Sector ES-0012. Note: Spirit Transfer Array takes the Demon Merchant's spiritual body that has entered it and transfers them to the Interrealm City. Dear Demon Merchant, welcome to Sector ES-0012. Note: behave. Being carried out of the white tunnel by an invisible force, Wyatt appeared next to a fountain. He looked around Sector ES-0012 from where he stood and was dumbfounded, seeing that it had undergone a huge transformation. Even after the transformation, it had no development whatsoever. However, its barren land had expanded from 100 acres to 100,000 acres. Soon Wyatt learned what had happened. It turns out that suddenly some demon merchant had rented the entire 99,999 acres of land surrounding the acre he had rented. As a result, the rent of the land had been jacked up to an insane price such that Wyatt could no longer afford to continue to rent the 1 acre he had previously rented. He could afford it with his VR universe wealth, but from a business point of view, trying to harvest the liquid rule power in this sector was no longer as cost-effective as before. Who would do this? Since the only other demon merchant to use this sector other than him was the young Redfoot dwarf, he was one of the suspects, but considering that he slept next to the fountain to cultivate instead of renting a small piece of land, it can be seen that it did not have the capital to pull off something like this. If not him, then who? After the young red-footed dwarf, the obvious suspect was Belphegor. Considering that someone of Zoltan's status warned him about the situation, it was clear that it had to him. But Wyatt did not understand what Belphegor could possibly get from this. He understood him banning him from the Infinity Library and blacklisting him in Sector DS-0909 was an attempt to stop him from using external help to get rid of the Plague Egg. But this did not make any sense. Or after losing to Wyatt so many times, this was his way of sticking it to him. This was downright petty. Now that Wyatt was making money through the VR universe and had a little funds to spare, he was planning to expand his liquid rule power and soul power business, but Belphegor had now put an end to it. There was still hope. Wyatt did not believe Belphegor would be spending a fortune to rent the land forever. For someone of Belphegor's caliber, renting 99,999 acres of land in an unknown sector was like spending pocket change, but if he were to do this for long, then the pocket change would add up to a small fortune. Belphegor's willingness to spend a fortune to hurt Wyatt's startup should not be surprising, as he had already shown that he had crossed the threshold where he was willing to harm himself to harm Wyatt by sacrificing his Worldhog incarnation and a realm fragment to create the Plague Egg. Wyatt wondered if Belphegor had done something similar in Sector NS-7878 to hurt his liquid soul energy startup. If he had to guess, Wyatt would bet that Belphegor had indeed done something similar in the Sector NS-7878. Just as Wyatt was preparing to head to check on Sector NS-7878, multiple demon merchants appeared next to the fountain of Sector NS-0012. Noticing Wyatt, they glared at him with an unfriendly gaze as they pointed at Wyatt and whispered about him to each other. Wyatt noticed that all the demon merchants in the group belonged to various dark races from the Dark Realm, and he got the feeling that these demon merchants not only knew him, but hated him. So Wyatt refrained from reaching out to them and making small talk to inquire about their identity and purpose in this sector. Seeing them head to the barren land and begin to build infrastructure on it, Wyatt assumed that these demon merchants might be from Belphegor's faction and that they had invested in this sector under the direction of Belphegor. Other than that, Wyatt could not think of any other reason why these demon merchants would willingly leave Sector DS-0909 and invest to develop ES-0012. Wyatt guessed that the demon merchants were developing infrastructures in ES-0012 to recover some of the money they were spending on renting such a huge piece of land. Shaking his head, Wyatt prepared to head to NS-7878, but before he could, he got a notification from his demon merchant codex, which read, "Dear Demon Merchant, an external entity is trying to break into your golden grimoire housing your Demon Merchant Codex. The Demon Merchant Codex has successfully managed to stop the invasion." Going through the notification, Wyatt immediately understood that someone was trying to hack into his golden grimoire on the physical plane, taking advantage of the fact that Wyatt was in a coma. Since he was in the base of the Freedom Fighter, who else could it be other than them trying to hack into Wyatt's grimoire? Wyatt immediately identified that they were after the VR universe. Regardless of what the Freedom Fighters claimed, their actions were starting to seem more like thieves than revolutionaries. If not for the security of the Demon Merchant Codex, the Freedom Fighters would have been successful in their attempt. I cannot catch a break, can I? Wyatt decided to return to the physical plane to save the clowns from wasting time on their fruitless attempts and welcome Dre. Now that Wyatt had gotten the coordinates of the Yellow Plains, he saw no need to continue the charades, especially when the Freedom Fighters tried to steal from him again. Date, time, location. In a luxurious palace with boundless walls covered by never-ending rows of bookshelves, a small humanoid child with ape-like features sat on a pile of books, naked, reading a book without any care in the world. It visibly seemed to be at peace reading the book. As the small creature enjoyed the book in its hand, a dark portal opened in front of it, and two tall figures with different vicious features wearing armor stepped into the hall. Without making any noise, they kneeled in front of the creature. Hours passed by, and the two armor-donning figures patiently kneeled in front of the creature, not daring to make any sound or any form of disturbance, waiting for the creature to finish reading the book in its hand and finally spare some attention to them. "That was a good book," the creature said, closing the book. Then it looked at the two figures kneeling by the foot of the pile of books it was sitting on and asked, "What is it?" "Sir Librarian, young Master Zoltan has used his authority to undo your arrangement," one of the creatures in armor informed. "I thought at least this one would be different," the librarian uttered and then ordered, "Arrange for him to enter the pit. Let's see if he manages to crawl out of it." "Yes, Your Highness," the two figures agreed in unison. Then the librarian looked at them and asked, "What do you think, will he be able to survive the pit?" The two creatures in armor hesitated, but the one with seniority responded first. "Your Highness, though young Master Zoltan is a part of you, he was raised by those pixies, and not to mention, young Master chose to forego his innate power system and adapt the power system of the pixies. So, it will be difficult for young Master Zoltan to survive the pit." Listening to his subordinates, the librarian shook his head and said, "You may be right. As a reward for your loyalty to me, I gave each of you a part of me. Each of you nurtured my part gifted to you into a great warrior or conqueror or scholar. However, only the pixies managed to gain my love. So, I would not underestimate them so much. You guys, I did not think you people would stoop to this level. How is this in accordance with our cause?" Joy berated Henrix and the other figureheads of the freedom fight who barged into the basement of her plague palace and began to break into unconscious Wyatt's grimoire. Then she turned to Baylor, knowing his history with Wyatt's parents. "You too?" As the only known demigod realm plague doctor, Joy was sought by many, both for her medical and assassination prowess. Just her appearance fee was a fortune for many. She was among the top-paid demigods in the card world, right below demigod Windsor. Yet she gave up on all that and joined the freedom fighters for next to nothing, believing in their cause. She never regretted her decision, but today, seeing the actions of the freedom fighters, she was beginning to. She knows that just having a great cause would not help them accomplish it. They will need a lot of help in the form of manpower and capital. However, there were many other ways to mass wealth than stealing from a child. Not just any child, but the one that chose to sacrifice his life for the card world and its people. This was not the same as stealing from the government, the royal families, the capital region nobles, sects, etc. He has no say in this. The demigod in charge of finance suddenly spoke up, fearing Joy's words would motivate Baylor to do something crazy. It wasn't easy for him to get Baylor and Luna to stay out of this. He did not want Joy to excite these two again. The demigod in charge of finance did not stop there. He continued to say, "If we do not do this, we will not be able to pay your sky-high fee, and besides, the boy is in a coma. All that money will be lost once he dies. So do not think of this as stealing, but helping him put the money to a better use. My sky-high fees. You know better than anyone that I am only charging for the resources I need to use my healing skills. If I were to start charging you with my service fee, I don't think you guys can afford it." Joy was pissed listening to the demigod in charge of the finances complain about the price of her healing skill. At first, when Joy joined the freedom fighters, she used her personal wealth to help treat the members of the freedom fighters, as the world was not aware of her involvement with the freedom fighters, so she made up for the losses taking on more work. However, once her involvement with the freedom fighters was revealed, she started to charge for the resources needed to use her healing skill, and sometimes when they could not afford to pay her, she would use the wealth she had saved up to help treat the members. Hearing these ungrateful words, she doubted if it was worth it. She gave up on everything she built with her hard work and did her best for the freedom fighters and their cause, only to hear such words. Yes, she was starting to wonder if demigod Windsor's choice was the right one, and she chose poorly in a moment of excitement. "Apologize." Henrix glared at the demigod in charge of the finances and ordered him to apologize to Joy. Everybody in the basement was aware that if not for Joy and her sacrifices for the freedom fighters would never have been able to survive to make a comeback by stealing the only known source of silver milk. Demigod in charge of finance clenched his fist in humiliation. As in the basement, it wasn't just the figureheads of the freedom fighters present, but also the other injured members of the freedom fighters receiving treatment. Still, seeing the look in Henrik's eyes, he swallowed the shame and rage he felt and apologized to Joy. "I was wrong, plagued Dr. Joy." With that, the basement had once again fallen into awkward silence while the demigod in charge of finances received a text from Henrik's. "Ned, why? Why do you do this? Why do you always have to be the bad guy? Over the years we have managed to gather great minds with kind hearts. Together we could have thought of something else." To which the demigod in charge of finances, Ned, replied, "I rather they blame me for all the bad things than they starve to death unable to make the difficult choices because of their righteousness. Henrik's, these people have joined our cause, so it is our responsibility to take care of them." Nobody in the basement even had a hint of the exchange between Ned and Henrik's. Except for Henrik's, none of them knew Ned's true role in the freedom fighters. If Henrik's was the face of the freedom fighters, then Ned was the shadow of the freedom fighters. As for his role as the in charge of the freedom fighters' finances, it helped him keep track of all the members of the freedom fighters, from the common members to the top brass. He could track all their activities based on their financial statements. Ned was well aware that all the people gathered here were not 100% okay with breaking into Wyatt's grimoire for his wealth in the VR universe. If not for the urgent financial troubles the freedom fighters were facing, more than half of them would stop the rest from attempting something so morally compromising. As for people like Joy, they would rather suffer than participate in something morally compromising. But the freedom fighters could not afford such a mentality at this point, as too many lives were depending on them. Their cause was no longer a popular dream, but a revolution fueled by countless lives. For their sake, someone had to make the difficult choice. This was where Ned, as the shadow of freedom fighters, shone. He proposed the difficult choices, put them into action, and got the necessary results to keep them alive. He took all the blame, but shared the glory and fruits with all. Damn it, what happened? I failed. Breaking into this kid's grimoire is proving to be impossible. What do you mean impossible? It is just a golden grimoire. How hard can it be? I have seen you break into diamond grimoires in under a minute, Ned asked the demigod, trying to break into Wyatt's grimoire. Well, what can I say? I tried everything I usually use and think of on the spot, but I failed to break into it repeatedly. I don't think that it is a regular golden grimoire. Since the boy is capable of creating something like VR universe, I would not be surprised if he has modified his grimoire. The demigod explained. He seemed to be very impressed by whatever modification Wyatt had down to his golden grimoire. So, you are giving up already? Ned asked in shock. This incident told more about Wyatt's capability than the demigod's failure. No, I have collected the data. Give me some time, I will figure something out. The demigod was not embarrassed, unable to break into Wyatt's grimoire. Instead, he seemed to be motivated. Time. Unfortunately, we do not have that, Ned uttered as he was really counting on Wyatt's wealth to meet the freedom fighters' immediate financial needs, but this failure put a hold on all his plans. Ned then looked around the basement and realized this was not the conversation he was supposed to be having in the presence of the regular members of the freedom fighters. However, he underestimated them. These guys did not join the freedom fighters for money or riches. They joined it because they believed in its cause. Every day they got up from bed, hoping to get a step closer to achieving their cause. Commander Ned, a card king who was having his lower torso rebuilt by Joy's microorganisms, spoke up, gaining the attention of every soul in the basement. I have some money saved up for my daughter's marriage. It is not a lot, but I hope you would put it to good use, the card king said. But then looking at the complicated looks on his commander's face, he smiled and said, Sir, she prefers a small wedding. So please do not feel burdened to use this money. Immediately after the card king, another member getting his left half of chest and shoulder treated spoke up. Sir, my son is dumb. I don't think he can ever pass middle school. I will be happy if he ever manages to graduate high school. So, please put his college funds to good use. Soon one by one the members of the freedom fighters began to offer the money they had set aside for their family to help with the financial crisis. Each one of these guys was capable of leading a life that many dreamed of and struggled their whole life to achieve, but they earned enough to settle their families and set some aside as a safety net. Then jumped on the opportunity to achieve something they felt was greater than them. The reason and motivation behind their choice was different, but they all believed in the one cause. And for that, they did not hesitate to make further sacrifices. as they truly believed what they were fighting for was greater than them. The demigods, who had used their entire net worth to keep the freedom fighters running so far, could not help but feel useless. The reason they went through all the trouble to shoulder the burden of keeping the freedom fighters running was because they not only wanted to protect the cause they stood for, but also the people who believed in their cause. However, now they could not help but feel they were failing both their cause and the people who believed their cause. Regardless of their thoughts, the demigods were happy feeling that their sacrifice until now in the name of the cause was all worth it. Even though they had yet to achieve their cause, seeing the members step up in their time of need showed that though they were far from achieving their cause, they had made undeniable progress. I heard there is no honor among thieves, but you guys give it a new meaning. To think the freedom fighters would stoop low to steal money for their members' families in the name of a cause that is supposedly greater than all of them. Shame on you. A stern voice echoed in the basement of the Plague Palace, breaking the emotional moment the members and the figureheads of the freedom fighters were having. This statement instantly brought a wave of dissatisfaction among the members of the freedom fighters, especially the demigods, as it targeted them. The enraged crowd searched for the source of the statement, found that it originated from the center of the basement. As their gaze converged on the clear water pool, they saw Wyatt hover out of the pool and glance over them arrogantly, until his gaze finally stopped on Joy, and he said, "You have some interesting skills. It is a pity that you are a part of this band of thieves." The crowd was dumb-stricken to find that Wyatt continued to be arrogant under their intimidating glare. Before they could react, Luna exclaimed, "Wyatt, you are awake." Luna dashed at Wyatt in excitement. Unlike her reserved self in the Sky Blossom City, she directly threw herself in Wyatt's embrace, but to her dismay, Wyatt stepped aside. Then, raising his left hand high, he slapped her defenseless soft cheek with all his might. Luna crashed into the clear water pool below as the thunderous sound of the slap echoed in the basement. "Consider yourself lucky. If not for Anna and the Southern royal family, I would have killed you for stealing from me," Wyatt said, not sparing a glance at Luna, who crashed into the pool below, but he continued to stare down the intimidating glares that had converged at him. These people had stolen from him. He should not be afraid of them, but they should be afraid of him. Wyatt glanced over all the demigods in the basement, registering their faces. Then his gaze stopped on Ned. With a sneer, he said, "You knew exactly what you were doing. Man, just a few perfectly timed words, and you had the crowd ready to lay their life and their families' lives for your great cause. I guess you are the shrewd one, the glue keeping this broken organization together. You are not as strong as others, but have mastered the power of communication to the point where you can easily play with people's hearts." Wyatt's spiritual body had long returned to his physical body. However, hearing the figureheads of freedom fighters in a heated discussion, he chose to spy on them to learn about his enemies, only to find that they were bankrupt and had no money to run their organization. Wyatt was aware that the freedom fighters were running low on funds, but for them to become bankrupt in a single night came as a huge shocker to him. So he immediately accessed the VR universe to go through the records of his information network to check what he had missed. Soon he learned about the freedom fighters being ambushed by the Paw clan and forces that were once their allies or worked together with them. Following this trial, he uncovered the massive conspiracy against the freedom fighters. Because of the hate spread against them purposefully by the world leaders, they were being hunted down by everyone in the card world. Even the small guilds from third-rate cities were after them. What was shocking was the people who were grateful to the freedom fighters for their help had also turned against them after hearing the rumors that the freedom fighters were planning to monopolize the silver milk powder. The allure of the silver milk powder even turned the allies and friends of the freedom fighters into their haters, allowing the Paw clan's ambush on the freedom fighters to become so successful that it drove them to bankruptcy, which even the central government could not do back in the day. If not for the assistance from the silver milk powder, Paw clan could not have achieved this. Worse, the secret reverse dungeons that the members of the freedom fight used to travel between worlds were being uncovered by motivated pathfinders at an astonishing rate. The freedom fighters only thought that 1/3 of their reverse dungeons were compromised when more than half of their reverse dungeons were compromised. Seeing how Henrix issued all members to report to their respective bases unaware of this important piece of news, the freedom fighters were going to see more casualties. It was going to be a massacre. The worst thing about this was that these were good people who were willing to sacrifice their lives for a better future for everyone, even their enemies. As Wyatt was digesting this information, he was simultaneously listening in on the heated discussion between the top brass of the freedom fighters. He was impressed by the demigod Ned. This guy came off as a third-rate villain, but actually, he had the whole room under his control. To the regular members, Ned showed the helplessness and struggle of their leaders who had fallen to the point where they had to compromise their moral standing and break into the grimoire of a child just to ensure that their organization kept running. He then skillfully brought up the ugly topic of the freedom fighters' lack of funds by blaming Joy for charging high fees to use her healing skills. When everyone in the basement was clear her healing skill consumed a lot of precious and expensive resources, and currently Joy was using her wealth to help heal them all. Ned noticed the dissatisfaction in Joy's eyes as the direct result of his actions, but he did nothing about it knowing she could take it. Lastly, when his plan to use Wyatt's wealth to keep the freedom fighters running hit a roadblock, he timely ignited the crackers he planted in the hearts of the regular members by showing the struggles the figureheads of the freedom fighters were facing to keep things going, motivating the members to step up and help their leaders even at the cost of harming the interest of the families they abandoned for the great cause. Ned used the persona of a crude, narrow-minded person to dig up the rude and difficult stuff that people rather not think about, and then gave them an easy way out of it by making the difficult decisions for them, while all they had to do was quietly follow his lead like a herd of speed. The difficult thing was to convince the first few, then the rest would follow blindly. The best thing about all of this was not that Ned had managed to find temporary funds, but that he had relieved the dissatisfaction of the demigods that he forced to compromise their morals. This was especially true for plagued Dr. Joy. The doubt in her eyes had vanished and replaced with, well, joy as she saw the members of the freedom fighters step up. At this point, when the emotion among the freedom fighters was running high, Wyatt decided to make his entry planning to take full advantage of the stage Ned had created. Right now, the trust among the freedom fighters was at its peak. However, if everything were to go in accordance with Wyatt's plans, that would not be the case for long. As of now, the freedom fighters were alone in the world with no allies or friends to depend on. They had little to no information from the outside world, as they had ceased all their activities and asked all members to report to their respective bases. Combined with their state of bankruptcy, it would not be wrong to say that the freedom fighters were at their weakest and most vulnerable right now. How could Wyatt just let go of such an opportunity? Since they dared to steal from him, he had no compassion or mercy for them. In response to Wyatt's words, Ned shook his head and pointing at the clear water pool below, he said, "You should not have done that." Swoosh. Wyatt closed his eyes, feeling a sudden headache. When he opened them, he found Luna's face right in front of his, so close that he could feel her breath on his lips. Wyatt noticed that Luna's pupils had morphed into a starry night sky. Soon he felt wetness on his chest. When he looked down to check, he found that Luna's hand had pierced through it, and then turned his head to look behind him to find his beating heart in her bloody arm. Registering what had transpired in the fraction of a second, he had his eyes closed. Wyatt returned to look into Luna's starry pupils with his soul pupils, only to hear Luna say, "I was aiming for your mutant ego gem, but it moved in the last second. So I could only settle for the next best thing in your chest, your heart." FCK, she is going to kill him. Joy and Baylor panicked and were about to rush to his rescue, but Henrix, who saw Wyatt fight the devil and survive worse than this, stopped them, saying, "Wyatt can take care of himself. But just in case, Joy informed me the instant the plague egg in his body acts up." Henrix, listen to them. Luna will kill him. That little girl is crazy. Ned stressed based on his personal experience. FCK, are all of you sisters insane? Wyatt said, referring to the crazy in Anna and now Luna. Was this the direct result of the burden royal children faced? Regardless, he was super surprised by the strength and speed Luna erupted. It was beyond the limits of a card king, even a card emperor. "I am keeping it." Luna pulled out her hand from Wyatt's chest while holding his heart, widening the hole in his chest. Wyatt did not even flinch as she did so, scaring the SHD out of the onlookers, the regular members of the freedom fighters. As Luna summoned a storage card and prepared to preserve Wyatt's heart in it, to her disappointment, his heart and every drop of his blood suddenly turned black, oozing malicious curse energy. Not only did it destroy the heart, but also made it so that it could not be used for cursing Wyatt. Meanwhile, the hole in Wyatt's chest healed in an instant, and then his skin began to fall off. To be accurate, all the cells in his body began to be replaced, as they were all tainted by Joy's microorganism. After giving the cells energy to heal, the corpse of the microorganism inside the cells act as a sensor for Joy, allowing her to monitor the physical body of the tainted. Wyatt had no evidence to back that she could do a lot more, but he did not mind taking caution. Seeing this, Joy frowned and said, "I cannot monitor plague egg in his body anymore. Not that I could earlier." While healing Wyatt, Joy tried to find the plague sealed in his body to study it and see if she could learn from it, if possible find a cure for it. But to her surprise, she could not find it in his body. Either Wyatt had a very advanced and mysterious sealing method, or he never incubated the egg in him in the first place. As Joy scoured through his physical body using her plague, she could not find anything peculiar about Wyatt except for his mutated ego gem and extremely sturdy physique. Most of Wyatt's secrets were in his calamity soul gem, so Joy could not uncover any of them, let alone come in contact with them. Crushing the black heart in her hands into the dirt, Luna's starry pupils locked on Wyatt as she said, "I wanted anatheroni, this unia, ias reunidnid." No, Luna was not speaking oddly, but Wyatt's mind's processing power had slowed down by a huge margin. So much so that he did not even realize that Luna had already closed the distance between them and once again almost pierced his chest to pluck his beating heart right out of it. Thankfully, he had given the Hive AI the persimmon to control his body if Luna used her ability to mess with his mind again, which saved him from another loss at her hand. Earlier, when Wyatt had experienced a sudden headache, it was the doing of Luna's weird ability. It had messed up his brain's processing power, such that the things that would normally take him a fraction of a millisecond to process now took more than a second to process. Therefore, even though Luna was showing the speed of a peak card king, Wyatt felt like she was attacking him with the speed of a demigod. If not for his Hive AI taking emergency action to move his Calamity Soul Gem in the last second, earlier, Luna would have grasped his Calamity Soul Gem instead of his heart. So, after experiencing a loss earlier, Wyatt gave Hive AI partial reign on his physical body. This way, even though this mind was being messed up by Luna's ability, Hive AI would take control of his body and take defensive and, if necessary, offensive measures. Luna was surprised to find that though her ability worked on Wyatt, somehow his body was able to defend against her attacks. Luna was not happy with this result, so she increased the effect of her skill on Wyatt to the point that it was not just messing with his brain anymore, but his nervous system too. If this move was used on any other card master, they would permanently be paralyzed or even enter a coma. With the nervous system of Wyatt's body under the influence of Luna's ability, the Hive AI had no choice but to lift the taboo limiter on his body and summon the 11 pairs of floating hands and heads. Before Luna could react, the arms vanished and appeared behind her. While one pair of arms blocked her eyes, the source of her weird ability, the other 10 pairs of arms held her down. With Luna's vision being obstructed, her skill's effect on Wyatt lifted. His mind and his nervous system returned to normal. If not for Hive AI, he would have been in deep SHD right about now. Now that is a weird but powerful ability, Wyatt said as he finally freed himself from Luna's ability. His soul pupils noticed that the unparalleled bloodline Luna gained from her grandma had perfectly mixed and enhanced the bloodline she gained from her mother, giving rise to a monstrous bloodline technique. Luna struggled to break free from the grasp of the 10 pairs of floating arms holding her down. However, her power was just not enough. It kept falling short, causing her to struggle harder, relentlessly. It was so jarring that even Wyatt began to worry that she would twist her bones, especially her neck. "Stop it, or I will beat you until you are unconscious." One of Wyatt's floating heads moved next to Luna's ear and whispered. Luna did stop struggling, but her face was flushed, feeling Wyatt's breath on her ear, cheek, and neck. Then she said, "Wyatt, I did not know you were into BDSM. I misunderstood you earlier. Come on, slap me again. This time I will play along. Anything for you, baby." Wyatt was taken aback by her words. He turned to look at the demigods, and his gaze momentarily paused on Henrik's, and then finally stopped on Ned. And he said, "Seriously, out of all the reputed researchers in the world, you hired her as the head of your R&D department? Tell me she wasn't your first pick. How do you know she is the head of our R&D department?" Most people in our organization don't know that yet, a demigod asked Wyatt. With a grin, Wyatt prepared to answer him, but before he could mouth a word, Ned interrupted him saying, "Guys, this is not that appropriate place to discuss that. Let us move to the conference room and no longer disturb the patients. Madam Joy, please forgive our intrusion." Ned saw through what Wyatt was trying to do. To an alert mind, it might appear that Wyatt had purposefully let this slip, but not accidentally, like some sort of display of strength. But there was more to it. Actually, it was an ad to show the regular members of the Freedom Fighters what he was capable of, to win their admiration. That would be Wyatt's first step to turn the regular members against the top brass of the Freedom Fighters. Ned could not sit by and watch Wyatt do as he pleased in their territory. So he signaled Henrix with his eyes to remove Wyatt from the basement of the Plague Palace as soon as possible, knowing that if Wyatt was given the opportunity to speak now, then it would only undo what he had done. "Wyatt, let me show you to the conference room," said Henrix, and in an instant, he teleported Wyatt out of the basement of the Plague Palace to a luxurious conference room. As Wyatt was teleported, he caught a glimpse of Ned nodding his head at him with a smirk, basking in his victory. "Well played," Wyatt uttered, but he was already in the conference room. Now that Luna was no longer in his sight, his 11 pairs of the floating arms and heads suddenly appeared behind him. Wyatt shook his head in dismay as Luna unknowingly foiled his plan to gather the support of the regular members of the Freedom Fighters before he discussed their future with their figureheads. Wyatt had perfectly timed his entry, right when regular members had a hint of regret that in a spur of the moment, they decided to donate the little safety money they set aside for their family to the Freedom Fighters. Wyatt's timely words claiming that Freedom Fighters were stealing from their own members had managed to ignite that tiny regret in their hearts into a wonder that the leaders they trusted would not let them do something that could harm their family, would they? Ned had set the stage, and Wyatt had managed to gather their attention with his timely words and attention-grabbing entrance. However, he underestimated one person, Luna. Her intervention switched the people's minds to an even more interesting topic, a gossip. A gossip about the relationship between Luna and Wyatt. Wyatt would still have salvaged the situation if Luna had stayed down. Instead, she went berserk, changing the whole atmosphere of the room. Still, Wyatt did not give up, however. Ned had already seen through to what he was up to and put an end to it using Henrik's ability. "Kid, you are good." Not a single person in that room was aware of Ned's play, but you saw through him. Henrix complimented Wyatt, as he was genuinely impressed by him. Wyatt was not only capable, strength-wise and intellectual-wise, but also wisdom-wise. Henrix could not understand how a 17-year-old could possibly be so good. "Well, I am surprised that you are okay with him tricking the regular members of the Freedom Fighters into donating the money they save for their family to your so-called cause." Wyatt has seen Henrix's nature firsthand, so he was indeed surprised that he was allowing Ned to do this. "This is only temporary. Once we are back on our feet, we will return their money with interest," Henrix answered, but his eyes were an obvious indicator that he was not okay with it on so many levels. However, this was a necessary evil, just like them trying to break into Wyatt's grimoire. He would not have been able to survive a second in central government if he was not well equipped to cope with these kinds of situations. Is that what Ned said to get you on board with his little plan? What if the Freedom Fighters lose? Not only will those families lose their precious family members, but also be left financially insecure. Have you thought of that? I bet you never thought the day when Freedom Fighter would be bankrupt would come, especially with your ability. But it came, didn't it? Clap, clap. Echoes of claps reverberated in the conference room. It was Ned. He made a dramatic entry while using the sound of his claps to snap Henrix out of his deep contemplation. "Holish tea, kid. Had I been a few seconds late, you would have turned my friend against me. I can't imagine how the Southern royal family managed a monster like you," Ned said as he took a seat on the round stone table in the conference room. Wyatt did not humor Ned's words. Instead, he said, "Let me guess others are not coming. I would love to hear what reason you gave them to keep them out of this discussion." "Kid, I know better than to play with fire. Since I cannot avoid it, obviously, I will take precautionary measures," Ned said, signaling Wyatt to take a sit. Wyatt did not take a sit, instead stared dead into Ned's eyes and said, "How about an apology?" "Apology for what?" Ned asked as if he had no idea what Wyatt was talking about. "Apology for stealing my Silver Beach dungeon. Apology for trying to break into my grimoire. Need I go on?" Wyatt recounted their crime to Ned. Not that Ned needed a reminder, but on this occasion, he somehow seemed to have forgotten them. Why should we be the ones to apologize for you being weak? If you were not weak, you would not have given the dungeon to the Southern royal family, allowing us to steal from them. If you were not weak, you would not lay defenseless in an unknown territory. Be happy they only tried to break into your grimoire and not your... You know what I mean. Ned chose the strategy of blaming the victim, and he was not subtle about it. After all, there was no right reason for him to defend the actions of the freedom fighters against Wyatt. You shameless bastard, Wyatt yelled in rage as he slammed his fist on the stone chair next to him, breaking it into tiny pieces. Then regaining his calm, he apologized. Sorry, let me clean this mess. It is okay. Leave it. Ned excused Wyatt's outburst. However, he was suspicious about it as it felt out of place to him. He did not dare to make the mistake of underestimating Wyatt because of his age, but he could not see what Wyatt could possibly gain by doing this. No problem, I said. I would fix it, Wyatt sternly insisted as he summoned his stone Viltronian, which used its stone rule mastery to repair the broken chair in no time. There, it is fixed, Wyatt said, recalling the stone Viltronian. Then Wyatt glanced at Henrix and Ned. The atmosphere in the room felt awkward after what just transpired. Moving past the awkwardness, Wyatt said, looks like we have strong differences of opinion. Since you cannot be bothered to show sincerity, there is no point in continuing this talk. Reach out to me in VR Universe when you are ready to apologize. Ned was confused, wondering if Wyatt was delusional. Did he not know that he was stuck in their base in another world? Did he think this was his house for him to come and go as he pleased? Before preparing to leave, Wyatt turned to Henrix and shared a document to his grimoire saying, Consider that information as a thank you gift for bringing Plague Dr. joy. If not for her, I would not have known that the plague egg would have a connection to the devil even after its incarnation's death. That saved me a lot of trouble. I will thank Madame Joy separately next time we meet. Like Ned, Henrix too was confused, unable to understand what Wyatt was up to. He spoke as if he was leaving. Even if the freedom fighters did not limit his movement, this was the other world. Where could he go? However, to their surprise, Wyatt's body disintegrated into dust and vanished with the air, scaring the SHD out of them. They could not figure out what just happened. Did Wyatt just kill himself? No. In accordance with what he said a few seconds ago, it appears he left the Yellow Plains world. But to where and how? FCK, realizing that Wyatt had actually left, Ned swore. He was planning to trick Wyatt, or even force Wyatt into sharing his wealth with them for their cause, but he just left. The only reason he did not take Wyatt seriously despite knowing his capabilities was that he was trapped. Even if the tiger was the king of the jungle, when it gets trapped inside a cage, it has to let go of its pride and become a docile cat to survive. Therefore, he had very little sincerity when he asked Wyatt to take a seat so they could begin the discussion. Wyatt was aware of this, therefore he chose to leave the Yellow Plains for now to show the freedom fighters that he was never trapped to begin with. And his gift to Henrix was to tell them that they were trapped in the Yellow Plains, not him. The information Wyatt shared with Henrix was the list of reverse dungeons connecting the card world to the Yellow Plains, uncovered by the world leaders mobilizing every force at their disposal. Wyatt did this not only as a statement toward Ned, but to protect the lives of thousands of innocent freedom fighters and their family members who would use these compromised reverse dungeons. The allure of silver milk powder was so high that the world leaders would not hesitate to use any means to get their hands on the only source of its key ingredient, silver milk, leaving only two options for the freedom fighters who would be captured by world leaders. Either they betray the freedom fighters to keep their family alive, or die along with their family, proving their loyalty to freedom fighters and faith in their greater cause. Henrix went through the list that Wyatt shared with his grimoire. The situation was so grave that he did not have the time to be shocked. He instinctively yelled, "Damn it." Then he immediately began to contact the Reverse Dungeon Patrol Department to share the information with them and have them warn the regular members regarding the compromised dungeons. Listening to Henrix's yell, Ned, who was staring intently at the chair that Wyatt destroyed and fixed, jumped in a scare. Turning his attention to Henrix, he saw urgency written all over his face, so he chose to wait. After Henrix was done sharing the list of compromised reverse dungeons connecting the card world to Yellow Plains to the patrol department and explaining the gravity of the situation to them, he shared a copy of the list with Ned too. What is this? Ned asked Henrix in confusion. He was aware that they were the names of a few of their reverse dungeon, but he did not understand why Henrix was sharing it with him. That's the thank you gift from Wyatt, Henrix said, taking a seat at the round table. His knees grew weak, understanding the consequence of the grave mistake. He almost made believing that only a third of their reverse dungeons were compromised when more than half were compromised. Did he say where he got this list from? Based on Henrix's reaction and the origin of the list, Ned immediately put 2 and 2 together. Since Henrix had already taken the necessary precautionary measures, he was rather interested in knowing how Wyatt got this list. I have no idea, he did not say. But how did he get his hands on this list? After being pointed out by Ned, Henrix too began to wonder how Wyatt was able to get such an important piece of information. I am telling you, that boy is more than what meets the eye. He has a big secret to him. Ned's mind almost overloaded trying to figure out how Wyatt had the list of reverse dungeon uncovered by the world leaders. Why does it matter how he got it? We should be content with the fact that he decided to share it with us. Hearing Ned, Henrix immediately understood where the conversation was headed and decided to put an end to it. Henrix, you don't under. Ned knew that Henrix had taken a liking to Wyatt and was not willing to go against him anymore, but in this game, there was no room for personal feelings. Ned was about to remind that to his friend, but was interrupted midway by Henrix. Enough. Ned, these past few days I am feeling like I am back in the central government. Freedom fighters used to mean something, now we are like a bunch of bandits stealing from children and our own families. This doesn't feel right. I did not know you were feeling like this. Ned knew that they were making a few morally questionable choices lately, but he had no idea how much of a toll it was taking on Henrix and the rest. After a pause, Henrix continued to say, I am starting to think we should never come out of hiding. We should not have lusted for the silver milk powder. We were not ready for something this big. Instead of facing the central government, now we are facing the whole world. Ned, freedom fighters has always been for the world, never against the world. Whoa, Henrix. This is not the time to throw in the towel. It's time for us to struggle so hard that the shackles should snap off of us. I know these past few days have not been easy, but like always, we will soldier through. Ned tried to motivate Henrix, but he was once again interrupted. Ned, open your damned eyes. If Wyatt had not shared that list with us, I can't even imagine the consequence of that. Ned, I know our cause is important, but it is not greater than the lives of our people. I do not doubt their faith in our cause. They will willingly lay their life for it. But what is the use of a cause when everyone who believes in it, or the loved ones of those who fought for it, is dead? Henrix's hands, they were shivering. The room wasn't cold, yet they were shivering as if the room temperature was in negative. His hands did not shiver when he fought the strongest of foes in the coldest of mountains, but now they were shivering, imagining the consequence had Wyatt not shared the list with him. He was not worried about the members of the freedom fighters being ambushed. They knew what they signed up for. He was worried for their families. He used to sit in the same room and chairs as the world leaders, and he knew full well about the worst they were capable of. He could not imagine that for his enemies, let alone the members of freedom fighters and their families. You are thinking too much into it, Henrix. We managed to avoid the incident, remember? Why don't you relax? Ned could see that Henrix was shaken up by this incident. Ned, you don't get it. Henrix was pissed that his friend was not able to grasp the gravity of the situation if they had not avoided it thanks to Wyatt. I get it, Henrix. I get it. I know I messed up. Instead of getting greedy and trying to create a supply and distribution line for silver milk powder, we should have gone into hiding and used the silver milk powder to strengthen our manpower. But we did not, because I decided that expanding our influence with the help of silver milk powder would be the right way. I know I was wrong. Our present is the evidence of that. Ned immediately shouldered all the blame for what could have been the biggest blunder in the history of the freedom fighters. Unfortunately for him, Henrix was not having it. No, you don't get it. We should have heeded Demigod Windsor's advice and never have come out of hiding. He warned us if we stole the Silver Beach dungeon, freedom fighters would be destroyed within 2 weeks. Even the Southern royal family did not dare to be so brazen about the silver milk powder, yet we were. Dear friend, we flew too close to the sun. Henrix shook his head, thinking he should have known better. It was still not time for the freedom fighters to come out of hiding. How can you say that? What does Demigod Windsor know? Silver milk powder is the best thing that could have happened to freedom fighters. With it, we could have been able to achieve our cause. Had I not been greedy and chosen the less risky way? Ned strongly disagreed with Henrik's. He believed that without the silver milk powder, no matter how many years they would be in hiding, they could never have been able to counter the central government in terms of strength or wealth. But now with the presence of silver milk powder, that has changed. If only he had been patient and chosen to go into hiding after stealing the silver milk powder, gunning for a slow and steady growth instead of trying to establish a supply and distribution chain aiming for faster growth. How can you not see something so basic? Regardless of whether we had chosen to hide or expand, as long as we had the Silver Beach Gate dungeon in our possession, the world would always be against us and find some or the other way to take it from us. Isn't what happened with the Southern royal family an example of this? No matter sneaky and cautious, they were, the central government went after them. The central government even went as far as to mobilize the miracle to get them the Silver Beach Gate dungeon. They say that nobody can defeat the right eye of the world inside the world, but when she went against Wyatt, she lost. We should have just listened to Demigod Windsor. Henrix was puzzled how his dubious friend could not see something so basic. Let us say that I agree with you that we should not have stolen the Silver Beach Gate dungeon in the first place. But now what? As we have already stolen it. I am warning you. Don't you dare say we return it to the central government in exchange that they leave us alone. I will never agree to that. If the Silver Beach dungeon falls into the hands of the central government, then we can forget that a miracle drug like silver milk powder ever existed. They will bury it and make sure that it never sees the light of the day. At best, they will sell limited quantities to the highest-paying world leaders and the rest to train their soldiers. I would rather watch it be destroyed than see that happen, Ned said frantically. Ned was so desperate because he had promised to himself that Henrix would always be the final decision-maker. He would never go against Henrix's orders. At most, he would debate it, but never act against it in any way. So if Henrix decides that they give the Silver Beach Gate dungeon to the central government for leaving them alone, then he would do everything in his power to achieve that, even though he felt that it was not the right thing to do. This was the limit he had placed on himself, knowing that with his personality, he would always somehow end up hurting the people close to him. Therefore, he gave his reins to Henrix, his best and most trusted friend. However, what he could not see was that he was doing it again. Who said anything about giving the only known source of the silver milk powder to the central government? Right now, that is the only thing keeping us alive, Henrix said, surprising Ned. The only reason why the world leaders were not invading and attacking the compromised reverse dungeon blatantly was because they were worried that feeling cornered, the freedom fighters would hold the only source of the silver milk hostage. Fearing the worst that could happen to the only source of the silver milk, the world leaders did not want to act until they were absolutely certain that they would be able to gain possession of the D-rank Silver Beach Gate dungeon. This was the only reason why the freedom fighters were still in peace and not amidst a losing war. The world leaders cared more about the Silver Beach Gate dungeon than vanquishing the freedom fighters. Once they get their hands on the Silver Beach Gate dungeon, things will change very quickly for the freedom fighters. Henrix was very clear about this, so he never once considered handing over the Silver Beach dungeon to the central government. He planned to use it as a bargaining chip if, and only when, things went south and he could no longer salvage it. Then what do you want me to do? Ned relaxed, learning Henrix did not plan to exchange the Silver Beach dungeon for the world leaders to leave them alone. So he asked Henrix to point him to the way, and he would not stop until he achieved it. We reach out to Wyatt. Let us hear what he has to say, Henrix said, as he himself was out of ideas when the whole world was out to get them, the freedom fighters. In the end, the demigod Windsor was right. Unfortunately, he did not plan on joining the freedom fighters even if Henrix offered to step down as the leader and hand him the reins. Let me tell you what he has to say. He not only wants us to return the Silver Beach Gate dungeon to him, but he also wants us to act as his thugs, Ned revealed, having seen through Wyatt's intentions way back in the basement of the Plague Palace. Honestly, as long as he promises to help us out of this mess and sponsor the freedom fighters' cause, I don't mind being his hired thug. Henrix expressed willingness to work with Wyatt, but he did not say anything about returning the Silver Beach Gate dungeon to him. Once where for miles there was nothing but wasteland, now stood half a dozen majestic towering buildings surrounded by fancy infrastructures. If people did not know any better, they would think the city was expanding, but that wasn't the case. This was not the result of the city's expansion plan, but the expansion plan of the Tyrant Sun Raven Guild, and the fine gold merchants. They have shifted their main headquarters and office to the barren lands of the Dungeon Highway at the orders of their young leader Dalton Wyatt. Interestingly, the core tower was not occupied by the fine gold or Wyatt's card boutique, but by the small, unknown adventure guild, Tyrant Sun Raven Guild. This has always been a topic of gossip for the citizens of the Sky Blossom City. Some believe the TSR Guild could occupy the center tower instead of fine gold because it was the first business acquired by Dalton Wyatt, and since Wyatt's card boutique was too small to occupy an entire tower. Some believe that the TSR Guild was guarding something inside the huge vault of the central tower's basement. Regardless of the rumors and gossip, no one knew why the TSR Adventure Guild was given the central tower instead of fine gold or fine gold guards. Inside the basement vault of the central tower, numerous artifacts that told the history of the card apprentice were on display, securely masking the hidden entrance to a gate dungeon, the Blood Rock Cave Gate Dungeon. Sarah George could be seen entering and leaving the gate dungeon multiple times a day without sparing a single glance at the artifacts worth millions, but one artifact among them all would catch her attention every time she passed by it. It was a plaque that read, "Keep calm and ignore." This artifact had nothing special. Some experts would even question if it was an artifact in the first place, but for some reason, Sarah could stare at it an entire day without blinking. As usual, while making her trip to the gate dungeon, Sarah paused by the plaque. Suddenly the plaque shone and morphed into an orb, which then morphed into a fully grown human teenager. Seeing the figure, Sarah immediately got down on one knee, and bowing her head she said, "Welcome, Master." Throwing on a fresh set of clothes, Wyatt looked at his surroundings and asked Sarah, "Where is this?" "Master, you are at the basement of the TSR Guild's new headquarters in the Barren Lands," Sarah immediately replied. "So everything is going according to the plan?" Wyatt asked. Understanding that Van George placed the morphed pseudo-calamity soul gem he gave to him in a vault among other valuable artifacts. "Yes, Master. I was just headed to give Bloodette the promised monster blood," Sarah informed. "How are our reserves of blood rule pills?" Wyatt asked as he signaled Sarah to lead him to Bloodette. "We have enough stocks to start selling blood rule in the market, Master," Sarah reported, sharing the records of blood rule pills she had recorded to Wyatt's grimoire. "No. Cancel all plans of selling the blood rule. Use them to recruit capable members with ego gems." Thanks to the VR universe, Wyatt was no longer short on cash to do small and risky transactions, such as selling blood rule pills. Instead, it would be cost-effective for him to use the blood rule pills to recruit capable members. Wyatt planned to start recruiting members to build his faction once he moved to the central academic city. After all the talents of the world gathered there. However, fate had other plans, and seeing the circumstances of the freedom fighters, he decided to no longer delay his plan for anyone. There were two reasons why I wanted to go to the central academic city by joining Morningstar University. The first was to explore the card world and what innovations they had to offer, and the second one was to start building his faction. He could do that in the southern capital, but the people there had too much loyalty toward the southern royal family, so it was not an ideal place for him to start building his faction. Especially since one of the reasons he was building his faction was the southern royal family. Either way, he had to start somewhere. After his central academic region plan failed, Wyatt planned to swallow the freedom fighters as his faction, but thanks to Luna and Ned, it was on hold for now. As of now, he was willing to take anyone because he could control the power and the loyalty of a card apprentice, but not time. He needed time to grow his faction into something that could take on the whole world. With every passing second, he could see a future where the whole world would be against him, just as it was against freedom fighters today. Wyatt knew better than to underestimate a person's greed. "Yes, Master." Sarah agreed to Wyatt's command without any hesitation or concern. Ask Diana and Cindy to meet me at the lunch. Tell them to forward me all the project progress reports, especially the card creation talent recruitment program. Apart from time, there was one other thing that he could not give to the card apprentice, and that was talent. This was why he chose the central academic city, which was considered a hub of talents, as the ideal place for him to start building his faction. "Yes, Master." Sarah nodded as she opened the hidden door, revealing the Blood Rock Cave Gate Dungeon. Wyatt stepped into the gate dungeon, and Sarah followed behind him. Arriving at the tunnel with blood rule rock walls, Wyatt saw the figure of Bloodette. "Wyatt, Bloodette seemed to want to say something, but immediately closed her mouth. Her eyes suddenly shone brighter as she mechanically dashed at Wyatt. Feeling something was wrong, Wyatt immediately used his soul pupil on her to find that her blood-ruled body was about to explode. FCK. There wasn't enough time for Wyatt to rush out of the dungeon gate, so he pushed Sarah out of the dungeon gate and used his body to stop the explosion from rushing out through the dungeon gate. Both Bloodette and Wyatt's bodies vaporized in the explosion. As for Sarah, who was pushed out of the gate dungeon by Wyatt, she was safe except for some first-degree burns. If she had not used her charcoal body transformation in a timely fashion and Wyatt had not used his body to close the gate and obstruct the blast, she might have suffered heavier damage. But because of the Calamity Daughter Gem's reconstruction skill, she recovered instantly. A stone in the wilderness suddenly shone and morphed into an orb, then a human male teenager who mumbled, "I knew that the Devil Merchant Code privilege I chose was the best fit for me, but I did not think I would end up using it twice in a row in such short period, and it wasn't cheap. Still, both the time it was money well spent, and I have never been more proud of my foresight." The 2 times Wyatt used the privilege he gained from the Devil Merchant Code were when he escaped from the Yellow Plain world, and now when he escaped from the Blood Rock Cave Gate dungeon. Both times were desperate situations, especially the second time. If he did not have the Devil Merchant Code's privilege, he could have died in Bloodette's dungeon seal under Blood Rule explosion. When the Devil Merchant Code offered him to create a specific privilege for himself, Wyatt thought of various privileges that could allow him to take advantage of the Devil Merchant Code's chaotic market, or privileges that would help him take advantage of its inter-realm search and transportation functions. While choosing the privilege, Wyatt had to be careful because of how much wealth he would have to spend. For the Devil Merchant Code would offer him a second privilege wasn't clear, but it would be more than the amount he had spent to get his first privilege. Depending on the Devil Merchant Code's greedy nature, he might have to spend tenfold or even 100-fold of that amount. Therefore, out of all the privileges that Wyatt could think of, he ended up choosing one specific privilege that would not be of significant use for any other demon or devil merchant, but for him, it was tailor-made for him, so that he could save his life in desperate times. The privilege that Wyatt chose would allow him to move his mutated soul from his Calamity Soul Gem to his Pseudo-Calamity Soul Gem across realms and dimensions with the help of the Devil Merchant Code for an adequate amount of offerings. The only limitation that stuck out with Wyatt's method of switching his mutated soul between his Calamity Soul Gems and Pseudo-Calamity Soul Gem to save his life in key moments was that it could not be done across realms and dimensions. Just take Bloodette's dungeon seal as an example. Wyatt did not place any Pseudo-Calamity Soul Gem in Bloodette's dungeon seal for fear of her discovering it, or worse, her eating it. So when Bloodette exploded a few seconds ago, Wyatt would not have been able to move his soul to a Pseudo-Calamity Soul Gem outside of the dungeon to save himself, so he would have died along with Bloodette's blood rule body. However, thanks to the privilege that Wyatt gained from the Devil Merchant Code when the explosion transpired, his soul was able to move from his Calamity Soul Gem within the dungeon seal to his Pseudo-Calamity Soul Gem hidden in the outskirts of the Sky Blossom City. How did this work? It worked by making use of the Devil Merchant Code's interrealm transportation function. Normally, it would not be possible to transport a demon/devil merchant's soul from one soul vessel to another soul vessel using this function, but Wyatt had created the privilege for it. As a bonus, since in this case only Wyatt's mutated soul was being transported instead of his whole body, the cost of the transportation was reduced by a huge margin. After all, transporting a soul was a lot cheaper than him transporting his whole body. As per usual, the cost of the soul transportation using the Devil Merchant Code's soul transportation function was calculated based on the distance the soul traveled to. However, despite all its concessions, it was still not cheap for Wyatt to use this privilege, as his soul was traveling across realms every time he needed to use it. Regardless of how close the two realms were, it was not the same as just walking from point A to point B. The Devil Merchant Code charged based on the energy it spent on the action, and not to forget its sky-high cut. So even if Wyatt had just traveled from the gate dungeon in the barren lands of Sky Blossom City to the outskirts of the Sky Blossom City, the Devil Merchant Code had helped his soul to travel across 2 dimensions, so there wasn't much difference between the energy it spent now and when it helped him move his soul from Yellow Plains world to Card World. Though it was a very useful privilege, it put a dent in his pocket. Well, not more than the inter-realm transportation function would. Throwing on a new set of clothes, Wyatt then navigated his location and headed straight to the Sky Blossom City while calling Courtney. Calling Courtney. Sorry, your call could not be connected. FCK. Courtney, what mess did you get yourself into? Wyatt said in irritation. The thought that Courtney and Bloodette could have betrayed him never crossed Wyatt's mind. But the thought of the Circle forcing Courtney to harm him did cross his mind, considering her previous connection to the Circle. Unable to connect with Courtney, Wyatt immediately used Hive AI to connect with Sarah's Calamity Daughter core. Sarah, what's the situation? Is the dungeon gate still open? Wyatt asked as soon as he could get in touch with Sarah. No, Master. It vanished a few seconds after the explosion. Sarah reported. Damn it. Wyatt cursed since he could not explore Bloodette's dungeon seal to investigate what had transpired. Then he ordered Sarah, find Courtney immediately. Master, I am sorry to say this, but last time I visited Bloodette, Courtney was there planning to practice her blood rule mastery, and according to the guild record, Courtney did not leave the dungeon afterward. I fear Courtney is trapped in the dungeon, or worse, she too succumbed to the explosion. Wyatt paused mid-air, hearing Sarah say that Courtney might have been inside the Bloodette's dungeon seal during the explosion. After a short silence, he ordered Sarah, pause everything. Mobilize everyone to find out what Courtney has been up to and who she has been in contact with these days. I want every little detail. If Courtney sneezed yesterday, then I want to know why, when, and where. Do not leave out any little detail, no matter how insignificant it may seem. Sure, I will get right to it, Sarah affirmed through the Hive AI, while using her grimoire to make the arrangements as per Wyatt's orders. I want the report ASAP, Wyatt stressed. Yes, Master. And should I cancel the meeting with Fine Gold? Sarah asked. No. Postpone it to a later date, Wyatt answered without giving a specific date, but Sarah understood that Wyatt would be seeing the Fine Gold once he had addressed the assassination attempt on him. Sure, Master. I will contact you when the report is ready, Sarah said before Wyatt ended the communication channel. Standing in midair, Wyatt began to contemplate who would attempt to assassinate him through Bloodette. The Circle was the first suspect that came to his mind, considering their grudge against him and their connection with Courtney, who was the only person who had access to Bloodette other than him. If someone wanted to meet Bloodette, they would either have to go through Courtney or Wyatt's Calamity Daughter gems that were guarding Bloodette's dungeon seal. Therefore, whoever tried to use Bloodette to assassinate him must have gotten to Bloodette through Courtney, which was why Wyatt had his people investigate everything Courtney had been up to these past few days. Why did Wyatt not suspect Courtney and Bloodette of trying to kill him? Instead, he's so confident that someone was trying to assassinate him through Bloodette. That was because of the minute changes in Bloodette's soul energy signature that he noticed with his soul pupils in the final moments before she used the blood rule explosion to detonate her blood rule body. What were these minute changes in Bloodette's soul energy? If Wyatt were to use an example, he would compare the similarities between the changes in Bloodette with the method Belphegor used to control Agony when she was too emotional to fight after Bame rebelled against her. However, similarities only ended with the victim losing control of their body and mind. In Agony's case, the trigger was Belphegor, but in Bloodette's case, the trigger was seeing Wyatt. That was to say that somebody had planted a hypnotic suggestion deep in Bloodette's consciousness to detonate herself using blood rule explosion when she was in the presence of Wyatt. This hypnotic suggestion was why Bloodette, who had come to the gate of the dungeon to greet Wyatt, suddenly turned silent, and her movements became more stiff and mechanical as she dashed toward him. Thinking of this assassination method, Matron's memory manipulation abilities came to Wyatt's mind. But there was a problem. Whoever left a hypnotic suggestion in Bloodette must have left it recently after he went to the southern capital, most probably after he created VR Universe. This also meant they had to have known that Wyatt would come to visit her or Bloodette would visit him soon. However, Matron, who was aware of the Battle of the Southern Capital, should know that Wyatt had left the card world to die in an unknown realm after being forced by the devil to incubate a plague egg. So she could not have been behind this assassination attempt. This reason also clears the Circle of most suspicion. The same goes for the central government, leaving Wyatt with no suspect, and he was right back to square one. As for Chris Chase, Wyatt did not believe Chris had what it took to pull something like this. Otherwise, he would not be a nobody with his overpowered origin card in the future vision seen by Clown Mask. If it was not somebody whom he pissed off, then who? Who would go to such lengths to assassinate him? Who knew that he was fine and be returning to Sky Blossom City? Wait, was it just Bloodette, or did they leave hypnotic suggestions in everyone close to him? Thinking of this, Wyatt felt a chill on his back, as this could mean that Susan was in trouble. He then immediately morphed his appearance using Myraid Devil transformation and flew towards the city at the fastest speed he could summon. If Susan was also planted with a hypnotic suggestion, she too, like Bloodette, would execute the suggestion implanted in her upon seeing Wyatt. So Wyatt planned to use a disguise to get close to Susan and check her soul energy signature, and if there was a hypnotic suggestion planted in her, then he would have the time to think of something to undo it. While he flew towards the city, Wyatt called Corey to get her location, knowing that she would be next to Susan. Calling Psycho with mommy issues. Psycho with mommy issues has disconnected your call. That itch. Wyatt cussed it out loud, seeing that Corey did not pick up his call. Wyatt could directly call Susan to get her location, but he had no idea what the trigger for the hypnotic suggestion, if any, planned in Susan, was, so he did not want to risk it by calling or texting her. Swallowing his pride, Wyatt sent Corey a text. Susan's life might be in danger. Send me her current location. Courtney immediately replied, "Don't worry, with me by her side, no one can harm her. Not even you." FCK. Irritated, Wyatt sent a text to everyone in his contact list that lived in Sky Blossom City and knew Susan well enough to know her location, asking for her location. Send me Susan's current location. Do not tell her about this text. It's a surprise. Wyatt. Susan is with me in the new Fine Gold headquarters. Diana instantly replied after receiving Wyatt's text. Soon others too texted Susan's location to Wyatt. He thanked them all with a text and texted the rest that he had received Susan's location. Then he texted Diana instructions to help check on Susan without raising any misunderstanding or suspicions about his identity, especially with Corey next to her. Apparently, Susan was shadowing Diana and Cindy as an intern to learn different management styles to manage a big company, and Corey was shadowing Susan as her secretary. Wyatt had no idea as to how Corey had managed to convince Susan into such an arrangement. After all, Susan was not vain enough to hire herself a personal secretary. Wyatt had offered Susan a higher position in Fine Gold, but she rejected it and followed Diana around as an intern while holding her title as the manager of Wyatt's card boutique, showcasing her loyalty and professionalism. Shaking his head, Wyatt was about to cross the city array and entered the city area. However, he felt a divine sense sweep past him as he entered the city. It was a demigod blatantly monitoring everyone entering and leaving the city. Wyatt acted normally as if he did not notice the divine sense of the demigod and continued on his course. If it was before, Wyatt would have thought that this demigod belonged to the Southern royal family, keeping watch over the city, especially people close to him. However, after the incident with Bloodette, he was not sure if the demigod was from the Southern royal family or an enemy. If the demigod was indeed from the Southern royal family, then how did the enemy manage to plant a hypnotic suggestion within Bloodette under their watch? With all that was going on, Wyatt had no choice but to call and to get a clear answer about this, revealing to the Southern royal family that he had returned to the card world. It was highly likely that the demigod monitoring the city was the enemy who planted the hypnotic suggestion in Bloodette. Since he would be aware that Wyatt had returned to the city with Bloodette's hypnotic suggestion being triggered, he might be monitoring the city to capture Wyatt if he managed to survive Bloodette's blood rule explosion. If that were really the case, then when Wyatt tries to remove the hypnotic suggestion in Susan, the demigod might intervene. Wyatt was not afraid of fighting the demigod, but he wanted to avoid fighting the demigod in the city, having watched even a simple attack from a demigod could wipe a small third-rate city like Sky Blossom City and every low-level being in it from the face of this world. Compared to the southern capital city, Sky Blossom City wasn't even 1/1/10 of it, both in terms of size and population. How could an unknown third-rate city compare to the capital city of one of the 5 main regions? Calling in. Wyatt, how are you? How are you able to call me? Grandma said you left for another realm with Freedom Figthers. Receiving Wyatt's call and began to barge him with questions without giving him the opportunity to speak. And now is not the time. Did your family arrange a demigod to protect Sky Blossom City? Wyatt asked urgently, sensing the urgency in Wyatt's tone, and hurriedly answers, "Yes, we have arranged 2 demigods to protect your people. One was arranged after you created the VR universe and the other one during your battle with the devils." He followed the sinister snake to the Sky Blossom City. An's answer was brief and short, but it explained everything Wyatt looking for. Learning that there were 2 demigods from the Southern royal family protecting the city, especially his people, Wyatt was not impressed but rather shocked. Because the enemy managed to plant a hypnotic suggestion in Bloodette under the watch of 2 demigods. This only showed how capable the enemy was or how incompetent the Southern royal family was. "Wyatt, you there?" and asked, not receiving a reply from Wyatt. "And contact your demigods and ask them to give the complete report of everything they monitored since they took post at the Sky Blossom City. When I say everything, I mean even the small details, no matter how negligible and ridiculous they may seem," Wyatt requested. He wanted to cross-check the report his people came up with, the report of the demigods, to find the person who stood out the most one by one and trace back to their identities and everything there was to know about them until he found the actual perp. The perp could have only gained access to Bloodette through Courtney, mostly when she was playing with orphans of Courtney's orphanage. Regardless of how skilled the enemy was, they must have shown themselves at some point. "Wyatt, that information is confidential." As An was about to reject his request, Wyatt demanded, "My friend was murdered under your watch. Either give me the information I ask, or I will have to take drastic measures that your family will come to regret. This is no longer within my authority, but I will see what I can do," and did not give a definite answer. After learning that Wyatt's friend was murdered, she understood things were no longer what she could handle, and she had to involve her mother. Especially considering that her family's demigods did not even know that Wyatt's friend was murdered under their watch. As Wyatt was about to hang up on her, and hurriedly said, "Wyatt, are you in the Sky Blossom City?" Wyatt did not answer her, but hung up on her after giving her an ultimatum. "Make sure I have the information I demanded before I lose my patience." Wyatt was back at the Barren Lands. He flew to the tower allotted to find gold and landed on its terrace. Finding the stairs, he entered the building and headed straight to Diana's office, where Susan, Diana, and Corey were currently present. Arriving at Diana's office, Wyatt bypassed the distracted receptionist and knocked on Diana's office door, dressed like a regular employee. With the speed of Wyatt's stride, even if the receptionist was paying attention, she would not have been able to catch the shadow of Wyatt heading to Diana's office. "Yes, come in." Diana looked at the middle-aged employee at the door with a pair of dark shades on and frowned. Wyatt had informed her that he was coming to meet her in disguise, but he did not tell her what he would look like. However, she believed that this middle-aged employee was Wyatt, since no employee of hers would dare wear shades to meet her regardless of their position in the company and relationship with her. Diana found it hard to believe that the person in front of her was Wyatt himself, because she could not believe a disguise card could be so flawless down to the soul energy signature. She was starting to doubt if she had made a mistake. The middle-aged employee might not be Wyatt until she received a text from Wyatt's grimoire asking her to stop staring at him. As for Susan, she seemed to have no clue whatsoever that the middle-aged employee entering the office was Wyatt himself. She frowned seeing that an employee wore cooling glasses when meeting the acting head of their organization. This was not in good taste or professional. However, she felt a sense of familiarity from the middle-aged employee, which was puzzling as she had never met this person. Walking into the office, Wyatt found Susan helping Diana go through the documents stacked high on her table, while Corey was sitting across them, looking bored. Wyatt did not understand how Corey's mind worked, especially her obsession with Susan. Why was this girl wasting her precious time following Susan around, being a nuisance, instead of trying to improve her card creation skills, or rule mastery, or even practicing demon martial arts? She better have completed the cards I commissioned her to create, Wyatt thought as he walked to Diana's desk. "Please, take a seat," Diana said, pointing at the chair next to Corey, who continued to remain in her world, without sparing a glance at Wyatt, who took a seat next to her. Before Wyatt could use his soul pupils on Susan, a white bangle on Corey's wrist caught his attention. It was BAME wrapped around her wrist. She appeared to be asleep. Feeling Wyatt's gaze on her, she opened her eyes. Wyatt panicked, fearing she would recognize him. The Myriad Devil transformation has never failed Wyatt, but BAME was different. She was being classified as a mystery by the librarian. Only she knew what she was capable of. As Bame lifted her head and glanced at Wyatt, Corey affectionately petted her. "Good morning, little sleepyhead." Bame enthusiastically rubbed her little head against Corey's finger, forgetting about Wyatt being distracted by Corey. Finding Corey's actions rude and undermining Diana in front of the company employee, Susan reminded her, "Corey, why don't you wait outside the office?" "What did I do?" Corey argued, only to be met by Susan's glare. In response, Corey pleaded, "Big sis, let me stay. I will behave." Ahem. Diana cleared her throat, gaining the attention of everyone in the office. "It's okay, Susan." Diana permitted Corey to stay. Then turning to Wyatt, she informed, "I get right to you in a minute." Diana then began to go through the papers in her hand, pretending to be busy, allowing Wyatt to do his thing without arousing any suspicion. Seeing Diana stop Susan from throwing the nuisance named Corey out, Wyatt almost slapped his head. Moving on, under the cover of the dark shades, Wyatt activated his soul pupils to check Susan's soul energy signature in search of minute changes that might suggest that somebody might have left a hypnotic suggestion deep in her consciousness. However, as soon as Wyatt activated his soul pupils, Bame, who was nestling in Corey's embrace, suddenly focused her attention on him. With that, all of Wyatt's being rang an alarm, warning him that if he continued to use his soul pupils, the little sinister snake might attack him. Wyatt immediately stopped using his soul pupils, but it was too late. Corey had noticed the change in Bame's actions and turned to focus on Wyatt. The little snake flew from her embrace and began to circle around Wyatt while stretching out its little forked tongue to smell Wyatt. This action of Bame practically pushed Wyatt's heart to his throat. He was not afraid of the sinister snake, but afraid of his identity being exposed by it. "Hey, mister, please remove your glasses," Corey demanded of the middle-aged employee as she got up from her chair. "Corey, don't cause trouble." Susan immediately warned Corey, like a mother who knew her child was up to no good. "Big sis, stand back." He activated his soul energy just now. Corey defended herself, revealing what she learned from Bame to Susan. Listening to Corey's words, Susan's clothes morphed into a dark armor covering her from head to toe. Her reaction surprised both Wyatt and Diana. Both Corey and Susan appeared to be spooked. Even Bame appeared to be prepared to strike Wyatt, as long he moved a single muscle or soul energy in his body. "Guys, calm down. Corey, tell your pet snake to retreat. This employee is blind and uses a card to aid with his sight," Diana hurriedly explained. However, neither Corey nor Susan seemed to lower their guard. "Diana, if that is the case, then ask your employee to remove his glasses and show his eyes to prove that he is blind," Corey demanded. Her reaction was surprising, but what was more surprising was that Susan too seemed to agree with Corey, and to top it off, she was slowly backing away from Diana's side and retreating to take cover behind Corey. They both looked like two spooked cats. "What's going on, guys? You guys are acting weird." Diana did not immediately agree to Corey's request, as she knew the eyes of the middle-aged employee/Wyatt in disguise were perfectly fine. "Miss Diana, please forgive our rudeness, but we have reason to believe our lives are in danger. So, at the risk of being rude, I will have to ask the gentleman to show his eyes to prove he is blind." Susan spoke, explaining her and Corey's peculiar actions. "Is this because of the text I sent to Corey?" Wyatt wondered, remembering that he did warn Corey that Susan's life was in danger through a text before arriving here. "Big sis, this was why I asked you to skip work for a few days. I don't know why you go to such lengths for Wyatt when he is in the southern capital having the time of his life with that Lud Anna." Corey took this opportunity to badmouth Wyatt to Susan. However, her words implied that she and Susan believed their lives were in danger even before Wyatt sent the text to Corey. That meant something had transpired earlier today, which spooked both Corey enough to ask Susan to take a break from work. Even Susan appeared to be spooked to the degree that she was willing to risk embarrassing a blind person. This was puzzling. How could both Susan and Corey be so scared for their life when they had Bame next to them? Even if Susan had no idea of Bame's power, Corey should be clear of her pet snake's power. Yet, she was on guard against a supposed blind middle-aged card master. This could only mean that either she was not aware of Bame's power or the enemy they feared was stronger than Bame. So, Wyatt impatiently asked Susan, "Who is it? Who dared to harm you?" Corey and Susan looked at the middle-aged blind employee in confusion. Fortunately, Diana spoke up, What he means is, why do you guys feel that your lives are in danger? After all, with Wyatt's reputation, nobody in the city will dare to go against his people. Especially you, Susan. Feeling the sudden burst of emotion in Wyatt, Bame hissed at him, warning him to behave, or else she will not hesitate to bite his head off. She then continued to circle around him in a threatening manner, ready to strike him. It appears she could not see through the myriad devil transformation. Miss Diana, it is not the people of this city we are afraid of, but Wyatt's enemies. Since they cannot reach him in the southern capital, they plan to get to him through us, Susan explained. And then turning to the middle-aged employee, she sincerely requested, I apologize for the inconvenience, but could you please remove your glasses and prove that you are indeed blind? Susan's biggest fear was becoming a burden to Wyatt. This was why she worked so hard to increase her management skills. At least this way she could be by Wyatt's side and not be a total burden. However, now her nightmare was coming true as Wyatt's enemies were trying to get to him through her, pushing her to resolve that she would rather die than become the reason for Wyatt's downfall. Prove that you are indeed blind. As Susan said this, Wyatt noticed a resolve hidden behind her fear. It appeared she was prepared to die rather than be captured. Sensing this, Wyatt's heart ached. You heard her, mister. Remove your shades. Corey stressed. The tensions in the office room were already high, and her blatant use of her intimidating aura was just adding to it. Corey, calm down. We can talk this out. Diana began to blame herself for not throwing Corey out of her office when she had the chance. Now the only person who could control her, Susan, was fueling her crazy antics. Looking at Susan, who was taking cover behind Corey, Wyatt promised, I promise you everything is going to be okay soon. Then his physical body turned into dust even before Bame could react. Under the vigilant gaze of Bame, Wyatt could not use his myriad devil transformation physique to morph his eyes into that of a blind person, nor use soul pupils to complete his real motive for coming here in disguise. He could use force to achieve his goal, but he knew he would have to risk Susan getting in harm's way. He did not want to do that when there were other ways to approach this. So, for now, he decided to back off. This concluded that the plan to check Susan's soul pathway signature for minute signs of hidden hypnotic suggestions was a failure. All thanks to stubborn Corey and ignorant Diana. However, Wyatt did not blame either of them, especially Corey, as he knew if not for her, he might have to make funeral arrangements for Susan along with Courtney and Bladette right now. She protected Susan when he was not there. Everything is going to be okay soon. Hearing these words from the supposedly blind middle-aged employee, Susan, for reasons unknown to her, felt assured, but then seeing him incinerate into a pile of ash, that feeling flitted away and her knees turned weak, thinking of the worst. Especially if Diana had not stopped her from sending Corey out of the office. Damn it, he committed suicide. One of these days I find out who these bastards are, raid their base, and go on a killing spree, Corey vowed. Soon the depressed little snake caught her eye. She petted Bame and consoled her. It is not your fault. You did great. If you had not spotted him using soul energy, who knows what would have happened. Being praised by Corey, Bame instantly cheered up and nestled in her palm, making herself comfortable. Corey then turned to Diana and said, You need to tighten your security. Don't blame me if I complain about this incident to Wyatt. Corey, you will do no such thing. Susan suddenly snapped at Corey. Corey did not know what she did wrong now, but helplessly said, Fine. Wyatt's little company can burn for all I care. Thank you, Susan. Diana thanked Susan for stopping Corey from reporting them to Wyatt, but she was in for another shock as Susan sternly said, Miss Diana, please do not misunderstand my intentions. I don't want to disturb Wyatt with these little things. Wyatt only knows what he is going through to survive in the southern capital all alone, after revealing his revolutionary inventions to the world. I do not want to add to his worries. That doesn't mean you are off the hook for this incident. Please, see to it that this doesn't happen again. Nobody could understand Diana's internal struggle right now. After all, an intern warning the acting CEO did not happen every day. Diana could not fathom how a simple task could go so horribly wrong. She believed with this Wyatt might have lost confidence in her and would never be able to trust her with any task. Why did Diana care so much about Wyatt's opinion of her? Regardless of his age and background, Wyatt was someone who had shaken the world on 3 different occasions: silver milk powder, soul energy digestion, and VR universes. She had bet her entire life on him, And now, when finally all of it was coming to fruition, this happened. She blamed Corey for all her misfortune. Yet, swallowing her anger and grievances, Diana looked Corey in her eyes and sincerely apologized. Please forgive me. I will take full responsibility for this incident, and I promise you both this will not happen again. Though Diana had chosen to bow to Wyatt, she was still the same old Diana. The competitors of fine gold who dared to underestimate her had paid a heavy price to comprehend this little thing. Yet, someone of that level of arrogance and pride chose to take a step back and apologize to Corey even though she was not at fault, because after leaving, Wyatt sent her a text giving her one final task, which was to learn what had transpired for Susan and Corey to be on edge around strangers while he was on grimoire call with her, listening in on their conversation, helping her ask the right questions. So, Diana's role in all this was basically to act as Wyatt's intelligent mouthpiece. Diana saw this task as an opportunity to redeem herself in Wyatt's eyes. Therefore, she did not hesitate to take a step back and fed Corey's bloated ego by apologizing to her. Knowing Susan was tight-lipped and would not reveal anything to her, fearing that she would report it to Wyatt depending upon the gravity of the incident. If you don't mind me asking, you said Wyatt's enemies are targeting you guys to get him. Since when did this all start? How many times have they tried this? Diana, as Wyatt instructed her to. It all started this morning when we were in a D-rank field dungeon, testing the new armor cards I made for Big Sis, Corey revealed. Susan had no notion of stopping her. It seems she did not plan on hiding it. Susan never intended to hide the attack on her from anyone, but with Corey's demigod realm pet snake protecting her 24/7, she did not think there was anyone else who could do a better job as her bodyguard. So, instead of causing needless panic, she chose to stay quiet. But now that cat was out of the bag, she had no intention of hiding the truth because she knew this was bigger than her and could potentially have grave consequences. Just like today, if not for Bame's timely warning, not only was her life in danger, but Diana almost became collateral damage. Susan was not somebody who would let someone else pay for her ignorance. Wait, is that why you were late to work today? Susan, it is not like you to enter a field dungeon on a work day. Diana asked Susan in surprise, because even though she would ask her to come to the office at 9 a.m. along with other management staff, she would be here at 8 a.m. or even earlier along with other staff, preparing for the day ahead. This was not like Susan. She knew this had Corey written all over it. Don't blame Big Sis, it was me. I could not wait to see the armor card I created for her in action. Besides, we thought we would be back before 8 a.m., but things took a turn for the worse when the D-rank dungeon suddenly mutated into an S-rank dungeon. I could have handled it alone, but Courtney was there to help, so we were able to clear the dungeon by 9:40 without any injuries. Corey paused to let the fact that she cleared a mutated S-rank field dungeon sink into Diana's mind. However, to her surprise, Diana focused on a completely different matter. Courtney was there with you guys? Yes. Why does that surprise you? Corey asked, raising her brows. A little annoyed that Diana said not a single word of praise about her clearing an S-rank dungeon. When I tried calling Courtney this morning to talk to her about the orphanage, her grimoire was not reachable. When I asked around, Sarah said that Courtney was not reachable because she was in the basement of the central tower. Diana made up the story on the spot, perfectly playing her role as a smart mouthpiece for Wyatt. Oh, that. Courtney can use Bloodette's Blood Flash rune to teleport in and out of the central tower's basement. She usually uses it to prank the TSR Guild members. Corey said, finding it hilarious that TSR Adventure Guild members still had no idea that Bloodette had a blood rule rune that allowed her to teleport to blood marks she previously placed all over the city. Thanks to her symbiotic connection with Courtney, when together with Courtney, she could use the Blood Flash rune to teleport out of her dungeon seal to anywhere in the Sky Blossom City that she had tagged with her blood mark. So, I take it Bloodette helped you guys clear the mutated S-rank dungeon, Diana deduced. However, listening to those words, Corey instantly lost it and yelled, I could have cleared the S-rank dungeon all by myself. You don't believe me? Reserve an S-rank dungeon. I will solo it. I am sorry, Miss Bright. An adventure guild needs to have a minimum of 5 card kings. That is an S-rank party to reserve an S-rank dungeon. I am sure you could have soloed an S-rank field dungeon, Diana said with a hint of sarcasm. However, it was not subtle enough. The sarcasm in her tone was apparent even for an idiot like Corey to hear it. Diana was doing this on purpose. Now that she knew Susan did not plan to hide anything about the incident, she decided to claim some interest for all the SHD she had to go through because of Corey. Damn it. Corey was about to flip the table in anger, but one glare from Susan calmed her down, mumbling, "I can solo an S-rank dungeon." "Miss Diana, please don't tease her." Susan spoke up for Corey, and then began where Corey had left off. The dungeon mutation was not natural, it was artificially induced by 5 demigods. "Demigods?" Diana exclaimed, unable to stay calm. Even Wyatt, who was listening in on the conversation from through the grimoire call, was shocked. He wondered who would be resourceful enough to send a demigod-level party to deal with a few low-level card apprentices. Besides, how did Susan, Corey, Bloodette, and Courtney survive the ambush of a demigod-level party? Though Bloodette was a supreme being, she had not fully recovered her strength because of the dungeon seal. Forget a card demigod, she could not defeat a card emperor. That is not that surprising thing of all. What was peculiar was these demigods ambushed us at 9:45. Not 9:40 when we cleared the mutated dungeon, or not when we were about to leave the dungeon, but correctly at 9:45 when we were out of the dungeon and headed to the city. Begging the question, what was the point of them mutating the dungeon, and why did they not ambush us inside the dungeon, which was the perfect place for them to make our deaths look like an accident? Susan pointed out that the demigod ambush was orchestrated in a peculiar fashion, as if they were waiting for some kind of auspicious time to attack a bunch of low-level card apprentices. The demigods' actions did not make any sense. Why mutate the dungeon and why ambush them when they left the dungeon, when it would have been more reasonable to ambush them inside the dungeon, where it would be easier for them to orchestrate their death as an accident in a dungeon mutation? Susan had no idea why, but Wyatt knew exactly why the demigods ambushed them right at 9:45. In a swamp on the outskirts of the city, a boulder morphed into an orb, which then morphed into a teenage human male who hovered about the swamp in deep contemplation. It was Wyatt. The sight of seeing his beloved resolve to give her life then be captured had gotten to him. He was losing his patience with the Southern royal family, wondering what were their demigods doing when Corey and Susan were confronting a suspicious middle-aged employee. Summoning his grimoire, Wyatt texted Diana her task and waited for her call. He needs to know how and when Susan was attacked. Even without the demigods, his Calamity daughter gems were always keeping an eye on her. He needed to know how the assailant attacked Susan without his Calamity daughter gems knowing. Call from Diana Keiths. ANS. Reject, ignore. Wyatt picked up Diana's call on the first ring and listened in on her conversation with Susan and Corey as she inquired them about the incident where they were attacked by people who wanted to use them against Wyatt. Learning that the attack happened in a D-rank field dungeon, Wyatt's anger towards Corey increased for taking Susan to a dungeon when they could have tested her armor card in the VR universe. After all, it allows the card apprentices to use the cards equipped in their grimoires within it. What bothered Wyatt most about this was how Corey managed to take Susan to the D-rank field dungeon, escaping the watchful eyes of Nick, his Calamity daughter gem, who was keeping watch on Susan's house this morning from afar. According to Nick, he never saw Susan or Corey leave their shared apartment until 10:30 this morning. He did get suspicious when Susan had not left for work at 8 as usual, but thinking that she had turned in very late last night, he thought Susan was taking a day off from work. Wyatt's rage towards Corey reached a new height unheard of when he heard her casually recount to Diana that the D-rank field dungeon mutated into an S-rank field dungeon. However, hearing her continue to say that Courtney and Bloodette helped her clear the S-rank field dungeon, Wyatt was dumbfounded. As Sarah had told him earlier, she had seen Courtney in Bloodette's dungeon seal, practicing her blood rule mastery, and she never left the Central Tower's basement. What the FCK was going on? Wyatt thought, and then began to think Corey was lying about the whole incident. But when Corey explained that Bloodette had the blood flash rune, he finally understood what was going on. Wyatt bet that Courtney, who was a rebel from the start, getting to know a psycho like Corey, must have immediately hit it off now that her relationship with the Circle was cleared. Courtney made use of Bloodette's blood flash rune to teleport out of the dungeon seal, bypassing the TSR Adventure Guild security to the apartment shared by Susan and Corey. Next, Courtney made use of Bloodette's blood flash rune to teleport Susan and Corey to the D-rank field dungeon, escaping Nick's surveillance. Knowing Corey, She would not share her time with Susan with anyone, yet she called Courtney with her to the D-rank field dungeon. This could only mean that she was aware of the surveillance of Wyatt's Calamity Daughter gems. So she made use of Bloodette's ability through Courtney to escape the surveillance of Nick, knowing he would not allow her to take Susan out of the city. The more Wyatt understood what Corey did, the more enraged he got at her, so much so that he wanted to rush to Diana's office and beat the SHD out of Corey, not kill her, but beat the SHD out of her to unload the rage accumulated in his heart, as he felt death was too light of a punishment for Corey. However, when he heard Susan say that the dungeon mutation was not natural, but an artificial one designed by 5 demigods, the rage he felt toward Corey vanished. What remained was indifference. Only he knew what he would do if he ever saw Corey again. With Wyatt's rage toward Corey reaching the state of indifference, his mind cleared, and he was able to focus more on Susan's narration of the incident, especially the peculiarity she had pointed out about the demigod-level party ambushing them. Particularly the time 9:45 a.m. when the 5 demigods chose to attack them. Yes, Wyatt wondered what the demigod from the Southern royal family was doing when 5 demigods showed themselves in the vicinity of the subject of his protection. However, he had given up on the Southern royal family as he had given up on the government of his country back on Earth. Be it royalty or government, citizens should never expect anything from them except for stealing a cut of their hard-earned money and credits for their achievements. Susan had no idea why the demigods attacked them outside of the dungeon at 9:45 a.m. sharp except for finding it out, but Wyatt knew exactly why. The demigods chose to attack Susan at that time because they were trying to match their ambush with the central government's simultaneous attack on Dual Gate Dungeon and the southern capital city, disregarding the agreed-upon time with Sansa Orion from Morningstar University. It was at this point that the Southern royal family's available forces were split and busy countering the attack of the devils summoned by the central government. This means it would be the perfect time for the 5 demigods to ambush and kidnap Susan and the rest, and easily cross the borders of the southern region without having to worry about any intrusion from the Southern royal family. Their plan was perfect, but how did Susan and the 2 dunderheads escape their clutches? Recalling the gruesome ending of Bloodette and possibly Courtney, Wyatt felt that the plan of the demigod-level party was more dubious than simple kidnap and ransom. "How did you guys manage to escape from an SSS rank party?" Diana asked, believing that Susan and Corey sitting in front of her after having a run-in with a demigod-level party was nothing short of a miracle. "That's the weirder part," Susan said, recalling what had transpired, and then continued to say, "Blocking all our escape routes, they began to praise one of their party members. They called him by some kind of codename Handsome Fox. They said that they would have waited for another century to become devil merchants if not for him coming up with such an ingenious idea. They even praised him for taking care of the demigod from the Southern royal family that was secretly protecting Wyatt's friends and family. They were chatty as they did not seem to consider us as any kind of threat to them. They treated us as commodities to threaten and exchange with Wyatt. Just when I was thinking this was it, the most surprising thing happened. I still can't believe you tried to commit suicide, big sis. Have you ever wondered what would happen to me if something were to happen to you? How could you make such a rash decision? You only care about that bastard Wyatt. Why don't you care about me?" Corey interrupted Susan and began to cry. Distressed Bame tried to console her by growing 2 meters long with half a meter width and wrapping Corey in her embrace while patting her head with her flat chin, as if saying, There, everything is going to be all right, I am here for you." Diana was surprised by the intelligence displayed by the snake monster, turning itself into a comfort pillow for its inconsolable master. Then, ignoring Corey, she urged Susan to continue her narration of the events. What happened next? Listening to her, Corey began to cry louder and even more inconsolably, which Diana did not believe was possible until now. But just as she was about to urge Susan again, she felt an ominous pressure cover her from every direction, sealing her mouth shut. Diana moved her eyeballs with a lot of effort to find that Corey's snake monster was glaring at her with its cold slit eyes. Glancing into those eyes, Diana's body began to lose temperature, similar to a corpse losing its body temperature with time. Susan, who witnessed all this from the side, hurriedly came to Diana's rescue. "Bame, stop it." She did not mean any harm to Corey, she was just teasing her. Listening to Susan's distressed voice, Bame immediately stopped her actions and then laid her head on weeping Corey's shoulder while gently caressing Corey's cheek with her head. Looking at the weeping master and depressed snake duo, Susan let out a sigh. Then she walked up to them and kissing Corey's forehead, she hugged the duo while slowly swaying sideways repeatedly. Susan also felt a little guilty about trying to commit suicide. She was being selfish back then by only caring about her not wanting to be a burden for Wyatt, but not caring for what her death would mean to people who cared and loved her, her parents, her friends, Wyatt, and of course Corey. If the demigod had not stopped her back, then she might have committed the greatest sin ever, but she would not regret it as she chose death over being a burden for her loved ones 99 times of 100. This was her pride. It was what prompted her to become a sales rep after completing high school, when all her unawakened high school friends joined mortal universities using their parents' money. This was what kept her sane when Deborah Kahn, who joined as a sales rep with her, became a card apprentice while she remained just a sales rep. She was grateful for that. If not for that, she would never have met the star of her life, Wyatt. Rocking the monster and master duo, in her warm hug, Susan suddenly had a sense of raising 2 children when she had not even given birth to one. As for Diana, she was sweating through her clothes as her body began to regain its temperature. She finally had a new understanding and appreciation for life and death. Then she looked at Susan with gratitude and at the snake monster with reverence. She could not understand how Corey managed to subdue such a powerful monster as a pet. Maybe she could indeed solo an S-rank dungeon which was meant for an S-rank party containing a minimum of 5 card kings. Diana no longer dared to urge Susan to continue with the narration of the incident, knowing that if she were to distract Susan, now Corey and her monster snake Bame would never forgive her, and she would permanently make it to the top of Corey's enemy list. Considering Corey's pettiness, Diana believed Corey definitely had an enemy list, and she did not want to be on it now that she knew that Bame was capable of killing her just with its stare. This was only logical. Corey finally started to stop weeping and hug Susan back as Bame unwound from her and warped around both of them, while Corey comfortably nestled in Susan's embrace. Since Corey cared about Susan, Bame cared about Susan. She even revered Susan, considering how high Corey held Susan in her heart. Therefore, Bame was very obedient towards Susan, and just like Corey, she too sought Susan's affection, but not enough to fight for it with Corey. This was surprising because her master did not like to share Susan, but Bame was willing to share Corey with Susan. Susan lifted Corey's head gently, and making eye contact with her, she apologized. "I am sorry I put through that. And don't you ever think that I do not care about you. Do you hear me?" Corey looked away but nodded her head. However, Susan moved her head to stare into Corey's eyes again and said, "I did not hear you." "Yes," Corey said aloud. Bame then slowly unwounded and reduced to its chibi size and sat on Corey's head. Susan patted her head and then turned to Diana to finish her narration of the incident. "Please, take your time. It seems you guys have been through a lot." "I am not going anywhere," Diana said as Susan turned to her. Though her boss was listening in on the conversation, he was not in front of her. The monster snake was, and all it needed was a glare to kill her. Even though Susan did not show it, Diana was clear that they had really been through a lot for Susan to consider committing suicide. It was really surprised her that Susan and Corey would come to work as if nothing had happened. Any other regular person would be so shaken up by this incident that they reconsider their life choices, and this would be a turning point in their life, forget coming to work on the same day a few minutes later as if nothing happened. Diana was the type to survive regardless of what it took and patiently take her revenge regardless of how long it took. So she did not support Susan's approach to commit suicide to avoid being captured, but she respected it, as no average person could do that. Susan did not try to commit suicide because something was wrong with her life. What Susan did was not easy. Susan took a seat next to Corey and began to narrate where she left off. Surrounded by 5 demigods, Bloodette instantly tried to use her blood flash rune to teleport us to safety, but demigods had erected an SSS rank space isolation and expansion array separating the surrounding space from the world, making it impossible for Bloodette to teleport us to safety. With that, all our hopes of escaping the crisis had been snubbed. Just when we thought this was the end of the road for us, the demigod Handsome Fox and another demigod suddenly attacked one of their party members and killed him before the other 2 demigods could react. Seeing this unfold, the other 2 demigods were just as shocked as we were, It was clear that demigod Handsome Fox and his ally had betrayed their other 3 party members. However, before the other 2 demigods could comprehend what just happened, Handsome Fox stored the broken divinity and diamond grimoire of the fallen demigod, and along with his ally he proceeded to kill the other 2 demigods. Soon a decisive battle broke out between the remaining demigods within the SSS rank space isolation and expansion array formation. If not for demigods trying to avoid the area around us and Bloodette shielding us, we would have become collateral damage in their battle. Susan paused her narration, recalling the battle between the demigods. She did not see their figure fight. All she saw was the aftermath, but still, that was enough to make her understand that with her current strength, she was nothing but a livestock being grown by the royal families and central government to keep themselves relevant. Susan's pause made the atmosphere in the room heavy, expressing the gravity of the incident. The fear she was feeling had swept into the room with her narration of the incident. It was really a miracle that they made it out alive from out there. Diana did not urge Susan to continue. She could feel the turmoil in Susan's voice. She remembered the first time she saw a couple of card emperors fight from afar, and it was so nerve-wracking that she could not calm herself for weeks. So she could not imagine what Susan was going through, having seen a couple of card demigods fight by staying right at the heart of the battle. After calming her nerves, Susan continued. It took a while, but the victor of the battle was decided. Handsome Fox and his ally had managed to win using the element of surprise. With that, you would think the battle was over, but it wasn't. Handsome Fox slowly pierced his ally's heart. What was even weirder was that the other demigod did not even resist, as Handsome Fox killed him. Collecting the broken divinity and diamond grimoires of the fallen demigods, Handsome Fox turned his attention toward us. Seeing that 4 demigods had fallen, we did not have any delusion that we would be escaping out of that space isolation and expansion array formation alive. We no longer had the will to resist. Just when we had given up all hope, a huge snake broke through the SSS rank space isolation and expansion array formation and began to attack Handsome Fox, who was exhausted from killing his party members. So instead of fighting back, he chose to escape, invoking some sort of weird escape card, leaving the monster snake with no target. Leaving me, Bloodette, and Courtney scared and dumbfounded seeing the turn of events. As for Corey, she fearlessly charged at the huge snake that slowly grew small in size until it shrunk to a few inches and dove into Corey's embrace. Adding to our surprise, as I said earlier, the whole situation was one big roller coaster ride with twists and turns one cannot imagine when they have lost all hope. That was how we were able to escape the 5 demigods and make it to work even though late. All that happened, and you still prioritize coming to work. I don't know whether to praise you or... Diana chose not to finish her sentence, knowing criticizing Susan too harshly for her behavior would only garner hate from Corey, Bame, and her young boss. No, I could not stay at home and be alone with my thoughts after what happened. I had to keep it occupied. Work seemed to be the better place to keep my mind busy and stop it from thinking and seeing the worst in everything. The whole incident was traumatizing, and work for me was therapeutic, so I chose to come to work. But who would have known that Handsome Fox would come after me so fast? Fortunately, I have the best bodyguards in the world, Susan said, looking at Corey and Bame. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.